He sent his first letter in 1969. He included a piece of a victim's shirt as proof. He demanded the newspapers print his cipher on the front page or he would kill again. They printed it. He killed again anyway. And 50 years later, no one has been charged. Do not send to TTS. Record this yourself. I need you to stay with me for just a moment before we begin. This one is different. This isn't ancient history. This happened on streets that still exist. To people who had names. And it was never solved. The music you're hearing right now is called What You Didn't See. It was written by VQ Voice for exactly this kind of night. Let it hold you. And listen close. Because most people who look into the Zodiac case come out the other side believing something different than what they believed going in. End soft voice intro. Find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. You don't need to remember everything you hear tonight. Just let the story carry you. In the shadows of California's sun-drenched streets, a specter loomed, a figure cloaked in mystery, whose name would echo through the annals of true crime for decades. The Zodiac Killer. A name that conjures fear, fascination, and an unquenchable thirst for understanding. It is here, in this tangled web of unsolved murders, where we begin to unravel the chilling tale of a man who turned the art of killing into a sinister game. As the year 1968 approached its final months, the tranquil town of Vallejo, California, became the unlikely backdrop for a series of events that would forever alter the landscape of crime in America. On December 20th, a young couple, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, fell victim to the unthinkable. Their lives, filled with hope and promise, extinguished in an instant by a killer who would soon become an enigma. As the sun sank below the horizon that fateful night, the whispers of the community began to swirl. Who could commit such an atrocity? Fear gripped the hearts of those who once felt safe. The Zodiac had not yet revealed himself, but the thrill of his impending notoriety was palpable, an invisible thread binding the killer to the very fabric of society. But this was just the beginning. On July 4, 1969, a young woman named Darlene Farron and her boyfriend, Mike Mageau, would soon find themselves embroiled in a nightmarish encounter. Just outside the city of Vallejo, parked in a secluded area, they became the latest targets of a predator who reveled in their terror. Quietly, it was here, in the stillness of that night, that the Zodiac would strike again, marking his territory with violence and fear. The story doesn't merely dwell in the darkness of the killings, it thrives within the chaos of human emotion and the desperate search for answers. This is a tale of obsession, of a community shaken to its core, and of a man whose identity remains locked away, even as the years roll on. To understand the birth of this legend, we must delve into the minds of those who lived through it. The aftermath of that July night sent shockwaves through Vallejo and beyond. Each newspaper headline screamed of horror, and every coffee shop conversation echoed with speculation. The Zodiac Killer had not just taken lives, he had stolen peace of mind, weaving a tapestry of terror across Northern California. The authorities found themselves at a crossroads. As the investigation unfurled, they faced an insurmountable challenge: how could they catch a ghost? A letter, postmarked from Napa, was to become the first key to unlocking this dark mystery. Written in a frantic scrawl, it taunted the police, demanding attention, revealing a mind that thrived on chaos. "I am the murderer of the two teenagers last Christmas at Lake Herman," it proclaimed, laying bare the chilling reality of the Zodiac's existence. the letter was just the beginning. The Zodiac would soon follow with more correspondence, each note dripping with arrogance, each cipher a challenge to those who sought to unveil him. But as the investigation deepened, so too did the frustration of the law enforcement agencies. The clues were there, yet they danced just beyond reach, like shadows slipping through fingers. Quietly, this is the part that textbooks leave out. The emotional toll of the investigation weighed heavily upon the detectives. Each waking moment consumed by thoughts of the victims, of their families, and the lingering question, could they ever bring this monster to justice? As we look deeper into this harrowing tale, the spotlight shines on the victims, the ones whose stories often fade in the background of the killer's infamy. They were more than just names in an unsettling narrative, they were individuals with dreams, families, and futures that were cruelly snatched away. Take a moment and imagine the fear that swept through the inhabitants of Vallejo as the Zodiac's reign began. How many glances exchanged in hushed tones? How many doors locked a little tighter at night? You, the listener, may wonder how such terror can seep into the very fabric of a community. It's a heavy burden to bear, a feeling of vulnerability that lingers long after the sirens fade. And yet, amidst the sorrow and chaos, a singular truth emerges: the Zodiac was not merely a killer, he was an artist, weaving a grotesque tapestry that mixed fear with notoriety. Each murder, each letter, each taunt was a stroke on the canvas of his legacy. As 1969 drew to a close, the Zodiac would escalate his game, drawing in the media and the public with a sinister charm. But the question loomed larger: who was he? Was he a local boy, a drifter, or a man burdened by his own demons? With each new detail that emerged, the mystery deepened, tantalizing the public and infuriating law enforcement. In the chilling wake of his actions, the Zodiac's thirst for notoriety would become his calling card. The letters he sent, cryptic, chilling, and full of bravado, were not just a cry for attention, they were a declaration of war. The media, enamored by the enigma, became unwitting accomplices, amplifying his infamy. Every twist and turn in this case seemed to lead to a dead end, a reflection of the Zodiac's meticulous planning. This would become a cat-and-mouse game, one that would last years, bleeding into the very fabric of American culture. But as we draw this chapter to a close, it is essential to reflect on the impact that the Zodiac Killer has had on our collective psyche. The fear he instilled, the frustration of the authorities, the sorrow of the victims' families, each element intertwines into a narrative that is as complex as the killer himself. What began as a tale of unspeakable horror has evolved into a story of obsession, one that continues to haunt us even decades later. The Zodiac Killer has become a symbol of our deepest fears, of the unknown, of the darkness that lurks just beyond our understanding. This case is a reminder that sometimes, the absence of resolution can be more chilling than the crime itself. Each unanswered question lingers like a ghost, haunting the minds of investigators, families, and the public alike. As we prepare to turn the page on this chapter, we find ourselves on the precipice of discovery. What lies ahead? What secrets will be revealed? Next chapter explores Chapter 2, The First Victims. As we delve deeper into the shadows cast by the Zodiac Killer, we must first confront the reality of his earliest victims. The quiet, unsuspecting lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. The stories of these young individuals are often overshadowed by the killer's legend, yet their lives hold the key to understanding the man behind the mask of terror. It was December 20, 1968, when the first known victims, high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, were tragically taken from the world. Their love story, unfolding on that fateful night in Vallejo, California, was abruptly interrupted. They were parked along Lake Herman Road, a serene spot that would soon be drenched in their blood. With the chilling winter air enveloping them, they likely felt a false sense of security. But unbeknownst to them, a predator lurked close by, shrouded in darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The silence of the night was shattered as shots rang out, a violent symphony that would echo through history. What followed was a brutal attack that left David dead at the scene, while Betty Lou's life was extinguished mere moments later. The aftermath was a tableau of chaos, 2 young lives snuffed out, their dreams and futures obliterated in an instant. As investigators arrived, they found a scene that would haunt them forever. 2 bodies, a shattered car, and a haunting sense of dread. The authorities were unprepared for the storm that was about to unfold. This was not simply a random act of violence, it was the birth of a monster. In the wake of this tragedy, the community was gripped by fear. Vallejo, a town known for its tranquility, was now the backdrop for a chilling narrative. The police, scrambling to make sense of the chaos, were faced with a new reality. The Zodiac Killer was no longer a figment of the imagination, he was a palpable threat, real and terrifying. As days turned into weeks, the investigation seemed to stall. There were no leads, no witnesses, and no clear motive. It was as if the Zodiac had vanished into thin air, leaving only his malevolent presence in the minds of those seeking answers. Then came July 4, 1969. The Zodiac struck again, this time claiming the lives of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau in a secluded area of Blue Rock Springs Park. This attack was different, more brazen, more calculated. Darlene and Michael were enjoying the holiday, a celebration of freedom, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of horror. The details of the attack are chilling. The Zodiac approached their vehicle, firing a barrage of bullets that pierced the quiet summer night. Michael miraculously survived, but the trauma he endured would never fade. He became a reluctant witness, recounting the nightmare that no one should ever have to experience. Quietly, I saw his face, he would later say, a haunting admission that would echo in the minds of investigators. But despite his testimony, the police found themselves navigating a labyrinthine investigation, one fraught with dead ends and false leads. The Zodiac was a master at evasion, slipping through the fingers of justice like sand. As the summer heat simmered, the media began to take notice. The Zodiac, sensing the growing fascination with his malevolent game, decided to play along. He sent a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, taunting the authorities and daring them to catch him. This was the moment when he transformed from a mere killer into a national sensation, a figure cloaked in notoriety. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The letters, filled with cryptic symbols and chilling messages, were not just a means to communicate, they were a sinister invitation to the public to join in the hunt, to become part of the narrative he was crafting. The Zodiac's letters became a cultural phenomenon, each one dissected by amateur sleuths and professional investigators alike. The media frenzy reached a fever pitch, each report fueling the fire of public fascination with the case. The Zodiac was no longer just a killer, he was an artist, painting a landscape of fear across the canvas of America. But amid the quest for fame, the true cost of this twisted game lay heavy on the hearts of the families left behind. They were the silent witnesses to the horror, their lives forever altered by the violence that stole their loved ones. In the midst of the chaos, the families of Betty Lou, David, Darlene, and Michael were thrust into a nightmare. They became unwilling participants in a story that was not their own, grappling with grief and loss while the world watched in morbid fascination. The pain of losing a child or a partner is a wound that never fully heals. Each day they awoke to the reality of their loved one's absence, a reminder of the brutality that had shattered their lives. As the Zodiac continued his reign of terror, he shifted his focus, expanding his reach, and sowing seeds of fear in communities far and wide. The killings were not random, they were calculated, a reflection of his desire for control. On September 27, 1969, the Zodiac struck once more, this time claiming the lives of 21-year-old Cecilia Shepard and 22-year-old Brian Hartnell at Lake Berryessa. The scene was picturesque, a serene landscape where laughter should have echoed. Instead, it would become a stage for horror. The couple, enjoying a picnic by the water, was approached by an individual dressed in a peculiar costume, a hooded figure with a symbol drawn on his chest. The very image of the Zodiac became a part of folklore, a chilling representation of the killer's audacity. With a chilling calmness, he pulled out a knife and ordered them to the ground, a predator playing with his prey. Brian, in a desperate attempt to survive, engaged the Zodiac in conversation, seeking to stall for time. It was a moment of sheer terror, a dance with death. Quietly, "Why are you doing this?" Brian asked, his voice trembling, laced with fear. The Zodiac, reveling in the attention, offered no explanation. He was simply a force of nature, a tempest that had no regard for human life. After brutally stabbing both victims, he fled the scene, leaving behind a trail of blood and a chilling message written in the victim's own blood. This was not merely a crime, it was a statement, an assertion of power that sent shockwaves through the community. The Zodiac had crossed the threshold from murderer to myth, an entity that fed on fear and chaos. The investigation into the Lake Berryessa murders would further complicate the already tangled web of the Zodiac's crimes. Witnesses, statements, and forensic evidence painted a picture of a man who was both elusive and cunning. But even with the chilling account of Brian, the police found themselves grappling with more questions than answers. The public's obsession grew as the Zodiac continued to taunt law enforcement with more letters, each one a reminder of their failures, each cryptic symbol a puzzle begging to be solved. A cipher, sent with one of the letters, became a national pastime, as cryptographers and amateur sleuths alike scrambled to decode its meaning. In a world increasingly captivated by the horror of the Zodiac, the media played a pivotal role, turning every twist and turn of the investigation into sensational headlines. The allure of the unknown fueled their stories, while the families of the victims remained in the shadows, their grief often eclipsed by the spectacle unfolding before them. As the months turned into years, the case began to take on a life of its own, morphing into a cultural phenomenon that would endure for generations. The Zodiac Killer was no longer an individual, he had become an archetype, a representation of the darkness that exists within humanity. The fear he instilled was palpable, reverberating through the streets of California and beyond. But as investigators pieced together the fragments of this chilling puzzle, they found themselves confronted with a truth that was as unsettling as the crimes themselves. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The Zodiac wasn't just a man, he was a reflection of a fractured society grappling with its own demons. The questions lingered: who was he? What drove him to commit such heinous acts? And as the investigation dragged on, the answers remained elusive, like shadows slipping through the fingers of those who dared to seek them. As we stand at the precipice of further revelations, it is clear that the story of the Zodiac Killer is far from over. The chilling accounts of his victims, the haunting letters, and the media frenzy intertwine to create a narrative that is both compelling and tragic. What lies ahead in this dark chapter of history? The answers await, shrouded in mystery, as we prepare to unearth the secrets that continue to haunt the collective consciousness. But in the end, the question remains, will the truth ever be fully revealed, or will it remain forever cloaked in darkness, much like the killer himself? The late 1960s were a time of cultural upheaval in America. The air was thick with change. The civil rights movement, the anti-war protests, and a burgeoning counterculture were reshaping the very fabric of society. Yet, amidst the cries for justice and freedom, a shadow loomed, a specter that would cast a pall over the hopes of many. The Zodiac Killer emerged, a name that would strike terror into the hearts of countless citizens and evoke a sense of dread that would linger for decades. As the sun dipped below the horizon on the evening of December 20, 1968, two teenagers parked their car in a secluded area of Vallejo, California. They were just seeking a moment of privacy, unaware that they were about to become the first victims of a killer whose name would become synonymous with fear. The victims, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, were ambushed by a figure cloaked in darkness, his identity hidden from the world. In mere moments, their lives were extinguished, leaving behind a haunting silence that would echo through the annals of true crime history. Police arrived at the scene shortly after the chilling discovery, but what they found was only the beginning. The killer had left behind a gruesome calling card, his signature. In the days that followed, letters began to pour in, each more taunting than the last, filled with cryptic symbols and a twisted sense of bravado. Quietly, it was a game to him, a morbid dance of cat and mouse that would captivate the public and frustrate law enforcement. These letters, filled with riddles and threats, allowed the Zodiac to weave himself into the very fabric of American culture. He was not merely a murderer, he was an enigma, a puzzle that the nation desperately sought to solve. The first of these letters was postmarked January 1, 1969. In it, the Zodiac claimed responsibility for the murders of Jensen and Faraday, and included a cipher that would challenge amateur sleuths and seasoned detectives alike. This cipher, a series of symbols and letters, would become a symbol of the killer's intelligence and twisted humor, igniting a frenzy of public interest. As the ciphers were decrypted, each revelation brought with it a mixture of excitement and horror. In the months that followed, the Zodiac would strike again, this time in the form of two young lovers, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, who were shot in a parked car on July 4, 1969. The brutality of the attack left Mageau critically injured, yet he managed to provide a description of the assailant, a man with a hood and a symbol emblazoned on his chest. This would become the iconic image of the Zodiac, a figure forever etched in the public imagination. Public fascination grew, with newspapers across the nation printing the details of the murders and the killer's taunting letters. The Zodiac was no longer just a shadow, he was a celebrity of sorts, a figure who thrived on the chaos he created. The media played a significant role in his notoriety, broadcasting every detail, every cryptic message, amplifying the fear that gripped the nation. The words Zodiac Killer reverberated through homes, a chilling reminder that evil could lurk behind the most ordinary of facades. As police scrambled to find leads, the investigation devolved into a series of missteps and missed opportunities. The San Francisco Police Department, along with their counterparts in Vallejo and Napa, became entrenched in a web of bureaucracy and conflicting theories. The Zodiac taunted them further, sending letters that hinted at his next targets, each more cryptic than the last. The killer seemed to revel in the chaos, fully aware of the power he wielded over a terrified public. The Zodiac's final confirmed murder occurred on July 4, 1970, when he took the life of a young couple, Kathleen Johns and her unborn child. This attack was a deviation from his previous patterns. Johns managed to escape, but not before witnessing the chilling face of the man who would become a ghostly figure in the annals of crime. The brutality of his actions left a deep scar on the community. Yet even as the investigation seemed to stall, the Zodiac continued to sow seeds of fear. He sent a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle on March 13, 1971, revealing a chilling truth: he was not finished. He proclaimed, "I'm still alive," a reminder that the grip of terror had not yet been loosened. With each message, he asserted his dominance, a puppeteer pulling the strings of fear and intrigue. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The Zodiac was not merely a killer, he was a master manipulator, understanding the power of media and public perception. Each letter, each cipher, was a calculated move in a game that transcended murder. It became a societal phenomenon. A nation obsessed with the enigma of the Zodiac, with every newspaper headline feeding into the mythos he had created. Yet beyond the headlines and the sensationalism lay a grim reality. The victims, young men and women with aspirations and dreams, were reduced to mere statistics in a chilling story that captivated millions. Each life lost was a story untold, a future forever altered by the actions of one man. The emotional weight of their loss would haunt families and friends, leaving behind a trail of sorrow that would ripple through the years. In the aftermath of the murders, communities banded together, seeking solace in shared grief. Vigilante groups emerged, fueled by anger and fear, determined to protect their neighborhoods. The sense of vulnerability was palpable, as parents held their children closer, fearful of the darkness that lurked outside their doors. The Zodiac Killer had not only claimed lives, he had shattered the sense of safety that once enveloped the populace. As we delve deeper into the psyche of the Zodiac, we must confront the uncomfortable truth: he thrived on the chaos he created. His letters were not just taunts, they were invitations to engage in a macabre dialogue, a way to draw the public into his world of horror. Quietly, he understood the power of fear, how it could bind people together, while simultaneously tearing them apart. As communities mourned, investigators worked tirelessly to uncover the truth. Homicide detectives combed through evidence, scrutinizing every detail in the hope that a clue would emerge from the shadows. They pored over forensic reports, witness statements, and the chilling letters sent by the killer. Yet, the pieces of the puzzle remained frustratingly out of reach. But with each passing year, the fascination with the Zodiac only deepened. The case grew cold, yet the legend continued to thrive. Documentaries were produced, books were written, and even movies were made, all attempting to peel back the layers of this dark enigma. The mystery surrounding his identity became a cultural touchstone, a riddle that captivated not just the public, but also generations of amateur detectives and true crime enthusiasts. The Zodiac Killer would become a part of the American folklore, woven into the tapestry of crime and mystery that defined the era. His story would inspire countless theories and discussions, captivating the imaginations of those who sought to understand the mind of a killer. As the decades passed, the line between reality and myth began to blur, with new generations drawn to the chilling allure of his crimes. In 2007, a renewed interest in the Zodiac case ignited as amateur sleuths and armchair detectives took to the internet, sharing theories and insights. This digital age brought with it a wealth of information, allowing people to connect in ways that were previously unimaginable. Forums buzzed with speculation, each new revelation sparking debates and discussions that spanned the globe. Amidst this resurgence, a team of dedicated investigators began to sift through the evidence once more. They employed modern forensic techniques, hoping to uncover DNA or other evidence that had previously eluded them. The Zodiac's letters, once mere paper and ink, became critical artifacts in the quest for truth. But the most significant breakthrough came in October 2020, when a group of self-proclaimed cold case enthusiasts announced that they had cracked one of the Zodiac's most infamous ciphers. The 340-character cipher, which had remained unsolved for over 50 years, was finally deciphered, revealing a chilling message that sent shockwaves through the true crime community. Zodiac Killer was no longer just a name, it was a haunting reminder of the lives lost and the families shattered. But even as this breakthrough emerged, the question of the killer's identity remained shrouded in mystery. As we stand at the intersection of past and present, we grapple with the chilling reality that the Zodiac Killer may remain an enigma forever. The darkness that he embodied continues to haunt us, a reminder that some mysteries refuse to be solved. The story of the Zodiac transcends time, a narrative woven into the very fabric of our collective consciousness. But as we continue to peel back the layers of this chilling saga, we must confront the uncomfortable truth that the answers may never come. The Zodiac Killer, a name etched in infamy, may slip through our grasp once more, leaving behind only whispers of what once was. And so we ask ourselves, as we venture deeper into the shadows of this unsolved mystery, what lies ahead? Will we ever uncover the truth, or will the Zodiac continue to haunt us, a ghostly figure lurking just beyond the reach of understanding? The answers, like the man himself, remain tantalizingly out of reach. In the summer of 1968, a quiet corner of Northern California was forever altered by a series of events that would send shockwaves through the fabric of American society. Here, at the edge of a serene lake, innocence was shattered, and the shadows of fear began to creep into the lives of ordinary people. This is the story of the first victims of the Zodiac Killer, a chilling chapter that marks the beginning of a haunting legacy. As the sun set on the evening of July 4, 1968, two teenagers, Darlene Farron and Michael Mageau, decided to spend their holiday in a secluded area near Lake Herman Road. Little did they know, this would be a night that would forever change their lives and the lives of countless others. Amidst the laughter and romance of youth, a predator was lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The air was thick with anticipation, a calm before the storm. But what transpired that night would ignite a frantic investigation and leave a community grappling with an unspeakable horror. The Zodiac Killer had arrived, and his first act would set a chilling precedent for the years to come. On that fateful night, Darlene and Michael were attacked in their car, the warm summer air now tainted with fear. A masked figure emerged, his intentions dark and violent. The couple was met with a barrage of gunfire, leaving Michael critically injured and Darlene fatally wounded. The chaos of that moment would echo through the annals of true crime history, marking the Zodiac as a name synonymous with terror. From the very first moments of the investigation, the community was left in disbelief. How could such a heinous act occur in their midst? The local police were overwhelmed, struggling to piece together the fragments of a crime that seemed to defy explanation. This is the part the textbooks leave out. The pain, the confusion, the sheer helplessness that enveloped the families of the victims, and the ripple effects that reached every corner of this close-knit community. As the investigation unfolded, the fear spread like wildfire. In the days that followed, whispers filled the air, each one dripping with uncertainty and dread. Who was this monster? And why had they chosen this serene place as their hunting ground? Fast forward to December 20, 1968. A chill hung in the air as the Zodiac struck again, this time in Vallejo, California. High school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday became the second set of victims, transforming what had been a simple date into a night of horror. The couple parked on Lake Herman Road, unaware that they were stepping into the killer's trap. As they sat in their car, laughter turned to terror in an instant. The killer approached, unleashing a second wave of violence that would cement his infamy. Betty Lou and David were shot in cold blood, their lives extinguished, leaving behind a community haunted by what had transpired in the silence of the night. The brutality of these first murders shattered the illusion of safety that the townspeople had long taken for granted. Parents held their children a little closer, locking doors a little tighter. The Zodiac was not just a killer, he was a monster lurking in the shadows, and no one felt safe. Over the following months, the investigation took on a life of its own. Police departments scrambled for answers, but the truth remained elusive. Investigators pored over evidence, searching for clues that might lead them to the man who had ripped apart the fabric of their community. Quietly, but amidst the chaos, there were those who would later become pivotal in the search for justice. The friends and family of the victims, their voices rising in unison, demanded answers. They were not just statistics, they were real people with dreams and aspirations, cut down in their prime. And yet, as the investigation dragged on, a sense of futility began to settle in. The Zodiac seemed to be playing a game, taunting the police with cryptic messages and puzzles that only deepened the mystery surrounding his identity. As the months turned to years, the fear lingered, festering in the hearts of those who lived in the shadow of the Zodiac. This was not merely a series of attacks, it was a profound tragedy that reshaped lives forever. The victims' families were left grappling with grief, their pain often overlooked in the frenzy of the search for the killer. Now, dear listener, as we reflect on the first victims, let us remember that their stories are not just about loss, they are about lives interrupted, dreams unfulfilled, and the haunting question that remains: who was the man behind the mask? What happened next would change the course of this investigation and take us deeper into the mind of a killer. The Zodiac's motives, his twisted sense of power, would only become more perplexing as he continued his reign of terror. Next chapter explores Chapter 3, The Letters Begin. It was the summer of 1969 when the Zodiac Killer first unleashed his reign of terror on the unsuspecting communities of Northern California. The sun blazed down on a region characterized by its idyllic landscapes, yet beneath this picturesque facade lay a deep-seated fear that would grip the populace for years to come. Quietly, the first letter arrived at the San Francisco Chronicle on July 31, 1969, just days after the brutal murders of teenagers Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday. It was a chilling correspondence that would mark the beginning of a chilling game, a macabre dance between predator and prey. The writer claimed responsibility for the killings, describing details that only the police and the killer would know. "Dear editor," it began, a simple salutation that belied the sinister intent. Inside, it detailed the murders in a tone that was both boastful and taunting. The writer demanded publication of his letters, threatening more violence if his demands were not met. It was a brazen act that caught the attention of the entire nation. The authorities, caught off guard by this bold proclamation, scrambled to decode the cryptic symbols and coded messages included in the letter. The Zodiac Killer was not merely a murderer, he was a self-styled celebrity, eager to claim his notoriety. As the letters continued to pour in, a chilling pattern emerged. Each correspondence was filled with riddles, puzzles, and boasts about his gruesome deeds. The Zodiac seemed to revel in the media attention, his taunts becoming more elaborate with each message. The chilling phrase, "I like killing people because it is so much fun," sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to read his words. Quietly, this is the part that textbooks leave out. The letters were more than mere taunts, they were a psychological warfare waged against a community in panic, a community desperately seeking not just answers, but solace. The more the Zodiac toyed with the authorities, the more the fear spread like wildfire, igniting paranoia in every household. The letters were meticulously crafted, filled with references to cryptic symbols that left seasoned detectives scratching their heads in confusion. In his mind, the Zodiac was an artist, weaving his narrative with a brush dipped in darkness. As the investigation unfolded, it became evident that this was not a simple case of a man gone rogue. No, the Zodiac Killer was something much more complex, a manifestation of chaos and fear. Law enforcement began to realize they were not just pursuing a criminal, they were engaged in a battle of wits against a mind that thrived on the thrill of the hunt. But amid the fervor of the public outcry and the media frenzy, the families of the victims were left in the shadows. They were mere footnotes in a headline-hungry narrative, struggling to understand how their loved ones could be reduced to nothing more than a statistic. Each letter brought fresh pain, reopening wounds that had barely begun to heal. The question loomed large: how could a human being inflict such suffering? Now, dear listener, let's take a moment to reflect on the stories of those who were lost. The vibrant lives of Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, young and in love, were snuffed out so suddenly. Their dreams, their aspirations, were obliterated in the blink of an eye. With the Zodiac's letters capturing the attention of the public, the investigation began to shift. No longer were the authorities just chasing a shadow, they were now engaged in a high-stakes game, trying to decipher the mind of a murderer who reveled in his own notoriety. By August 1969, the second letter had arrived, this time claiming responsibility for the murder of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau just a month prior. The Zodiac had struck again, and with it came a new wave of terror. The letter was adorned with more cryptic symbols, but it was the chilling inclusion of a bloody piece of a shirt that sent the investigators into a frenzy. The killer had crossed a line, and the stakes had never been higher. Each letter was more than a taunt, it was a declaration of war. The Zodiac had turned the investigation into a public spectacle, taunting law enforcement with every cryptic detail. Quietly, the letters became a lifeline for the community, a way for those affected to grapple with their fear. But they were also a source of anxiety, amplifying the very real threat that loomed over them. Every time a new letter arrived, it felt as if the walls were closing in, the air thicker with tension. The media frenzy grew, and soon the Zodiac Killer was a household name. He became an enigma, a figure shrouded in mystery that everyone wanted to understand. But understanding him meant confronting the depths of human depravity, and that was a truth many were not prepared to face. The police, under immense pressure from the public and the media, began to form task forces. Investigators from various jurisdictions came together, pooling resources and knowledge to catch the man who had turned their world upside down. The Zodiac's letters served as both a calling card and a twisted invitation to engage in a deadly game of cat and mouse. But as the months rolled on, cracks began to show in the investigation. The Zodiac's cleverness and unpredictability made him an elusive figure, slipping through the fingers of those who sought to bring him to justice. Each failed lead, each missed opportunity, chipped away at the resolve of a community that yearned for closure. The families of the victims were left to navigate their grief in a world that seemed to have forgotten them. The headlines screamed the name of the killer, but what of the names of those he had taken? The anguish of loss was compounded by the knowledge that their loved ones were now mere pawns in a twisted game. Let us take a moment to honor the lives of those who were taken, the laughter of Betty Lou Jensen, the dreams of David Faraday, the hopes of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau. These were not just victims, they were individuals with stories, aspirations, and families who mourned their absence. The Zodiac's next move would send shockwaves through the already fractured community. As the investigation reached a fever pitch, a new letter would arrive, one that would change the course of the hunt forever. Quietly, and in that moment, the killer would reveal more than just his identity. He would expose the very fears that lay hidden in the hearts of those who dared to confront him. This is where the investigation would take a turn, a twist that would leave detectives scrambling, and the community on edge. As the Zodiac's taunts grew bolder, the question remained, could they decipher his riddles before he struck again? As we delve deeper into this dark narrative, we will witness not just the evolution of a criminal, but the unraveling of a community. The letters served as both a beacon and a curse, illuminating the depths of human darkness while casting a long shadow on the lives forever changed by one man's insatiable thirst for notoriety. The stage was set for a confrontation, a reckoning that would expose the fragile line between hunter and hunted. The Zodiac Killer was not just a name, he was a force, a specter that haunted the dreams of those who sought justice. And as the letters continued to flow, a palpable tension filled the air. What would the next letter reveal? And how far was the Zodiac willing to go to maintain his twisted game? The answers lay just ahead, shrouded in mystery and darkness as we prepare to uncover the next chapter of this chilling saga. As the clock ticked in the early hours of the morning on July 4, 1969, a new wave of terror gripped the Bay Area. With the sun barely breaking over the horizon, a young couple, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, parked their car in a secluded area of Blue Rock Springs Park, blissfully unaware that their lives would soon be irrevocably altered. In a cruel twist of fate, the Zodiac Killer emerged from the shadows, his intentions as dark as the night itself. He approached their vehicle, armed with a .22 caliber pistol. The moment was both surreal and horrifying, a devastating amalgamation of youth and innocence shattered by the cold steel of a gun. What followed was a harrowing encounter that would leave one of them dead and the other forever haunted. Darlene was shot multiple times, while Michael, though grievously wounded, managed to survive, an unwilling witness to the chaos that had unfolded. The police would soon find themselves grappling with another gruesome crime scene, one that echoed the earlier murders of Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday. Yet, this time, the Zodiac would not remain silent. In the days that followed, a letter would arrive at the San Francisco Chronicle, taunting police and the public alike, hinting at his next moves with a chilling confidence. Quietly, I am the murderer of the two teenagers last Christmas at Lake Herman. Those words sent shivers down the spine of an already terrified community. The Zodiac's penchant for the dramatic was no accident, it was a calculated move, designed to elicit fear and draw attention to his twisted narrative. The letter, dated July 31, 1969, included a cipher, a cryptic puzzle that the Zodiac dared the public to solve. It was a challenge that would resonate far beyond the confines of the investigation. Citizens became amateur sleuths, poring over each symbol and letter, searching for meaning in the chaos, while the police scrambled to keep up with the growing notoriety of this elusive predator. But what drove the Zodiac Killer? As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that this was more than a mere desire for attention. He sought to manipulate fear, wielding it like a weapon. Each letter he penned was meticulously crafted, not just to inform, but to provoke. He relished the cat-and-mouse game, the way it turned the ordinary into the extraordinary. It was here that we must ask ourselves, what compels an individual to embrace such darkness? This is the part that textbooks leave out. The psychology of the Zodiac Killer is as complex as the riddles he created. Experts have long debated whether he was motivated by a desire for power, a need for recognition, or perhaps a deeper psychological disturbance. As we examine the landscape of crime in 1960s America, the Zodiac's emergence coincided with a time of tremendous social upheaval. The Vietnam War raged on, civil rights movements flourished, and a generation grappled with the shifting paradigms of morality and justice. In this turbulent backdrop, the Zodiac found fertile ground to sow his seeds of chaos. The letters he sent were not mere confessions, they were declarations of war against the very fabric of society. In them, he wielded his identity as both a shield and a sword, concealing truths while revealing vulnerabilities. Each word dripped with a sense of superiority, a reminder that he was always one step ahead. Amidst this turmoil, the people of Northern California began to unite in their fear, but the unity was frail, easily frayed by suspicion and paranoia. Friends and family began to question one another, and soon, trust became a commodity that was as rare as safety itself. Communities that once thrived on camaraderie now found themselves in a state of siege. The Zodiac's reach extended beyond his victims, infecting the psyche of an entire region. As the letters continued to arrive, a chilling narrative unfolded, one where the line between predator and prey blurred with every passing day. The attention of the nation was now fixed on this enigmatic figure, his name whispered in hushed tones, a specter that loomed over the Bay Area. In this search for answers, the law enforcement agencies were caught in a bind. With each new lead that emerged, the complexity of the case deepened. They faced the daunting task of piecing together an identity from a series of cryptic clues while trying to keep a panicked public at bay. And then, just as they thought they could anticipate his next move, the Zodiac would strike again, this time in the heart of the unsuspecting city of San Francisco. On September 27, 1969, the Zodiac Killer would claim two more victims, 20-year-old Cecilia Shepard and her companion, 22-year-old Brian Hartnell. This time, the scene was set at Lake Berryessa, a picturesque oasis that would soon become the backdrop for yet another horror. As they enjoyed the sun and the serenity of the lake, the Zodiac approached, this time wearing a distinctive costume, a hood with a white fabric, emblazoned with a symbol that would become synonymous with his reign of terror, a circle with a cross through it, resembling a target. With a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, he confronted the young couple, demanding they lie face down on the ground. It was a moment suspended in time, where the idyllic calm of nature was shattered by the chilling reality of violence. Quietly, "I'm going to kill you." Those words, spoken by the Zodiac, would forever echo in the minds of those who heard them. But this time, the Zodiac would make a critical error, a decision that would lead to his eventual downfall. In his desire for control, he allowed Brian Hartnell to live, to recount the details of that fateful encounter. As Hartnell bravely confronted the man who had held his life in his hands, he would provide a description that would haunt the Zodiac for years to come. The police, now equipped with a composite sketch, had a new lead, the promise of progress igniting a flicker of hope. Yet, with every step forward, the Zodiac would pull further away, slipping through the fingers of those who sought to bring him to justice. And just when it seemed that the investigation might gain momentum, the Zodiac would send yet another letter, this time directly to the police, taunting them with his audacity and the gruesome details of his crimes. In his correspondence, he described the thrill he felt while committing his murders, a chilling admission that would send shudders through the hearts of those trying to grasp the magnitude of his depravity. With each letter, he revealed not just his mind, but the very fabric of fear that stitched together the community. The Zodiac was not merely a killer, he was a master manipulator, expertly toying with the emotions of those who sought to unmask him. He was aware of the impact of his actions, and he reveled in the chaos he wrought. But what of the victims? What of the families left in the wake of his cruelty? Their stories became intertwined with the narrative of the Zodiac, rendered faceless in the pursuit of capturing a monster. This is the silent tragedy that often goes unnoticed, the real human cost of such horrors, the people left behind to pick up the pieces. As the investigation dragged on, the pressures mounted. The media frenzy surrounding the Zodiac reached a fever pitch, drawing in public figures and amateur detectives alike, each desperate to be the one to solve the case. Hollywood could hardly resist the allure of such a story, one that blended the grotesque with the sensational. Films, books, and documentaries would soon emerge, each trying to dissect the enigma that was the Zodiac Killer. But for those on the ground, the reality was far more heartbreaking. Families mourned their lost loved ones, while the community faced the gnawing uncertainty of their safety. Quietly, and yet, within that darkness, there was a flicker of resilience. Local residents banded together, forming neighborhood watch groups, determined to reclaim their streets from the clutches of fear. They organized rallies, vigils, and discussions, choosing solidarity over solitude in the face of terror. However, as the Zodiac's letters continued to pour in, it became evident that he was not merely a murderer, he was a symbol of the times, a reflection of the anxieties that plagued a nation on the brink of change. The Zodiac Killer was an echo of the chaos that defined the late 1960s, an era rife with questions surrounding identity, morality, and the very nature of evil. The letters he sent were not just clues, they were a mirror reflecting the societal fractures of the time, the growing discontent with authority, and the struggle for justice. And as the search for the Zodiac dragged on, it became apparent that he was not just a ghost haunting the Bay Area, he was a figure who embodied the fears and frustrations of a generation. As the investigation seemed to stall, the Zodiac would remain elusive, a phantom that slipped further into the shadows. But with each passing day, he would also solidify his legacy, leaving behind a trail of confusion and despair that would haunt the region for decades to come. What would it take to finally bring the Zodiac Killer to justice? Would the truth ever be uncovered, or would he continue to play his game, forever taunting those who dared to seek him? The answers lay just beyond the horizon, obscured by the fog of uncertainty, as the search for the Zodiac Killer continued. And with each unanswered question, the stakes grew higher, the tension more palpable, leading us to wonder. Who could truly understand the mind of a killer wrapped in enigma? In the heart of San Francisco, a city bustling with life, the Zodiac's reign of terror sent shockwaves through its streets. The first confirmed victims, teenagers Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, met their tragic fate on December 20, 1968, in Vallejo, California. Their lives, so full of promise, extinguished in a moment of unspeakable horror. This was just the beginning. The Zodiac's subsequent attacks would become infamous, each encounter steeped in brutality and a chilling methodical precision. On July 4, 1969, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau found themselves parked in a secluded area, mere moments away from a fate worse than death. While Michael survived, recounting the horrific details to the police, Darlene's life was brutally snuffed out, her last breaths punctuated by the cruel laughter of the Zodiac. But it wasn't merely the acts of violence that gripped the public, it was the letters. The first letter, postmarked from Napa County on July 31, 1969, introduced a new character into the narrative, a self-proclaimed killer who reveled in the terror he incited. "I like killing people because it is so much fun," he wrote, a statement that would send chills down the spines of those who dared to read it. Quietly, the taunting allure of his cryptograms only added to the intrigue, as amateur sleuths and cryptographers scrambled to decode his messages. In a time when the nation was already grappling with the unsettling specters of war and civil unrest, the Zodiac Killer became a cultural phenomenon. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The Zodiac's impact transcended mere horror, it tapped into the collective psyche of a generation. Children became wary of their surroundings, parents kept their children close, and the once vibrant fabric of community began to unravel under the weight of fear. The 1970s ushered in a new decade, but the Zodiac remained a haunting presence, his identity obscured in a fog of uncertainty. Law enforcement agencies scrambled to piece together the puzzle, sharing evidence and theories as they sought the elusive killer. Yet, time and time again, he slipped through their fingers, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in his wake. As the years turned into decades, the fear morphed into obsession. Investigators like Inspector Dave Toschi, who became a household name, were propelled into the spotlight, yet the more they searched, the more elusive the Zodiac became. In 1974, the case seemed to grow cold, but the name Zodiac would not fade into obscurity. It was as if the killer had become addicted to the spotlight, his absence amplifying his legend. The stories morphed, and theories proliferated. Some believed he had died, others thought he had simply moved on, a ghost blending into the fabric of society. Yet, the killer's most chilling act was yet to come. On March 22, 1970, he wrote to the San Francisco Chronicle once more, this time sending a piece of Paul Stein's shirt, a victim from another brutal attack. He claimed, "I shall no longer announce to anyone when I will kill," a statement that sent ripples of panic through the community. Quietly, his power was intoxicating, and he knew it. By the mid-1970s, the Zodiac Killer was no longer just a name whispered in fearful tones, he had become a cultural phenomenon. Films and books emerged, each retelling the gruesome tales and speculating on the killer's identity. The media frenzy turned him into a spectacle, a macabre figure that loomed larger than life itself. In 1978, a film titled Dirty Harry would further entwine the Zodiac's legacy into the fabric of American pop culture. The character of Scorpio in the film was heavily inspired by the Zodiac, cementing the killer's place in the annals of horror. But with the rise of his infamy came a troubling question: had the Zodiac Killer simply slipped from the public eye, or was he still out there, lurking in the shadows? As the 1980s rolled in, the fervor surrounding the Zodiac began to wane, but the mystery remained unsolved. Families of the victims continued to seek closure, haunted by the ghosts of lost loved ones. How could they find peace when the specter of the Zodiac lingered, a phantom in the night? As the years turned into decades, the question loomed larger than ever. Would the Zodiac Killer ever be identified? With the advent of new forensic technologies, hopes were reignited. Cold cases were being reopened, and the passage of time only fueled the determination of those who sought justice. Yet, as we delve deeper into the shadows of this chilling case, we must ask ourselves, What if the echoes of the Zodiac Killer's laughter still reverberate through the alleys of time? As we continue to explore the complexities of this dark legend, we find ourselves standing at the edge of a precipice, teetering between the past and the present, waiting for the truth to emerge from the depths of darkness. In the heart of America, a shadow loomed, draped in the chilling echoes of fear. A killer, unseen yet ever present, played a deadly game with those who dared to pursue him. With each stroke of his pen, he wove a narrative steeped in terror, beckoning the public and the media into a dark waltz of obsession and intrigue. The allure of his taunting letters offered not just cryptic messages, but a glimpse into the psyche of a monster, one who reveled in the attention, feeding off the hysteria he created. As the world turned its gaze upon these sinister missives, a chilling question loomed: who was the man behind the words, and what drove him to write? The first letter arrived on July 31, 1969. It was addressed to the San Francisco Examiner and signed with the now infamous symbol, a circle with a cross through it. The writer claimed responsibility for the brutal murders of two young lovers, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, just weeks earlier. With a mix of arrogance and disquieting confidence, he invited the public to decipher the coded messages that would follow. This was not merely a confession, it was a challenge, an invitation to engage in a twisted game. As the letter hit the headlines, it ignited a frenzy. Newspapers from coast to coast rushed to report on this bizarre, sensational development. The killer had transformed from an elusive figure into a character of enigma and charisma. But within this theatrical performance lay a darker truth, one that would unravel the very fabric of the investigation. The media, captivated by the story, inadvertently became a pawn in his game. In the days that followed, the killer's letters became more frequent, each one dripping with a blend of bravado and menace. One missive, dated August 4, 1969, further captivated the public. He claimed to have killed 37 people, a statement that sent shockwaves through the nation. Quietly, yet, the truth of his claims remained shrouded in uncertainty. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The letters weren't just a means of boasting, they were a carefully orchestrated performance designed to distort reality, ensnaring everyone in his web. By the time a third letter arrived on August 8, the killer's thirst for attention grew insatiable. He included a cipher for the readers to solve, a puzzle that would draw on amateur sleuths and seasoned detectives alike. The Zodiac had taken his game to the next level, and the media, like moths to a flame, flocked to the spectacle. As the letters made headlines, they also drew in a legion of followers, all entranced by the mystery and danger of the unknown. But beneath the surface of this national obsession lay a grim reality. The families of the victims were left shattered, their lives irrevocably altered by the tragedy. They watched as their loved ones became mere footnotes in a sensational narrative, their grief overshadowed by the killer's relentless quest for notoriety. As the days turned to weeks, the letters continued to flow. Each one unveiled a new layer of the Zodiac's dark persona, like a masterful artist revealing his strokes. With the arrival of the fourth letter on September 27, 1969, the killer escalated his taunts, detailing the murders and threatening more violence. The media frenzy intensified, with every news outlet competing for the latest scoop. Quietly, but amidst the chaos, the question remained: who was this man, and what drove him to such madness? The investigation, now a national spectacle, struggled to keep pace with the killer's calculated moves. In the months that followed, law enforcement found themselves grappling with the public's obsession, the pressure mounting as more letters arrived. The Zodiac reveled in the attention, his taunts growing bolder. He sent a letter to the Los Angeles Times on March 13, 1971, proclaiming his ability to outsmart the authorities. His confidence seemed unshakable, and with each new communication, he solidified his status as a figure of fear and fascination. Yet, as the media clamored for information, the reality of the investigation began to fracture. Police resources were stretched thin, overwhelmed not only by the killer's messages but by the deluge of tips and theories flooding in from the public. Every letter became a new puzzle, and every new cipher ignited the imagination of thousands. This was a time when communication was not instantaneous, and yet the Zodiac's words traveled faster than the truth could catch up. The letters were not simply words on a page, they were a manipulation of perception, a narrative that twisted the investigation into a spectacle. Quietly, in their quest for answers, law enforcement found themselves entangled in a web of deception, the killer's words leading them down countless wrong paths. The letters became a battleground, with detectives and cryptographers racing against time to decode the messages while the killer remained a step ahead. As the media continued to report on every development, the Zodiac's letters transcended the realm of typical crime reporting. They became an obsession, capturing the imagination of the public and creating a collective narrative around a figure who thrived on chaos. In this world, the line between hunter and hunted blurred, and the killer's charm turned deadly, a haunting reminder of how easily the narrative can shift. And through it all, the letters remained taunting, challenging, and ultimately, a cruel reminder of the lives lost, the families shattered, and the community left to grapple with fear. The Zodiac Killer was not merely a murderer, he was a master manipulator, wielding the power of language like a weapon. As we peel back the layers of these infamous letters, we uncover not just a killer's taunts, but a profound commentary on the relationship between crime and the media, the darkness that resides in the human psyche, and the haunting echoes that linger long after the last word is penned. What does it mean to be a spectator in a tragedy? To watch as a community is held hostage by a man who thrives on fear? These letters, dripping with malice, reveal more than just the killer's thoughts. They expose the fragility of our curiosity and the insatiable hunger for understanding in the face of horror. As we draw this chapter to a close, we find ourselves at a precipice. The letters have unraveled the psyche of the Zodiac Killer but have also illuminated the darkness within those who seek to understand him. How far can obsession go? What lines will we cross in pursuit of the truth? Next chapter explores Chapter 4, the police investigation. The letters, now etched into the annals of crime history, are more than mere words. They are the chilling testament to a predator's dance with his prey. With each correspondence, the Zodiac Killer continuously orchestrated a symphony of fear, inviting the public into a twisted game. He reveled in the panic he instigated, his taunts echoing through the streets of San Francisco and beyond, each one a calculated move in a deadly chess match. The first letter, postmarked from California in 1969, set the stage for a saga that would grip the nation. Dear Editor, it began, addressing a local newspaper with an audacious familiarity, as if the killer were an old acquaintance rather than a harbinger of death. The Zodiac's chilling words spilled forth, describing his crimes with a haunting detachment, as if they were mere statistics in a ledger rather than the tragic outcomes of human lives. It was a revelation that would lead investigators down a winding path of desperation and confusion. The killer was not just an enigma, he was a shadowy figure who reveled in his anonymity. And with each letter, he toyed with the police, demonstrating an intellectual superiority that left law enforcement officials feeling exposed and, at times, helpless. In the summer of 1969, the city of Vallejo became the backdrop for a series of brutal slayings that would ignite the Zodiac's reign of terror. On the balmy evening of July 4, high school students Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau found themselves parked at Lake Herman Road, oblivious to the fate that awaited them. The silence of the night was shattered by gunfire, a cacophony that marked the beginning of a dark chapter for the community. Darlene died at the scene, while Michael, gravely injured, managed to survive long enough to recount the horror. The Zodiac's modus operandi was as chilling as it was calculated. His ability to strike without warning, to vanish into the night like a specter, left a trail of fear so palpable that it gripped the entire region. The police, faced with the aftermath of such violence, rushed to make sense of the chaos. Investigators pored over the crime scene, searching for every clue, every hint of the monster who had slipped through their fingers. But it wasn't just the brutality of the murders that left the authorities scrambling, it was the killer's communication that escalated the tension. In the days that followed, the first letter arrived, a taunt that would alter the course of the investigation. "I am the murderer of the 2 teenagers last Christmas at Lake Herman," he wrote, a brazen admission that only deepened the mystery. The investigation took a frenetic turn. The police assembled a task force, a collection of the best and brightest minds who would dedicate themselves to hunting this elusive figure. They combed through mountains of evidence, interviewed witnesses, and sought the guidance of forensic experts. Yet, with every lead, with every potential suspect, they came face to face with the reality that the Zodiac was always one step ahead. In the midst of this frantic search, the Zodiac continued to play his game. He sent another letter, this time with a cipher, a cryptic puzzle that he dared the public to solve. The most dangerous animal of all, he claimed, hinting at the darkness that lay within him. This was the part that textbooks leave out. The sheer audacity, the cruel enjoyment he derived from manipulating not just the police but the very fabric of society itself. And so, the Zodiac Killer became a ghost, a face never seen, a name that struck terror in the hearts of many. Yet, even with the media frenzy and the fear that coursed through the veins of San Francisco, there was a peculiar fascination that accompanied the horror. The public became complicit in the Zodiac's narrative, drawn in by the seduction of the unknown. But who were the victims? What stories lay buried beneath the headlines? Behind every statistic was a person, a life extinguished too soon, families shattered, communities forever changed. The impact of the Zodiac's reign of terror was felt far beyond the immediate aftermath of the crimes. Families met in grief, community gatherings turned into vigils, and whispers of fear echoed through the streets long after the lights dimmed. Each victim's story, rich with promise and potential, became a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. In the years that followed, the investigation would grow colder, the leads more elusive. And yet, the fascination with the Zodiac only intensified. Documentaries would emerge, books would be penned, and the killer's image became a fixture in the collective consciousness. As the decades passed, many would forget the names of the victims, but the myth of the Zodiac Killer grew only larger. It became a cultural touchstone, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind a charming facade. The letters continued to surface, their haunting prose drawing in new generations, each eager to unravel the mystery that had captivated so many before them. Yet, the question remains, what drives this obsession? What compels us to look deeper into the abyss? Are we searching for answers, or do we find solace in the stories of horror? Next, we turn our gaze to the investigation itself, exploring the tumultuous journey of those who dared to confront the specter of the Zodiac Killer. The police, with their own fears and limitations, were pitted against a master of manipulation, and the stage was set for a dramatic clash of wills. Little did they know, the answer they sought would take them down a path they never anticipated. In this relentless pursuit of justice, where shadows dance just out of reach, will they find the truth, or will they be consumed by the darkness? As we delve deeper into this chilling narrative, we find ourselves standing at the crossroads of fear and fascination, where the boundaries of law and morality blur. The investigation into the Zodiac Killer began in the late summer of 1968, in Vallejo, California. It was here that the first known victims, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, met their tragic fate on December 20th. Their lives, full of youthful exuberance, were snuffed out in an instant, leaving a community in shock and confusion. With the dawn of 1969, the killer would strike again. This time, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau were ambushed on July 4th in a remote area, their lives forever altered by the malevolence that lurked in the shadows. In the aftermath, the police received a harrowing letter, a taunting confession from the killer himself, signed with a symbol that would soon become infamous, the Zodiac. This was not merely a murder, it was a statement, an invitation to dance with death. The police were thrust into a chaotic frenzy, racing against time as they scrambled to piece together clues. The Zodiac Killer had revealed not just his skill in evasion but also an unsettling intellect. He seemed to revel in the attention, as if orchestrating a macabre performance for an audience he believed was enthralled by his every move. In one of the most dramatic moments of the investigation, the Zodiac sent a letter that included a cipher, a puzzle that would baffle cryptographers and amateur sleuths alike for decades. "I want you to know I'm not dead," he wrote, taunting the authorities with his very existence. The letter was postmarked from San Francisco, and with it came a chilling challenge: solve the cipher, and perhaps, unlock the door to his identity. The local newspapers, eager to capture the public's growing anxiety, began to feature the Zodiac's letters prominently, transforming him into a celebrity of sorts. The fear he instilled was palpable, but so too was the fascination. People were drawn into the mystery, eager to decipher the enigma that was the Zodiac Killer. Yet, in the midst of this media frenzy, the families of the victims, those whose lives had been irrevocably altered, were left in the shadows, grappling with grief and loss. This is the part that textbooks leave out. They lived in a world where the killer roamed free, their pain often eclipsed by the broader narrative woven by the media, a narrative that prioritized sensationalism over empathy. Quietly, imagine, if you will, the weight of knowing that your loved one was reduced to a headline, a mere statistic in a chilling saga. It is a heart-wrenching reality that is often overlooked in the quest for answers. As we explore the investigation, let us not forget the humanity behind the headlines. The police faced insurmountable challenges. They were armed with limited technology and even more limited experience with serial killers. Each cryptic letter and taunting phone call added layers to the investigation, leaving detectives both frustrated and captivated. They were pitted against a killer who seemed to be steps ahead, a phantom slipping through their fingers like sand. The Zodiac's next act of terror unfolded on July 4, 1969, as he claimed the lives of two more victims, a couple named Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau. This time, the killer was unabashedly bold, executing his plan in a public setting, as if to assert dominance over the very fabric of society. As the investigation continued, the Zodiac became a notorious figure, not just for his gruesome acts but for the psychological games he played with law enforcement. The police were not the only ones drawn into his web. Amateur sleuths, armchair detectives, and conspiracy theorists began to emerge from the shadows, each believing they held the key to solving the case. The allure of the unsolvable mystery became a siren call, echoing through the corridors of time. But the investigation took a darker turn, as the toll of the pursuit weighed heavily on those involved. Detectives found themselves haunted by sleepless nights and gnawing doubt. They were not only battling a killer but also grappling with their own limitations. The Zodiac's cleverness was disheartening, and every lead that turned cold felt like a personal failure. Quietly, they would gather in dimly lit rooms, poring over evidence, hoping for a breakthrough that never came. The laughter and camaraderie of their early days faded, replaced by a somber determination to end the Zodiac's reign of terror. As months turned to years, the case became a tangled web of frustration and despair. The Zodiac's ability to slip through the fingers of law enforcement was not simply a testament to his cunning, it was also a reflection of the societal upheaval of the 1960s and 70s. America was grappling with its own identity, caught in the turbulence of the Vietnam War, civil rights movements, and cultural revolutions. The Zodiac Killer thrived in this chaos, exploiting the very vulnerabilities that plagued a nation. And yet, through it all, there remained a flicker of hope. As new forensic technologies emerged in the late 20th century, the possibility of unmasking the killer began to feel tangible once again. Cold case units began to analyze old evidence with fresh eyes, employing DNA analysis and digital mapping techniques that had not been available during the original investigations. The case was reopened, reigniting the fervor of those who had long been captivated by the mystery. Documentaries were produced, books were written, and online forums buzzed with speculation. The Zodiac Killer had become more than a mere criminal, he was now a symbol of our collective fear and fascination with the unknown. But as the investigation continued to unfold, one question loomed larger than all others: what if the truth was even darker than we could imagine? What if the killer was not just a lone wolf, but part of something far more sinister? As the clock ticked on, the investigation reached a boiling point. In the summer of 2020, a breakthrough came when a team of amateur sleuths and professional cryptographers claimed to have cracked one of the Zodiac's ciphers. It was a moment of triumph, a glimmer of possibility that reignited the hope of many. The message revealed by the cipher sent shockwaves through the investigative community. The Zodiac had said, "I'm not afraid of the gas chamber." But what followed was a wave of confusion and renewed fervor. The revelation was not just a key to understanding the mind of the killer, it was a reminder that the investigation was not yet over. The cryptic nature of the letters, the chilling tone of the threats, and the elusive identity of the killer continued to haunt those who dared to seek the truth. As we peer through the fog of history, we are left with a series of questions that may never be answered. Who was the Zodiac Killer? What motivated his horrific actions? And most haunting of all, will we ever find closure for the lives lost, the families shattered, and the community forever marked by his terror? The pursuit of the Zodiac Killer remains a labyrinthine journey, fraught with twists and turns that reveal not only the depths of human depravity but also the resilience of those who seek justice. The investigation is a tapestry woven with threads of hope, despair, and an unshakable determination to confront the darkness. As we continue to unravel this chilling tale, we must ask ourselves, are we prepared to face the unsettling truths that lie ahead? Are we ready to confront the shadows of our own history? And what, if anything, can we learn from a past that remains stubbornly elusive? The answers lurk just beyond our grasp, waiting for the moment when we are ready to confront them. The clock is ticking, and the Zodiac Killer's shadow still looms large. over the unsuspecting towns and cities that became his hunting ground. It was the late 1960s, a time of cultural upheaval and social unrest in America. Young men and women were challenging the status quo, marching for civil rights, and protesting against a war that seemed endless. But in the midst of this turmoil, a different kind of fear began to take root. It was December 20, 1968, when the first known victims of the Zodiac Killer, high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, were ambushed on Lake Herman Road in Vallejo, California. They were just a couple, full of promise and dreams, yet their lives were extinguished in an instant. This tragic event marked the beginning of a dark chapter in American history. The killer's signature style, a brutal, random attack, set the stage for a series of murders that would leave the nation paralyzed with fear. The Zodiac's reign of terror escalated. On July 4, 1969, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau were shot in a parked car in a remote area near Vallejo. In a chilling twist, the killer not only committed the act but returned to the scene to taunt the surviving victim. Mageau described a man with a dark hooded outfit, a figure that would soon become a ghostly specter in the minds of the public. Then came the infamous letter that would cement the Zodiac's place in infamy. Dear editor, it began, "I am the murderer of the taxi driver." The letter, which was postmarked from Napa, California, contained details only the killer would know. It was this audacity that would capture the attention of not just local law enforcement, but the entire nation. The Zodiac Killer had transformed from a mere murderer into a media sensation, feeding on the publicity and reveling in the chaos he created. Yet, behind the sensational headlines lay a deeper anguish, a sorrow that rippled through the families of the victims. The bereaved, left to navigate the labyrinth of grief, struggled with the weight of unanswered questions. For those who knew Darlene and Michael, that fateful night was a turning point, not just in their lives but in the fabric of their community. Friends and family became unwilling participants in a tragic narrative that would stretch for decades. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The personal impact of the Zodiac's actions can be overlooked in the grand sweep of history, yet for those who lived through it, the scars remain fresh. Each anniversary of the murders brought renewed pain, a reminder of lives cut short and dreams unfulfilled. As we delve deeper into the psyche of a killer, we unearth a chilling paradox. The Zodiac's letters, filled with cryptic messages and a sense of superiority, paint a portrait of a man who thrived on the chaos he sowed. They were not merely confessions, they were invitations to dance with death, a macabre game that would ensnare police and citizens alike. For the investigators, each letter was a hope, perhaps a clue that would lead them closer to the truth. They meticulously analyzed every word, every symbol, searching for the thread that would unravel the mystery. The killer had woven himself into the very fabric of the investigation, and yet, he remained a specter, always just out of reach. In the years that followed, multiple suspects emerged, each more compelling than the last. Arthur Leigh Allen, a man with a troubled past, became a focal point of suspicion. His eccentric behavior and obsession with the Zodiac case drew attention, but concrete evidence remained elusive. As investigators explored the possible connections, the specter of doubt loomed large. Were they closer to finding the truth, or were they merely chasing shadows? The Zodiac Killer's last confirmed murder took place on July 4, 1970, when he claimed the life of Kathleen Johns, who was driving with her infant daughter. After an encounter with the killer that left her terrified and alone, she became a witness to the horror, recounting a story of escape that would haunt her for years. But as the years passed, the killer's cryptic communications dwindled, fading into silence. What happened to the man who reveled in the attention? Did he tire of the thrill? Or had he simply vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of broken lives? The Zodiac Killer's legacy has morphed into a cultural phenomenon, a blend of fear, fascination, and a desperate search for answers. Documentaries, books, and films continue to dissect his actions, each interpretation adding layers to an already complex narrative. The case remains officially unsolved, a haunting reminder of the darkness that can dwell within the human soul. But why does this story still resonate today? The Zodiac Killer symbolizes more than just a string of murders, he embodies the fear of the unknown. The very idea that someone could slip through the cracks of society, causing devastation without a trace, strikes at the heart of our collective consciousness. Quietly, perhaps that is why we cannot look away. Perhaps we are drawn to the mystery because it forces us to confront our own vulnerabilities. As we sift through the evidence, we must confront uncomfortable truths about society, about our willingness to accept fear as a constant companion. The Zodiac Killer's terror was not confined to the cities he haunted, it seeped into the very fabric of life, changing how people viewed safety, trust, and the world around them. In this ongoing investigation, we are left with the haunting specter of the killer himself, a man who has become an enigma, an icon of horror. We find ourselves asking, is it possible that the Zodiac Killer is still out there, living among us? The answer remains obscured, a ghost in the corridors of time. Meanwhile, the families of victims continue to seek closure, grappling with the weight of their loss, longing for a reckoning that may never come. As the years march on, the case remains unsolved, a chilling reminder that darkness can linger long after the light fades. The history of the Zodiac Killer is far from over, it is a story that still unfolds, with each passing year adding new chapters to a tale that refuses to be forgotten. And so, we stand at the precipice, peering into the abyss, wondering what lies beyond. What will it take to finally unearth the truth? What secrets remain hidden in the shadows of our past? The answers may lie just beyond our grasp, waiting for a moment of revelation. For the clock continues to tick, and the story of the Zodiac Killer is far from over. In the quiet, sun-drenched streets of Northern California, a shadow loomed larger than life. A killer, elusive and cunning, held the entire region captive in a web of fear and confusion. The Zodiac Killer, as he would come to be known, lurked in the corners of a society seemingly unprepared for the depths of human depravity. With a string of unsolved murders that sent shockwaves through the community, this man became a ghost, haunting the minds of law enforcement and citizens alike. What was it about this case that both terrified and fascinated? As we delve into the intricate tapestry of the police investigation, we uncover the challenges that thwarted their every move, the early leads that promised hope, and the chilling realization that the hunt for justice might be more complex than anyone could have imagined. On December 20, 1968, in Vallejo, California, a young couple, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, went out for a night of innocent fun. Little did they know that their lives would be cut short in a brutal act of violence, marking the beginning of a nightmare for a community that would never feel safe again. Just a month later, on July 4, 1969, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau would encounter the same fate in a desolate parking lot. The brutality of these crimes sent alarm bells ringing through law enforcement, igniting a frantic investigation that would soon reveal the daunting reality of their task. As police began their inquiry, they faced a mosaic of challenges. Witnesses were few, memories were unreliable, and the fear that gripped the community often blurred the lines of truth. The accounts of the surviving victim, Michael Mageau, provided a glimmer of hope, a description of the assailant, a dark figure who had emerged from the shadows. But the details were murky, and as leads began to dwindle, frustration mounted within the police department. How could they possibly catch a man who seemed to slip through their fingers like sand? This is the part the textbooks leave out. For every lead that was chased down, there were countless others that came to a screeching halt. Each day that passed felt like a missed opportunity, a reminder that time was not on their side. In the early days of the investigation, law enforcement utilized every resource at their disposal. They canvassed neighborhoods, interviewed friends and family, and even delved into the personal lives of the victims. In one of their earliest breakthroughs, police stumbled upon a cryptic letter sent to the San Francisco Chronicle, taunting them and claiming responsibility for the murders. The killer's chilling words revealed not only a sense of pride but also a challenge. "I want you to know that I am not afraid of the police." Quietly, it was a proclamation that would ignite the fury and determination of investigators, pushing them deeper into a labyrinth of clues and dead ends. The letters continued to flow from the Zodiac's pen, each one more taunting than the last. With every piece of correspondence, he seemed to revel in the chaos he had wrought, and yet, for the cops on the ground, each letter became a double-edged sword. The press coverage intensified, and the public's fascination with the case grew, creating a pressure cooker of expectations. The police were not just searching for a murderer, they were racing against time to restore a sense of safety and normalcy to a terrified populace. As the months turned into years, the investigation faced a multitude of setbacks. The early leads that had once seemed promising were often met with disappointment. The police department became inundated with tips, some legitimate, others purely speculative. It was a cacophony of voices, and amidst the noise, crucial information sometimes slipped through the cracks. Personal address. Imagine being in their shoes, the sheer weight of responsibility pressing down as the clock ticked relentlessly forward. Each unanswered question was a reminder of lives lost and families shattered. It was not merely a case, it was a race against a ghost who lurked just out of reach. The Zodiac Killer's patterns were as erratic as they were calculated. He seemed to strike when least expected, using the element of surprise to his advantage. As investigators analyzed each crime scene, they began to notice a chilling consistency. The choice of victims, the locations, each one was a calculated move, meticulously planned. Vallejo, Lake Berryessa, and San Francisco became synonymous with terror. The investigation took an unexpected turn when a composite sketch of the suspect was released to the public. With each passing day, the hope of apprehending the killer began to fade, but the community still rallied behind law enforcement. They wanted answers, they wanted justice, and they needed to reclaim their sense of security. But the Zodiac was always one step ahead, leaving behind a trail of confusion and despair. Quietly, as the police waded through mountains of evidence and false leads, a haunting realization settled in: the killer was not just a man, he was a symbol of fear that thrived on the chaos he had created. With each new letter, the urgency of the situation deepened. The Zodiac's words were a siren call, drawing in the curious and the terrified alike. What he had done was more than murder, it was an unsettling dance that mocked the very foundations of law and order. The police found themselves grappling with the dual challenge of capturing a monster while trying to quell the rising tide of panic within the community. As the investigation progressed, new technology began to emerge, offering a glimmer of hope. Advances in forensic science, such as fingerprint analysis and ballistics, provided a new arsenal for detectives. Yet, the Zodiac remained ever elusive, slipping through the cracks of progress. In a pivotal moment, the police decided to launch a public campaign, urging anyone with information to come forward. They held press conferences, distributed flyers, and even enlisted the help of local news outlets to spread the message. The community, now heavily invested in the case, responded with a surge of tips. But with each piece of information, the questions only multiplied. What if the killer was closer than they thought? What if he was among them? This unsettling thought fueled both the investigation and the fear that gripped the townspeople. As the clock ticked on, the police faced not only the challenge of the investigation but the weight of their own limitations. Quietly, they had to confront the reality that they might never catch the Zodiac. The fear loomed like a specter over their every move, a reminder that the very monster they sought to capture had already infiltrated the fabric of their lives. And then, a breakthrough and unexpected lead that reignited the flames of hope. A witness had come forward, claiming to have seen a suspicious figure in the area around one of the crime scenes. The police sprang into action, following every lead with renewed vigor. Every tip, every sighting, every shred of evidence was scrutinized, but like many before, this lead ultimately fizzled out, leaving behind only more questions. As the investigation unfolded, the tension mounted, and it became clear that this was no ordinary case. The Zodiac Killer was not just a name, it was a puzzle, a riddle wrapped in layers of deception that left law enforcement at a standstill. Now, as we look back on these early days of the investigation, we are reminded of the intricate dance between hope and despair. The lives forever altered by this man's actions, the relentless pursuit of justice, and the haunting fear that perhaps the killer would never be caught. What would it take to finally bring him to justice? As we stand at the precipice of the next chapter, we find ourselves on the edge of the unknown, staring into the abyss of a mystery that continues to taunt us. The Zodiac Killer remains an enigma, a specter of fear that has lingered for decades, and the investigation is far from over. Next chapter explores Chapter 5, the infamous cipher. As the investigation meandered through a labyrinth of uncertainty, it became increasingly clear that the Zodiac Killer was not merely a shadow lurking in the dark, he was a master of manipulation, ensnaring not just his victims but the very fabric of society. His cryptic letters, penned in a swirling script that would spark a frenzy of fascination and fear, became a hallmark of his notorious persona. With each word, the killer wove a narrative that blurred the lines between hunter and hunted, leaving behind a trail of intrigue that captivated the public and baffled the police. In July of 1969, just when the media frenzy reached a boiling point, the Zodiac sent a letter that would change everything. It was adorned with a gruesome drawing of a stick figure, a chilling depiction of his own twisted sense of humor. But it was the message within that sent shivers down the spine of all who read it. "I am the killer of the two teenagers last Christmas at Lake Berryessa," he boasted. The audacity of such a confession was staggering, but it was accompanied by something far more perplexing, a cipher, a coded message that promised to reveal his identity. This was the part that textbooks leave out. The Zodiac Killer was not just a murderer, he was a psychological puppeteer, playing with the minds of law enforcement and the public alike. He understood that fear could be weaponized, and he wielded it with precision. Each letter he sent was like a chess move, carefully calculated to keep investigators guessing, to keep them off balance. The ciphers he wrote were not just random jumbles of letters, they were invitations to a twisted game. The challenge was irresistible. Cryptographers and amateur codebreakers from around the country poured over the characters, eager to unlock the secrets hidden within. But the Zodiac was one step ahead, his laughter echoing through the pages of history as the world scrambled to decipher his cryptic clues. The first cipher, known as the 408 cipher, contained 408 symbols. It took a team of high school teachers, Donald and Betty Harden, just under a week to crack it. Their breakthrough revealed a chilling message, but it was only the beginning. The Zodiac had more in store. He sent a second cipher, even more complex, in 1970. The 340 cipher, with its 340 characters, became a symbol of the ongoing struggle between the killer and those who sought to bring him to justice. This cipher, containing an intricate dance of letters and symbols, would taunt investigators for over 51 years. Quietly, what secrets lay buried within its complexity? The Zodiac's letters not only revealed his sadistic pleasure in the game, but they also exposed the vulnerabilities of the very system designed to protect the innocent. He played law enforcement and the media like a maestro conducting a symphony of chaos. As the Zodiac's notoriety spread, so too did the public's obsession. Newspaper headlines blared the details of his letters, captivating readers and inciting fear. "Zodiac strikes again," they proclaimed. The media frenzy only fueled his ego. In this culture of sensationalism, the killer thrived, feeding off the attention and the terror he instilled. But what was it that drew him to this gruesome dance? Perhaps it was the thrill of the hunt, the adrenaline rush that accompanied each kill. Or maybe it was the power he felt as he orchestrated a community's descent into paranoia. He was a ghost, a phantom that slipped through the fingers of those who sought to catch him. The letters he sent were not merely taunts, they were riddles that turned the mundane act of reading into a suspenseful endeavor. People across the nation became amateur detectives, gathering in living rooms and coffee shops, dissecting his words, their voices barely above a whisper as they speculated about the identity of the monster among them. The hunt for the Zodiac Killer became a national obsession, transcending the boundaries of local law enforcement. The FBI, drawn into the fray, began to treat the case as a high-profile investigation, pooling resources and expertise to crack the code. But the deeper they delved, the more elusive he became. We must ask ourselves, what did this say about the society of the time? The late 1960s and early 1970s were a turbulent period in American history, marked by civil rights movements, anti-war protests, and a growing disillusionment with authority. The Zodiac Killer emerged from this chaos, a figure who exploited the fear and uncertainty of a nation. It was during this time that police departments began to recognize the necessity for collaboration, breaking down the silos that had previously hindered investigations. But even as they sought to unite, the Zodiac continued to sow discord. His letters became a part of the cultural landscape, echoes of his twisted psyche reverberating through the collective consciousness. He reveled in the notoriety, his name synonymous with terror. In this web of mystery, there were no easy answers. Imagine, if you will, the fear that gripped the communities of Northern California. Families began to look over their shoulders, locking their doors, and clutching their children a little tighter. The Zodiac had successfully turned a picturesque region into a theater of dread, where the line between safety and danger was razor thin. And in the midst of this turmoil, there was a question that loomed large: how could one man create such chaos? The stories of the victims emerged, their lives cut short, their dreams extinguished by a ruthless hand. Each name became a haunting reminder of the fragility of life: a young couple parked by the lake, a solitary teenager walking home. Their narratives, lost to the ages, were overshadowed by the killer's relentless thirst for notoriety. Quietly, this is the part that stings the most: the recognition that behind every letter, every cipher, lay a heart-wrenching tragedy. Their families would be left to grapple with the aftermath, forever marked by the specter of the Zodiac. The investigation was not just an endeavor to catch a criminal, it was a race against time to restore a sense of normalcy to a terrified populace. As we delve deeper into the Zodiac's machinations, we uncover a chilling truth: he was not just a killer, he was a cultural phenomenon. He became a character in the collective narrative of fear, a ghost that would haunt the annals of American history. The ciphers, the letters, the killings, they were all parts of a larger tapestry, a carefully woven narrative that ensnared the very essence of society. The Zodiac had tapped into something primal, a fear that transcended the individual and struck at the heart of humanity itself. Yet, as the investigation continued, the very symbols that seemed to hold the key to understanding him also posed a significant challenge. Each letter he sent was a reminder of the power he wielded, and with every unsolved riddle, the air thickened with anticipation and dread. As detectives raced against the clock to decode the 340 cipher, hope flickered like a candle in the wind. Each character represented a potential breakthrough, a glimpse into the mind of a man who seemed to revel in his own mystery. The pressures mounted as the media spotlight intensified, and the public's fascination became a double-edged sword. The Zodiac understood the power of his narrative. He had become a villain, an anti-hero of sorts in a story that gripped the nation. His letters, riddles, and taunts were more than mere communication, they were a testament to his mastery of fear. And then, in 2020, a team of amateur cryptographers, working tirelessly to crack the cipher, finally achieved what had eluded investigators for decades. The message was brutal, revealing the Zodiac's chilling amusement at the chaos he had created. "I hope you are having lots of fun in trying to catch me," it read. "I am not afraid of the gas chamber, because it will send me to paradise." What does it mean to be confronted with such a revelation? To realize that this man, this monster, viewed life and death as a mere game? The implications resonate deeply, echoing in the hearts of those who have lost so much to his whims. Quietly, the fear he instilled, the lives he shattered, were all part of his grand design. But even as the truths began to surface, the enigma of the Zodiac Killer remained, his identity still shrouded in darkness. As we stand at this crossroads in the investigation, we must confront the reality that the answers we seek may never come to light. The Zodiac Killer continues to haunt the shadows, a phantom that eludes capture, leaving behind a tapestry of sorrow, fear, and unanswered questions. The pursuit of justice is not just about solving a case, it is about reclaiming the lives lost, about facing the specter of violence that continues to loom over us. As we delve deeper into the ciphers and the psyche of this elusive killer, we are left to ponder a haunting question: can we ever truly understand the mind of a monster? And just when it seemed the investigation might yield answers, another twist would emerge, plunging those in pursuit into a deeper abyss of uncertainty. What secrets lay buried in the shadows? What revelations awaited those brave enough to seek the truth? The Zodiac Killer may have left a trail of clues, but with every revelation, the mystery only deepened, pulling us into an intricate web of deception that would leave us questioning everything we thought we knew. As we prepare to explore the next chapter of this chilling saga, we are reminded that the truth can be as elusive as the killer himself, and in the search for justice, we may find ourselves navigating a labyrinth with no clear exit. And so we ask again, as the clock ticks on, how far will we go to uncover the secrets he left behind? And will we finally find the answers we seek, or will we be forever haunted by the specter of the Zodiac? The investigation is far from over, and as we stand on the brink of discovery, we can only hope that the truth will shine through the darkness. But as we dive deeper into the enigmatic world of the Zodiac, we may find ourselves confronted by even more questions than answers, and the chilling realization that some mysteries are never meant to be solved. What lies ahead may change everything we think we know. As we delve into the murky waters of this unsolved case, each clue, each cryptic message, takes us deeper into a shadowy realm, where the lines between hunter and hunted blur into obscurity. The Zodiac Killer, a title that has echoed through the decades, is not merely a name but a chilling emblem of fear and intrigue that has gripped the public's imagination since the late 1960s. The timeline begins in 1968. Two young lovers, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, were gunned down on a lonely road in Vallejo, California. It was an ordinary night that would transform into an extraordinary tragedy. The couple, mere teenagers, had their lives cut short, their potential snuffed out in an instant. This brutal act was only the beginning of a reign of terror that would stretch over the next year, marking the Zodiac's first claim to infamy. Days after the murders, a letter arrived at the offices of the San Francisco Chronicle, boldly declaring the author's involvement in the heinous act. It was a communication that would set the stage for a chilling game of cat and mouse between the killer and law enforcement. The letter was signed with a symbol that would become synonymous with fear, a circle with a cross through it, a symbol that stood not just for a killer, but for a taunting challenge. This moment marked the inception of the Zodiac's terrifying correspondence. Over the next year, he would send a series of letters, each more cryptic and menacing than the last. These letters were not merely a confession, they were an invitation to the police, to the press, and to the public to engage in a twisted dialogue. "I am the murderer of the two teenagers last Christmas at Lake Herman," he wrote, as if casually admitting to a dinner party indiscretion rather than a gruesome crime. The Zodiac sought not only recognition but also notoriety. He craved the spotlight, reveling in the fear he incited. His letters contained ciphers, puzzles that he dared the public to decipher. Some were solved quickly, while others remained stubbornly enigmatic, even today. Quietly, the Zodiac once claimed that he would kill again if his demands for attention were not met. And sure enough, he followed through on his threats, leaving a trail of terror that would ripple through the community and beyond. Fast forward to July 4, 1969. Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau found themselves in a secluded area of Blue Rock Springs Park, sharing a moment of youthful romantic abandon. But what started as a serene evening turned into a nightmare as the Zodiac emerged from the shadows, armed and intent on destruction. He approached their car, his intentions clear. In a matter of moments, he would unleash a barrage of gunfire, leaving Darlene dead and Michael gravely injured. Despite his wounds, Michael Mageau managed to provide a description of the assailant, a tall man with a dark, heavy build. But as is often the case with such encounters, fear blurred the edges of recollection, and the details remained frustratingly vague. The police would later release a composite sketch, which, like the ciphers, would become an object of fascination, fear, and speculation. As if mocking law enforcement, the Zodiac struck again just weeks later, this time on September 27, 1969. A couple, Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard, were picnicking near Lake Berryessa when the killer approached them, clad in a hooded costume complete with a symbol that mirrored the one from his letters. Here, he was not just a shadow but a spectacle and embodiment of his own mythology. He brandished a knife and ordered them to comply, marking yet another chapter in the unfolding horror. This encounter culminated in a dramatic escalation. The Zodiac, reveling in his power, would later send a letter detailing the attack, along with a piece of Hartnell's clothing, as proof of his grisly work. But amidst the terror, there was a flicker of hope. A pair of witnesses had seen the killer fleeing the scene. They provided crucial information that would lead investigators to a potential suspect. But like the Zodiac's own riddles, the truth remained elusive. The investigation would span decades, engulfing the FBI and local law enforcement in a relentless pursuit of a ghost. The case grew cold, yet the Zodiac's grip on the public's imagination remained unshaken. In 1970, the killer would taunt the authorities once more with a letter containing yet another cipher. This time, he claimed that he had committed 37 murders, a chilling assertion that left detectives scrambling for answers. The Zodiac was not just a murderer, he was a master manipulator, playing a deadly game with those intent on unmasking him. Each letter was a thread in a tapestry of horror, woven with a precision that belied his madness. This is the part the textbooks leave out. The psychological game he played was as chilling as the murders themselves. The Zodiac reveled in his ability to outsmart law enforcement, to remain steps ahead in a deadly dance. He understood the media's hunger for sensational stories and used it to his advantage, crafting his own narrative. The fear he instilled was palpable, yet his motivations remained a riddle, as complex as the ciphers he left behind. As the years turned into decades, the Zodiac Killer faded into the shadows of history, but never truly disappeared. His letters, once a source of terror, became artifacts of intrigue, studied and scrutinized by amateur sleuths and seasoned detectives alike. The ciphers remained a tantalizing puzzle, with many enthusiasts dedicating countless hours to cracking the code. In 2020, a group of private citizens finally solved one of his most infamous ciphers, igniting a media frenzy and rekindling interest in a case that had long been thought to be dormant. But even as the pieces came together, the haunting question remained: who was the Zodiac? Quietly, theories sprouted like weeds, each one more outlandish than the last. Some proposed that he was a local, familiar with the geography of the Bay Area. Others suggested that he was a drifter, a nomad with a taste for chaos. The truth was slippery, and with each passing year, the possibility of uncovering it grew fainter. In 1986, a respite came when a retired police officer named Dave Toschi, who had become synonymous with the case, was finally able to step back and reflect on the years he had dedicated to hunting the Zodiac. The toll it took on him was evident, as he grappled with the haunting weight of unsolved murders. He had chased leads, followed clues, and pored over the evidence, yet the killer remained elusive. The emotional toll of the investigation was profound, echoing the sentiments of countless officers who had worked tirelessly to bring closure to the victims' families. The search for the truth became a personal obsession for many, each individual drawn into the Zodiac's dark allure. But as the years went by, the case became more than just a mystery. It morphed into a legend, an urban myth that captivated generations. But what if the killer was still out there, living among us? What if he had simply faded into the background, blending seamlessly into society? These questions linger like shadows, reminding us that the hunt for the Zodiac is not merely an academic pursuit, it is a chilling reminder of the fragility of safety and the darkness that resides within humanity. As we continue to reflect on the Zodiac's legacy, we are compelled to ask ourselves, what is it that drives individuals to commit such heinous acts? What compels them to revel in the terror they instill? For some, the thrill of power is intoxicating, a drug that fuels their darkest desires. For others, it may be the need for recognition, a desire to carve their name into the annals of infamy. But in the end, the answers remain elusive, much like the man behind the mask. Faced with the possibility of his return, the question lingers in the air: is the Zodiac Killer truly gone, or has he simply chosen to remain hidden, a specter waiting for the right moment to emerge once more? As we prepare to search for the truth, we find ourselves standing at the precipice of revelation, where shadows conceal secrets and the past collides with the present. The Zodiac Killer has become a part of our cultural fabric, a cautionary tale woven into the narrative of our collective consciousness. And as we delve deeper into the labyrinth of his mind, we wonder, will we ever uncover the truth, or will we forever be haunted by the ghost of a killer who eludes us still? The journey to understand the Zodiac is fraught with danger, much like the man himself. And as we venture forth, the chilling realization creeps in: we may be venturing into a darkness that is best left undisturbed. In the shadows of California's Bay Area, amidst the sun-drenched hills and picturesque suburbs, a chilling enigma lurks, a riddle wrapped in mystery that has haunted generations. The Zodiac Killer, a name that sends shivers down the spine of anyone who hears it, left behind not only a trail of terror but also a series of perplexing ciphers. Each code, meticulously crafted, a message demanding to be unraveled. Who was he? What did he want to say? And why did he choose this cryptic form of communication? The stakes are high, as we delve into the intricate labyrinth of his messages, revealing the minds that sought to decode them. In the years following the Zodiac's first murders in 1968, the cryptic symbols began to surface, igniting a frenzy of speculation and intrigue. Each cipher was a tantalizing challenge, a siren call to amateur sleuths and professional cryptographers alike. As the codes proliferated, so did the obsession surrounding them, drawing in countless minds hungry for answers. What drove these individuals to dedicate their lives to cracking the Zodiac's enigmatic language? The first significant cipher, the 408-character cryptogram, arrived shortly after his initial killings. In July 1969, the Zodiac sent a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, demanding publication of his code, proclaiming that it would reveal his identity. "Quietly, I want you to print this cipher on the front page," he wrote, taunting law enforcement and the public alike. The message was not just a puzzle, it was a proclamation of power, a chilling reminder that he was always one step ahead. As we immerse ourselves in this world, allow yourself to feel the weight of the ciphers. Each symbol is a thread, weaving a tapestry of dread and allure, pulling us deeper into the Zodiac's mind. In the summer of 1969, the Zodiac Killer struck again, this time sending a letter that would ignite a cryptographic battle. These letters, filled with taunts and threats, bore ciphers that promised insight into the mind of a murderer. The first was the infamous 408 cipher, a formidable challenge that would lead to a race against time. It was August 1969 when the San Francisco Chronicle published the cryptogram, igniting a wave of fascination. Thousands of readers pored over the characters, attempting to decipher the Zodiac's twisted lexicon. But it was a schoolteacher and his wife, Donald and Betty Harden, who would eventually crack the code. They spent countless nights studying the symbols, fueled by curiosity and fear. Quietly, it was like a puzzle that needed to be solved, Donald later recounted. At first, the ciphers seemed impenetrable, a mirror reflecting the chaos of the killer's mind. Each letter, a potential clue, each symbol, a potential revelation. The public was captivated, as amateur cryptographers sprung into action, their living rooms transformed into makeshift war rooms adorned with papers, pencils, and coffee cups. They were not just solving a puzzle, they were seeking justice, trying to bring a killer to light. But there was more at stake than just the thrill of solving a mystery. In December 1969, the Zodiac sent a letter that included the next cipher, a 340-character beast that would stump experts for decades. This time, the stakes rose higher, as he taunted police with promises that he would kill again if they couldn't crack it. The cryptic message became a dark game of cat and mouse, a chilling reminder of his power over the authorities. As cryptographers pored over the symbols, they were not just deciphering letters, they were unraveling the psyche of a killer. What did the Zodiac want? Was it attention, fear, or something deeper? The ciphers became a mirror, reflecting the societal fears of the time, a chaotic blend of paranoia and obsession. Quietly, this is the part that textbooks leave out. The Zodiac ciphers represented more than a killer's taunt, they were a commentary on society's response to violence and fear. Each letter served as a reminder that the answers were often hidden in plain sight, just waiting for someone to look closely enough to see. In 1974, the 340 cipher remained unsolved, a testament to the Zodiac's cunning. For years, it sat in the shadows, a piece of a puzzle that remained tantalizingly out of reach. Cryptographers from all walks of life attempted to decode it, some were scholars, others were hobbyists, yet all were driven by the same insatiable curiosity. The thrill of the chase intertwined with the desire for closure, creating a tapestry of obsession. In the late 20th century, the emergence of computers revolutionized the field of cryptography. No longer limited to the human mind, algorithms began to take on the challenge, crunching numbers and testing combinations at lightning speed. Yet, even with this technological advancement, the 340 cipher remained a haunting specter, evading capture. Then, in December 2020, a breakthrough emerged. A team of amateur cryptographers from the United States and Australia, armed with both knowledge and determination, succeeded in cracking the 340 cipher. The solution revealed a chilling message, a glimpse into the mind of the Zodiac. I hope you are having lots of fun in trying to catch me. Quietly, this revelation reignited the conversation around the Zodiac Killer, bringing new life to a story that had grown cold. Yet, as we celebrate the triumph of decoding the cipher, we must confront the unsettling reality that this victory did not bring closure. The message was a taunt, a reminder of the killer's lingering presence. Who was he? What did he want? And ultimately, why did he choose this method of communication? The thrill of the chase, the excitement of the hunt, the ciphers became more than just letters, they were a connection to the past, a bridge to understanding a mind that thrived in chaos. As cryptographers continued to dissect the remaining ciphers, they were not just engaging in a battle of wits, they were grappling with the very nature of evil. As we step back from the ciphers, we must consider their profound implications. They are not merely puzzles to solve, they are symbols of a deeper societal fear, a manifestation of our own anxieties about violence and the unknown. The Zodiac Killer's ciphers remind us that some mysteries may never be fully unraveled. They echo through time, a haunting reminder of a killer who eluded capture for decades, and a society grappling with its own demons. As we conclude this chapter, we are left with more questions than answers. The ciphers serve as a gateway into the mind of a murderer, but they also reflect our insatiable need for understanding, a need that drives us to seek out the truth, no matter how dark it may be. Next chapter explores Chapter 6, the media frenzy. In the years that followed the Zodiac's initial reign of terror, the media frenzy surrounding his cryptic messages only intensified. The press, hungry for the latest scoop, transformed the ciphers from mere puzzles into sensational stories that captivated the nation. As journalists descended upon California's Bay Area, they became unwitting participants in the Zodiac's game, each headline a new move on the chessboard of public intrigue. By the late 1960s, as the nation grappled with social upheaval and the specter of violence, the Zodiac's taunting letters struck a chord. He was not just a murderer, he was a symbol of the chaos that permeated the fabric of American life. The ciphers became a focal point, igniting a media firestorm that would last for decades. In December of 1968, the Zodiac made his first known kill, a seemingly random act that would soon reverberate through the annals of crime history. The murder of high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday marked the beginning of a series of killings that would shock the nation. As the bodies piled up, so too did the letters. In July of 1969, after the murders of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, the Zodiac's letter to the San Francisco Chronicle included the now infamous 408-character cipher. The attention it garnered was immense, setting off a race against time as cryptographers, amateur sleuths, and the general public alike scrambled to decode its meaning. As the clock ticked down, the media whipped into a frenzy. Every theory, every possible lead was chased down with fervor. This was not just a story about murder. This was a narrative that engaged a nation, captivating millions who believed they could be the ones to finally solve the riddle laid out before them. And yet, with every solved cipher came new questions, new layers of complexity. The Zodiac was not just a man, he had become an idea, a haunting specter that lurked in the shadows of American consciousness. During this tumultuous time, an intricate dance unfolded between the FBI and local law enforcement. Each agency was desperate to claim the Zodiac case as their own, leading to confusion and a lack of coordination that only served to embolden the killer. The Zodiac's letters, filled with claims of mockery and superiority, further fueled the fire. He was aware of the media's fascination, reveling in the chaos he had created, and with each new letter, he tightened his grip on the narrative. But this was the part the textbooks leave out. The psychological warfare that unfolded was not just a pursuit of justice, it was a reflection of our society's deep-seated fears. The Zodiac was not merely a criminal, he was a mirror, reflecting the anxieties of a generation grappling with change, unrest, and uncertainty. By the fall of 1969, the Zodiac had claimed at least 5 lives, with his letters morphing into a chilling manifestation of his derangement. The haunting phrase, "I like killing people because it is so much fun," echoed through the minds of those who dared to read it. This was a man who found joy in the act of murder, a revelation that sent shivers down the spine of an entire nation. The media's coverage intensified, with every newspaper and television station vying for a piece of the Zodiac story. Citizens were urged to remain vigilant, to keep an eye out for the elusive killer. Fear gripped the public, turning neighborhoods into ghost towns as families locked their doors, wary of the darkness that could seep in at any moment. Local communities were transformed, as neighborhood watch groups sprang into existence, fueled by the desire to protect their own. Yet, in this quest for safety, a paradox emerged. The more the media spotlight shone on the Zodiac, the more he thrived. It was a macabre dance, a twisted game where the rules were defined by a killer who thrived in anonymity. As we turn our attention to the media's role, we must acknowledge the power of narratives in shaping public perception. The Zodiac story became a gripping tale of good versus evil, with journalists and law enforcement cast in the roles of the heroes trying to thwart a villain. But as the lines blurred, it became increasingly clear that this was a narrative fraught with complexities. The media frenzy reached its peak with the Zodiac's infamous phone call to the television station KGO. This was a moment that would etch itself into the collective memory of a terrified public. The chilling voice on the other end of the line was disembodied yet palpable, a sinister reminder that the man behind the mask was not just a figment of imagination, but an ever-present threat. It was a broadcast that sent shockwaves through the country, as millions tuned in to hear the Zodiac taunt the authorities and express his disdain for the police. This was not just a killer, he was an artist, crafting a narrative that would keep the public enthralled. The combination of fear and fascination became the lifeblood of the media reporting. Nightly news segments dissected every letter, every clue, and every possible lead. The Zodiac was elevated to a status that transcended mere criminality. He became a cultural phenomenon. Movies and books began to emerge, each one adding another layer to the legend of the Zodiac Killer. Yet, in the pursuit of sensationalism, the true horror of his actions began to blur. The victims, real people with families and friends, were often reduced to mere footnotes in the narrative of the Zodiac's evil genius. It's essential to remember that behind every cipher, every letter, there lay a story of loss, grief, and tragedy. As we immerse ourselves in this tumultuous era, we must confront the heart-wrenching reality that the victims were more than statistics. They were lives cut short, dreams extinguished, and families forever scarred. The media, in its quest for the next big story, often overlooked the human cost of the Zodiac's reign. This is where we must pause and reflect. While the pursuit of the Zodiac became a national obsession, we must not forget to honor those who suffered. Each victim represents a chapter of heartbreak and loss that echoes through time, serving as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life in the face of unthinkable evil. Transitioning into the next phase of our investigation, we begin to explore the aftermath of the media frenzy. What consequences did this have on the investigation? How did the incessant spotlight affect the families of the victims? As we delve into the multifaceted nature of this story, it becomes clear that the media frenzy was both a blessing and a curse. It galvanized public interest and prompted law enforcement to act, yet it also complicated the pursuit of justice. The Zodiac Killer, shrouded in infamy, became a cautionary tale about the complexities of fame and notoriety in the age of media saturation. The more he was talked about, the more he reveled in the chaos. But even as the media coverage reached a fever pitch, the question remained, would the Zodiac ever be caught? Would he continue to slip through the cracks, a ghost haunting the pages of history? In the next chapter, we will delve deeper into the psychological profile of the Zodiac Killer. What drove him to commit such heinous acts? What patterns can we uncover in his behavior? As we seek to understand the mind of a killer, we inch closer to unmasking the enigma that has haunted us for so long. But as we peel back the layers of the Zodiac's psyche, we must be prepared for the unsettling truths that lie beneath. For in the shadows of his mind, we may find answers that challenge our very understanding of humanity. And just as we think we're on the verge of clarity, the haunting question lingers: what if the truth is far more terrifying than we ever imagined? The relentless media pursuit of the Zodiac Killer created an atmosphere of both hysteria and intrigue. Every cryptic letter sent to the newspapers, every taunting phone call, only fueled the public's obsession and the press's demand for more information. Local news stations, radio programs, and national magazines scrambled for any piece of the puzzle they could get their hands on, each more sensational than the last. The Zodiac had become an unwitting celebrity, a figure of morbid fascination whose identity remained a tantalizing mystery. In this climate of frenzy, the families of the victims found themselves thrust into the spotlight, often against their will. They were forced to navigate a sea of cameras, interviews, and public scrutiny. For them, the horror of loss was compounded by an invasion of privacy, a constant reminder of their trauma. They were not merely mourning their loved ones, they were now the subjects of a media spectacle. Take the case of Darlene Ferrin, a spirited young woman who, alongside her boyfriend, became one of the Zodiac's earliest victims. Darlene's family, already grappling with the unbearable weight of grief, now had to contend with incessant questions from reporters. They were portrayed as mere footnotes in a gruesome narrative. This is the part the textbooks leave out. The emotional toll on families is often overlooked when recounting such tragedies. The frenzy didn't just seek answers, it often exploited pain. By 1969, the Zodiac had claimed at least 5 victims, yet the investigation was hampered by missteps and miscommunication. Law enforcement agencies failed to collaborate effectively, and vital leads slipped through their fingers like sand. Despite the mounting pressure from the public and media, detectives were forced to operate in a fog of uncertainty. The Zodiac's letters, filled with cryptic ciphers and chilling taunts, became a focal point of the investigation. One particular letter, postmarked April 20, 1970, included a cipher that would baffle and ensnare the greatest minds for years. The message it contained would read, "I enjoy killing people because it is so much fun." The chilling admission echoed through the years, planting seeds of fear into the hearts of the public. But within this darkness lay an opportunity for understanding. Cryptographers, amateur sleuths, and even students jumped into the fray, trying to decode the Zodiac's messages. The pursuit of these codes became a cultural phenomenon in its own right, drawing in those eager to engage with the mystery. Yet, it was a double-edged sword. While the attention might have sparked breakthroughs, it also led to misinformation and wild theories that muddied the waters of the investigation. With each passing year, the Zodiac Killer's allure only grew. His ability to elude capture became a source of both fascination and frustration. The killer's confrontations with law enforcement were documented, yet time and again, he slipped through their grasp. In 1971, the Zodiac's notoriety reached new heights when he claimed responsibility for another murder, this time in San Francisco. A young couple was attacked in a remote area, their lives extinguished in an instant. The media exploded with headlines, "Zodiac strikes again." Speculations ran wild, and the public demanded answers. But as the investigators sought to connect the dots, they found themselves entangled in a web of confusion. Fear gripped communities, and citizens took matters into their own hands. Neighborhood watch programs sprang up across California, with citizens patrolling the streets in search of the elusive killer. Vigilante justice was on everyone's mind, yet the sad truth remained, they were no closer to finding him. The more the public engaged, the more the Zodiac reveled in the chaos he had sown. But what exactly drove this man to commit such horrific acts? To dissect the psyche of the Zodiac Killer is to wade into murky waters. His crimes were not just acts of violence, they were performances, meticulously crafted to instill terror. The question lingers, what is the mind of a killer like? To explore this, we turn to the psychological profiler's realm, where a blend of criminology and psychology attempts to decipher the motives behind such chilling behavior. A common thread emerges among serial killers: a desire for power, a need to dominate. But the Zodiac was different. His letters suggested a keen intellect, a twisted sense of humor that played with the very fabric of society. Quietly, the Zodiac Killer was not just a monster, he was a master manipulator. As we analyze the chilling details of his crimes, we uncover a pattern, a signature that transcended mere brutality. His choice of victims, the locations of the crimes, and even the methods he employed were all meticulously calculated. In one tragic instance, the Zodiac targeted a young couple parked on a secluded hillside. The act was not merely about murder, it was a theatrical display, an assertion of control. The killer thrived on the fear he instilled in the hearts of his victims, a macabre puppet master pulling the strings of life and death. And then there were the ciphers. With each coded message, the Zodiac was not just taunting law enforcement, he was inviting the public into his sinister game. In his mind, it was a battle of wits, a challenge to see if anyone could truly unravel the enigma he had crafted. Yet, as the decades passed, the thrill of the chase began to overshadow the realities of the investigation. Families continued to suffer, the pain of loss never truly fading. The media, with its insatiable appetite for sensationalism, often failed to tell their stories, focusing instead on the spectacle of the hunt. As we probe deeper into the depths of the Zodiac's psyche, we encounter moments of profound darkness. We ask ourselves what could have led him down this path. Was it the product of a fractured childhood, an unyielding sense of alienation, or perhaps an insatiable thirst for notoriety? Each of these questions leads us further down a rabbit hole, one that exposes us to uncomfortable truths. What if the origins of such evil are rooted not in extraordinary circumstances but in the mundane, in the complexities of human existence itself? Quietly, this realization is unsettling. As we grapple with the implications of understanding the Zodiac Killer, we must also confront the possibility that he may never be caught. The case has grown cold, yet the fascination remains. With each passing year, new theories emerge, and old ones are re-examined, yet the elusive figure continues to haunt our collective consciousness. The fear that perhaps he walked among us, unrecognized, is a chilling thought that refuses to fade. In the decades following the last confirmed murder, the mystery only deepened. The Zodiac's letters became artifacts of a bygone era, yet they still hold the power to captivate and terrify. The hunt for the killer has transformed into a quest for understanding, a search for meaning in the chaos he left behind. As we stand on the precipice of discovery, we must ask ourselves, what will we find? Are we ready to confront the darkness that lies at the heart of humanity? And as these questions echo in our minds, a new piece of evidence emerges, casting shadows of doubt on everything we thought we knew. The chilling realization that the Zodiac Killer may still be alive, living among us, waiting for the right moment to strike again. As we continue our investigation, the lines between good and evil blur, and the haunting truth remains: the enigma of the Zodiac Killer is far from solved. The Zodiac's letters, filled with cryptic symbols and taunts directed at police and the press, are not just chilling reminders of his brutality, they are fascinating puzzles that have captivated both amateur sleuths and seasoned detectives alike. The first of these letters was sent to the San Francisco Chronicle in 1969, declaring, "I like killing people because it is so much fun." His chilling words laid bare a twisted psyche, one that reveled in chaos and fear. Yet, this is the part that textbooks leave out. Behind the sensational headlines and the chilling riddles lies a deeper narrative, one of societal fear, media frenzy, and the desperate search for justice. The Zodiac's reign of terror unfolded in a time when America was grappling with its own identity, caught between the optimism of the post-war era and the disillusionment of the civil rights movement in Vietnam War. The late 1960s were marked by a growing public distrust in authority, and the Zodiac Killer exploited this vulnerability, feeding off the fear he incited. The first confirmed murders attributed to the Zodiac took place on December 20, 1968, when high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday were shot near Vallejo, California. Just months later, on July 4, 1969, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau became the Zodiac's next victims. The unrelenting brutality of these crimes shocked the nation, and the Zodiac's chilling correspondence only fueled the fire. Quietly, but consider this: how does a man become a monster? To understand the Zodiac, we must delve into the fabric of his world. The late 1960s were a time of social upheaval, when the ideals of love and peace clashed violently with the harsh realities of crime and chaos. The Zodiac's choice of victims, young couples, often parked in secluded areas, was a reflection of the innocence he sought to destroy. It was as if he wanted to tear apart the very essence of youthful love and freedom, leaving behind a landscape of fear and suspicion. In the aftermath of his attacks, communities were thrust into a state of paranoia. The once vibrant streets of San Francisco became haunted corridors, each shadow concealing a potential predator. Families locked their doors at night, and lovers abandoned the safety of secluded parks for fear of the unknown. The Zodiac became a specter, a dark figure lurking in the periphery of everyday life, forever altering the landscape of trust and safety. The investigation into the Zodiac's identity was a labyrinth of misdirection and false leads. Police departments across California found themselves in a race against time, but the Zodiac was always one step ahead. In 1970, he sent a letter containing a piece of the bloody shirt worn by one of his victims, taunting authorities with the confidence of a puppet master pulling at the strings of fear. As detectives pursued every lead, the media frenzy surrounding the Zodiac only intensified. Journalists clamored for interviews with police, and sensationalized headlines gripped the public's imagination. The Zodiac became an icon of terror, immortalized in true crime stories, television specials, and films. But in this pursuit of truth, the real victims, the lives shattered by his violence, often became mere footnotes in a larger narrative. This is where our investigation must take a turn. In our quest to understand the Zodiac, we must also confront the consequences of our fascination. The relentless pursuit of the killer has left a trail of broken lives and unfinished stories. What of the families who lost loved ones? What toll does this obsession take on the psyche of a society that clamors for resolution yet fears the darkness that resolution may reveal? As we sift through the facts and theories, we must grapple with a striking possibility: the Zodiac may have never intended to be caught. Was he a mere predator, or was he a philosopher of sorts, delivering a message hidden beneath layers of malice? Some theorists suggest that his murders were a reflection of a deeper existential crisis, an exploration of life, death, and the very nature of humanity itself. Quietly, and what if, in understanding him, we unveil something unsettling about ourselves? The Zodiac's cryptic messages were not merely taunts, they were invitations to engage in a twisted game. The cipher he sent to the newspapers in 1969, which took amateur codebreakers weeks to decipher, served as a chilling reminder of his intellect and cunning. "I am not afraid of the police," he wrote, and for decades, neither the police nor the public have been able to shake the grip of his terror. As modern forensic techniques advance, hope remains that the Zodiac's identity might finally be unveiled. But with each breakthrough, there comes a haunting realization: what if the chase itself has become more important than the capture? With the emergence of DNA technology and genealogy databases, investigators have begun to uncover long-buried secrets. Cold cases once thought unsolvable are now being reopened, and the Zodiac's case is no exception. Yet, with every new lead, we are reminded that the truth is often more complicated than the narratives we've constructed. As we stand at the crossroads of history and technology, a question lingers in the air: will the truth liberate us from the chains of the past, or will it bind us to a darkness we cannot comprehend? As the shadows of the Zodiac continue to loom large over our collective consciousness, we find ourselves at the edge of revelation, teetering between the known and the unknown, waiting for the moment when darkness and light collide. But as we approach the final act of this harrowing tale, we are confronted with a chilling thought: does the Zodiac Killer still lurk in the shadows, watching, waiting, and perhaps ready to strike again? The answers lie just beyond reach, and the deeper we plunge into the enigma, the more questions arise. What awaits us in the depths of this investigation? It was the summer of 1969 when a chilling silence enveloped the Bay Area, a silence that would soon be shattered by an ominous letter, scrawled in unsteady ink, claiming the lives of the innocent. The Zodiac Killer had emerged from the shadows, a specter of fear that would haunt the region and the nation for decades to come. As bodies fell and panic grew, so too did the insatiable thirst for sensational stories that would grip the public's imagination. The media, hungry for headlines, turned this unsolved mystery into a battleground for truth and chaos, forever altering the course of the investigation. In this moment, we stand at the intersection of crime and coverage, where every word written could sway public perception and every image broadcast could lead to a new lead or a new layer of confusion. The stakes were high, a killer roamed free, and the public was desperate for answers. But in their pursuit, the media often blurred the lines between fact and fiction, creating a narrative that would both illuminate and obscure the truth. Our story unfolds in the immediate aftermath of the first confirmed Zodiac murder, the brutal slaying of high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday on December 20, 1968. As their families mourned, the media began to spin a web of intrigue, drawing in the public like moths to a flame. The first article appeared in the Vallejo Times-Herald, detailing the horrific events and urging readers to help catch the elusive killer. The response was overwhelming. With each new development, the media frenzy escalated. Names flew around like confetti, theories proliferated, and the air crackled with speculation. The Zodiac's taunting letters became front-page news, each cryptic message a puzzle demanding to be solved. But as the public became increasingly engaged, the investigation itself began to suffer under the weight of sensationalism. The timeline of events is critical to understanding the media's influence on the Zodiac case. By July 4, 1969, the killer had struck again, claiming the lives of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau in a remote parking lot. This time, he left behind a chilling message that would send shockwaves through the community and beyond. The San Francisco Chronicle published the letter, drawing in readers from all corners of the nation. As the Zodiac's notoriety grew, so did the reporters' ambition. They were no longer merely chroniclers of events, they became players in the unfolding drama. Quietly, this is the part that textbooks leave out. It wasn't just about reporting the news, it was about creating a narrative that would keep the public glued to their screens. The media's exploration of the Zodiac's cryptic symbols and codes captivated the public's imagination, but it also muddied the waters of the investigation. Detective John Lynch, one of the lead investigators on the case, found himself navigating a minefield of misinformation. The pressure was immense, not only to apprehend the killer but also to respond to the relentless tide of public scrutiny fueled by the press. By the time the Zodiac sent his third letter in August 1969, the media had already spun a narrative that painted him as a monstrous genius, a figure shrouded in enigma. The public became obsessed, dissecting every detail, every letter, every cryptic symbol. Each new report generated more tips, but many were wild goose chases, leading investigators down rabbit holes that only deepened the mystery. And what of the victims? As their stories became mere footnotes in the media's relentless pursuit for ratings, their families were left to grapple with unspeakable loss. The human cost of this frenzy was profound, often overshadowed by the desire for sensational headlines. Behind every statistic lay a heartbroken family, yearning for justice and closure. In the newsroom, editors debated how to present the unfolding story. Should they focus on the killer's psychological profile, or would that only serve to glorify him? As the Zodiac's letters grew more elaborate and more chilling, the lines blurred between public interest and public safety. Quietly, the media's portrayal of the Zodiac as a cunning mastermind captivated audiences, but it also fed his ego, allowing him to thrive in the shadows. As we delve deeper into the timeline, we see how the media's role evolved. By the end of 1969, the Zodiac had sent a staggering total of 4 letters, each more theatrical than the last. The nation was caught in a vice of fear and fascination. The police, overwhelmed with tips, struggled to maintain their focus. Meanwhile, the Zodiac taunted them, confident that his cleverness would keep him one step ahead. The sensationalism reached fever pitch in 1970, when the Zodiac sent a letter accompanied by a piece of Paul Stein's bloody shirt, the victim of the killer's most recent attack. The media's coverage was relentless, with news analysts dissecting every possible angle, every detail, every implication. The Zodiac was not merely a criminal, he had become a cultural phenomenon. As the stories unfolded across the airwaves, the impact on the investigation was undeniable. Detective Dave Toschi, who became a household name through his relentless pursuit of the Zodiac, faced increasing scrutiny. Every misstep, every decision was magnified under the harsh glare of public attention. The media turned him into a figure of fascination, complicating his quest for justice. The Zodiac Killer's legend continued to grow, and with it, the media's appetite for sensationalism. In 1971, a new development would shake the investigation yet again. The Zodiac sent a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, claiming responsibility for the murder of a couple in Southern California. This unexpected twist prompted news outlets to broaden the narrative, linking the Zodiac to unsolved cases far beyond his initial territory. This expansion of the story captured the public's imagination, but it also created a dangerous precedent. Investigators had to contend with a flood of tips from people convinced they had solved the mystery, while the killer reveled in the chaos he had sown. The media, in its quest for ratings, risked turning the investigation into a circus, where truth was sacrificed at the altar of entertainment. As we navigate through these turbulent waters, it becomes clear that the media's role in the Zodiac saga was not merely passive. They became participants in a twisted dance, where every move could either expose the killer or lead to further entanglement. The stories told were often just as dangerous as the killer himself, feeding a narrative that blurred the lines of reality and myth. But as the frenzy reached its peak, a darker truth began to emerge. The more the media sensationalized the Zodiac, the more elusive he became. The public's obsession created an environment ripe for misinformation, where unverified claims could derail the investigation. The very stories that captivated the nation also created a veil of confusion that obscured the truth. The toll of this frenzy was heavy. The families of the victims were caught in the crossfire, their grief exploited for ratings and headlines. The public demanded answers, but the media, in feeding that hunger, often overlooked the humanity at the heart of the tragedy. It was a cautionary tale of how sensationalism can corrupt even the noblest of pursuits. And as the investigation dragged on, the weight of the media's narrative began to press down on the very people tasked with solving the case. Detectives faced mounting pressure not only to catch the Zodiac but also to appease a public that craved drama more than resolution. As 1972 dawned, the Zodiac Killer remained at large, his legend only growing in the collective consciousness. The media had woven a tapestry rich with intrigue, but as we reflect on this period, we must ask ourselves, at what cost? What truths were buried beneath the headlines? What began as a quest for justice had transformed into a spectacle, leaving behind a trail of confusion and unanswered questions. The impact of this media frenzy would echo for years, shaping the investigation and the public's perception of true crime. And as we look ahead to the next chapter, we confront a pivotal moment when the focus shifts from media sensationalism to the individuals who might just hold the key to unraveling this mystery. Next chapter explores Chapter 7, The Suspects. The Zodiac Killer's story, woven into the fabric of American folklore, reveals the darker side of our collective psyche. The year was 1972, a time when the nation was gripped by a sense of paranoia and fear. The killer, whose letters taunted law enforcement and the press alike, had become an enigma, a ghost haunting the streets of Northern California. Each letter sent was a meticulously crafted puzzle, inviting the public to engage in a grim game of cat and mouse. In one infamous missive, postmarked from San Francisco on April 20, 1970, the Zodiac proclaimed, "I like killing people because it is so much fun." Those chilling words would reverberate through the corridors of time, a testament to the depravity that lurked behind the facade of normalcy. But beyond the chilling bravado, there lay a deeper, more unsettling reality. The Zodiac Killer was not merely a figure of terror, he was a reflection of the societal turmoil of the era. The late 1960s and early 1970s were tumultuous years, marked by civil rights movements, anti-war protests, and a growing disillusionment with authority. The killer's actions and the media's portrayal of him tapped into the zeitgeist, turning fear into entertainment. Families shattered by loss were often overlooked in the frenzy of headlines. The victims, each with dreams, aspirations, and loved ones, were reduced to mere statistics, their stories eclipsed by the mythos of the killer. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The pain endured by those left behind created ripples that would touch the lives of countless others, creating a tapestry of sorrow that was all but forgotten in the rush to sensationalize. In the wake of the murders, investigators were inundated with tips and leads, each more implausible than the last. The sheer volume of information created a fog of confusion, making it increasingly difficult for detectives to discern the truth from the noise. In this atmosphere of chaos, the critical work of piecing together evidence became overshadowed by the clamor of speculation. By the summer of 1972, a palpable tension hung over the region. The Zodiac Killer had struck again, claiming the lives of two young lovers, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, in a remote area of Vallejo. Their tragic story became one of the most notorious of the Zodiac canon. On the night of July 4th, the couple sat in a parked car, unaware that they were about to become victims of a predator lurking in the shadows. The aftermath of this attack was harrowing. Darlene was shot multiple times, while Michael somehow survived, left to grapple with the trauma of that fateful night. His testimony, however, would prove crucial. As detectives delved into the details of the case, they uncovered a chilling pattern. All the Zodiac's victims had one thing in common: they were young, often in vulnerable situations, and seemingly chosen at random. The investigation swung into high gear, with the Vallejo Police Department collaborating with the California Department of Justice. A task force was formed, pooling resources from various agencies, all with one goal in mind: to capture the elusive killer. But with every lead that surfaced, the shadows deepened, and the Zodiac continued to slip through the cracks of the law. As the months turned into years, the psychological toll on the detectives mounted. Investigators became consumed, their lives overshadowed by the case. Each new letter from the Zodiac rekindled a flicker of hope, only to extinguish it with the realization that he remained free. The killer's cryptic messages became a haunting reminder of their failure, and the media, hungry for the next gripping installment, fed into this collective obsession. Yet amid the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged. In 1973, one of the Zodiac's letters led authorities to a potential suspect. Arthur Leigh Allen, a man with a troubled past and a peculiar fascination with the Zodiac's taunts, came under scrutiny. This was a pivotal moment in the investigation, as detectives began to connect the dots between Allen's history and the gruesome crimes. But as they dug deeper, they encountered a labyrinth of complications. Allen had an alibi for several of the murders, and witnesses were often unreliable, their memories clouded by time and trauma. The search for the truth became increasingly tangled, each thread leading to more questions than answers. Quietly, the frustration weighed heavy on the detectives. With every new development, the specter of the Zodiac loomed larger, an unfathomable presence that taunted them from the shadows. Their quest was not just to solve a case, it became a battle against despair, against the very fabric of their own beliefs about justice and order. Throughout the unfolding drama, the media continued to weave a narrative steeped in intrigue. Documentaries, articles, and books emerged, each one a new layer on the already complex web of the Zodiac's legacy. The killer had, in many ways, become a cultural icon, a figure that both terrified and fascinated the public. And in this fascination, a dangerous allure was born. As we delve into the next chapter, we will peel back the layers of suspicion and intrigue surrounding Arthur Leigh Allen. Who was he, and could he truly be the Zodiac Killer? The truth may hold more than just the key to one man's identity. It may unlock the secrets of a society grappling with its own darkness. But as we continue this journey, we must remember that the real story lies not just in the shadows of the killer, but in the lives forever altered by his actions, lives that deserve to be acknowledged and remembered. With each revelation, the stakes grow higher. The clock is ticking, and the truth, like the killer himself, remains elusive. What will be uncovered next? The answers may lead us down a path we never expected to tread. In the quiet town of Vallejo, California, a series of brutal murders had left a stain on its history, forever marking the summer of 1968. Among the victims was high school couple Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, who on December 20th, were shot in cold blood just outside Lake Herman Road. Their tragic fate would serve as the catalyst for a reign of terror that would grip the nation. Quietly, the chilling details of that night lingered in the minds of those who sought justice. The tranquility of the evening shattered by the sound of gunfire, it was a harbinger of chaos that would soon engulf the Bay Area. Just a few months later, the Zodiac would strike again, this time claiming the lives of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau on July 4, 1969. Their car, parked in a secluded area near Blue Rock Springs Park, became the scene of unimaginable horror. As the investigations unfolded, it became clear that a pattern was emerging. The killer's audacity grew with each crime, and with it, the urgency of the police response. The Zodiac's first letter, postmarked from San Francisco on July 31, sent shockwaves through the community. It was a taunting manifesto, an invitation to dance with death. The words drip with arrogance, proclaiming his superiority over the detectives who sought him. This is when the media frenzy truly began. The San Francisco Chronicle, a powerful voice of the time, published the Zodiac's letters, igniting public fascination and fear alike. Quietly, "I want you to know that I am not afraid of the police," he wrote, as if daring them to try and catch him. The letters soon became a morbid game of cat and mouse. Each one contained cryptic codes, riddles that seemed to mock law enforcement's every effort. The Zodiac claimed to have killed as many as 37 people, though only 5 confirmed victims would later be attributed to him. Yet, the numbers hardly mattered. What was undeniable was the psychological grip he held over a nation, transforming him from mere murderer to an almost mythical figure. As the investigations deepened, police began to look into potential suspects. One name repeatedly emerged: Arthur Leigh Allen. Born in 1933, Allen was a man marked by contradictions. A former school teacher, he had a history of erratic behavior and a fascination with the macabre. His acquaintances described him as charismatic yet profoundly troubled. In 1971, Allen became a person of interest when police discovered a connection between him and the Zodiac's crimes. The clues were unsettling: a watch engraved with the Zodiac symbol, a collection of knives, and a disturbing obsession with the darker aspects of human nature. Yet, the evidence remained circumstantial, and as detectives pursued the lead, they found themselves entangled in a web of conflicting testimonies and elusive truths. This is the part the textbooks leave out. The complexity of the investigation was not merely about identifying a killer. It was a reflection of a society grappling with its own demons. The fear that permeated the community began to seep into the fabric of American life. Schools locked their doors, families felt the chill of paranoia, and parents struggled to shield their children from an unseen predator. Quietly, in the midst of this turmoil, one must wonder, how does a society respond to the specter of a monster among them? The answer is often rooted in the very human need for closure, for understanding, even when the truth remains shrouded in darkness. In the years that followed, Allen would become both a suspect and a scapegoat. Despite being exonerated in 1972 due to lack of evidence, whispers of his guilt persisted. The Zodiac's letters continued to torment, each one a reminder of the case's unresolved nature. The chilling phrases, "I am the Zodiac," echoed through time, an indelible mark on the psyche of those who followed the story. But as the decades rolled on, the mystery deepened. In 2007, a new generation of detectives took up the mantle, armed with advancements in forensic science and a renewed commitment to finding the truth. They revisited old evidence, examining DNA samples that had been collected years prior, but the shadows of the past remained stubbornly intact. In the meantime, the Zodiac's notoriety had only grown. Films, television series, and countless books sought to dissect the enigma, perpetuating the cycle of fascination and fear. Quietly, yet, amid all the sensationalism, the victims remained nameless to many, reduced to mere footnotes in a gruesome tale. As we explore the repercussions of this infamous case, it becomes essential to shine a light on the lives lost, their dreams, their families, the fragments of love forever altered by violence. Each victim was a person, not just a statistic. The ripple effects of their deaths would haunt those who knew them, transforming communities and altering the course of countless lives. Darlene Ferrin, vibrant and full of life at just 22 years old, had dreams that were cut short one fateful evening. Her laughter echoed through the halls of her high school, and her absence left a chasm in the hearts of those who loved her. Michael Mageau, only 19, survived the attack but carried the invisible scars of that night for the rest of his life. The terror of the Zodiac was not merely an abstract fear, it was a tangible reality, woven into the lives of each person touched by the tragedy. Quietly, this is the part that textbooks leave out. The stories of the victims are often overshadowed by the hunt for the killer, yet it is their narratives that carry the weight of this grim saga. As we delve deeper into the case, we find ourselves at a crossroads. What does it mean to seek justice when the perpetrator remains at large? What toll does it take on those who dedicate their lives to pursuing a ghost? The detectives, the families, they are the ones left to grapple with the haunting echoes of what could have been. The search for Arthur Leigh Allen persisted, yet the quest for closure remained unfulfilled. In 1991, the man who had once been seen as a prime suspect passed away from a heart attack. With his death, many believed the trail had gone cold, but the pursuit of the truth has a way of igniting anew, like a flame flickering in the darkness. In the years following Allen's death, DNA technology advanced dramatically, leading to renewed hope among investigators. Cold cases began to be reopened, and the Zodiac's letters, long considered a taunt, were now scrutinized with fresh eyes. The possibility of closure seemed tantalizingly close, yet the specter of doubt loomed large. Could Allen have been the Zodiac? Or was he simply a red herring, a man who was more a product of a troubled mind than a ruthless killer? The questions continued to swirl, and with each new piece of evidence, the pendulum of suspicion swung back and forth. As we venture into the psychological landscape of the Zodiac, we must confront the chilling question: what drives a person to kill? What compels someone to revel in the chaos and destruction they leave behind? In the 1960s, America was a nation in turmoil. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum, anti-war protests were raging, and a growing sense of disillusionment permeated the culture. The Zodiac thrived in this climate of unrest, his actions reflecting a society grappling with its own demons. Each letter he sent became a commentary on the fear and uncertainty of the era, a dark mirror held up to the nation. Quietly, yet, in the midst of this chaos, a question lingers: how does one man become emblematic of a nation's fears? In exploring the psyche of the Zodiac, we uncover layers of societal reflection. The fear he instilled was not just about the murders themselves, but about what they represented: a loss of innocence, a shattering of the belief that we are safe in our homes, that we can trust our neighbors. The Zodiac had an uncanny ability to manipulate the media, turning his crimes into a spectacle that captivated the public. His letters, laced with threats, became a performance, each one a twisted act of theater that engaged a nation. And yet, beneath the surface of this morbid fascination lies a disturbing truth: the killer was not simply a monster, he was a human being, shaped by his own experiences and traumas. This understanding does not absolve him of guilt, but it does offer a glimpse into the complexities of human behavior. As we peel back the layers of this enigma, we are not just uncovering the identity of a killer, we are navigating the fragile landscape of humanity itself. Each revelation brings us closer to understanding the interplay between darkness and light, fear and courage, chaos and order. The stakes are high, and the quest for truth is fraught with peril. As we approach the end of this chapter, the echoes of the past resonate louder than ever. New leads, tantalizing clues, and the specter of the unknown loom before us. What will be revealed next? The answers may lead us down a path we never anticipated. And yet, the shadows cast by the Zodiac's actions still linger. His first confirmed victims, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, were just teenagers, gunned down in December of 1968. The tragic irony is that this was a time when America was supposed to be filled with hope and promise, yet here lay the bodies of two young lives snuffed out in a moment of unimaginable horror. What was it about the late 1960s that birthed this terror? The Zodiac operated in a world steeped in political turbulence and social upheaval. The Vietnam War raged on, a conflict that bled into the very fabric of American society. Social norms were shifting, and as communities grappled with these changes, a predator emerged from the shadows, feeding on the growing anxiety. As we ventured deeper into the labyrinth of the Zodiac's mind, we must confront the chilling reality that he was not just a random killer, he was a self-styled arbiter of chaos. His penchant for taunting law enforcement and the media revealed a cunning intelligence, a desire for notoriety that transcended the mere act of murder. The letters he penned were not just confessions, they were invitations to dance, a dance with death that captivated the nation. In July of 1970, one such letter was sent to the San Francisco Chronicle, containing a cipher that, once decoded, would reveal a chilling message: "I like killing people because it is so much fun." Quietly, it was a stark admission, echoing the twisted glee he found in his heinous deeds. The thrill of the hunt, the exhilaration of evasion, these were the hallmarks of a man who reveled in his own infamy. But this is the part the textbooks leave out. What drove him? What dark corners of his past shaped such a monstrous identity? Perhaps we can look to the patterns of abuse, neglect, and societal rejection. Could it be that the Zodiac was, in a sense, a reflection of the very nightmares that plagued the collective consciousness of a generation? The stories of his victims paint a haunting picture. Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, targeted in July 1969, were merely enjoying a night out when their lives were irrevocably altered. Their experience encapsulates the randomness of violence and all-encompassing fear that no one is truly safe. Quietly, consider, for a moment, the families left in the wake of this tragedy. The unending questions, the grief that morphs into an unbearable weight. For them, closure never came. Yet despite the terror he unleashed, the Zodiac's reign was not without resistance. Detectives across California worked tirelessly, sharing evidence, correlating timelines, and piecing together a profile of the man who had so artfully evaded capture. They would face numerous obstacles: a lack of technology, limited forensic capabilities, and the notorious cat-and-mouse game that played out across the pages of newspapers and the airwaves of radio. As we delve into these stories, the question becomes not just who the Zodiac was, but how he could exist in a society that, on the surface, prided itself on civility and morality. The deeper we probe, the more unsettling the implications become. In the shadows of this investigation, there lay a singular desire to solve the unsolvable. The media frenzy, the public obsession, it all coalesced into a vortex of fear and fascination. But who were the true victims in this narrative? Were they merely numbers on a page, or were they the faces of a society grappling with the specter of evil? As we inch closer to the heart of this story, we must confront the chilling truth that the identity of the Zodiac may still be cloaked in mystery. Theories abound, suspects rise and fall, yet the truth remains elusive, just beyond our grasp. As we prepare to uncover more revelations, one question lingers in the air: what if the answers we seek lead us to an even darker conclusion? The hunt is far from over. And as the clock ticks on, the Zodiac's legacy continues to cast its long, haunting shadow. You're still here. 6 chapters in. That tells me something about you. You're not willing to accept the easy answer. Good. Because the easy answer is wrong. What comes next is the evidence the mainstream coverage buried. In the dark tapestry of American crime, few threads are as perplexing as that of the Zodiac Killer. A specter that haunts the streets of Northern California, he remains shrouded in mystery, his identity cloaked in layers of fear, fascination, and intrigue. Imagine a man, or perhaps a woman, moving in the shadows, their laughter echoing in the quiet of the night, while somewhere in the recesses of their mind lies the knowledge of a sinister double life. This is not merely a tale of bloodshed, it is a labyrinth of suspects, each with a story that could lead us closer to the truth. As we delve into the profiles of those who have been pointed at as the possible face behind the mask, we must ask ourselves, what drives a person to commit such heinous acts? What does the fabric of their lives reveal that might bring us closer to unmasking the Zodiac? In the decades since his first appearance, numerous names have surfaced, each accompanied by a chorus of evidence and speculation. From the seemingly ordinary to the disturbingly eccentric, each suspect carries the weight of suspicion, yet few have emerged unscathed by the murky waters of doubt. As we explore these figures, we will peel back the layers of their existence, revealing truths that have been buried beneath the weight of time and tragedy. This is not just a recounting of names, this is a journey into the minds of those who might have danced with darkness, the very individuals who could hold the key to one of the most notorious unsolved cases in American history. Our first suspect emerges from the shadows of a small town in California, Arthur Leigh Allen. Born in 1933, Allen lived much of his life in Vallejo, a town that became a grim backdrop for some of the Zodiac's most infamous crimes. A man of peculiar habits, Allen was known for his erratic behavior and violent tendencies, a combination that piqued the interest of investigators. In 1971, police began to connect him to the Zodiac's cryptic letters, leading them to investigate his life more closely. His life was filled with red flags. Allen was a convicted child molester, and authorities noted his obsession with hunting and knives. Yet, the evidence against him was circumstantial at best. Despite the numerous leads, the case against him remained tenuous. The Zodiac's taunts continued, and Arthur Leigh Allen passed away in 1992, taking with him the secrets that could have brought closure to the victims and their families. But Allen is not the only name on this ominous list. Another figure, a man named George Hodel, emerged from the shadows, a suspect whose notoriety stems from his connections to unsolved murders in Los Angeles. Quietly, Hodel was never officially linked to the Zodiac, but whispers of his potential involvement began to surface, fueled by the bizarre coincidences surrounding his life. Born in 1907, Hodel was a physician with a penchant for the macabre. He was accused of the infamous Black Dahlia murder, a case that shares eerie similarities with the Zodiac's brutality. The narrative links between these crimes are enough to chill the spine, but nothing concrete ever tied Hodel to the Zodiac killings. This is the part that textbooks leave out. As we examine these suspects, we must not lose sight of the tragic reality that accompanies their stories. Each name evokes a sense of loss, of lives forever altered by the specter of violence. Personal address: what does it mean to you, dear listener, to ponder the lives of those who were touched by this darkness? In the years that followed, countless names would be put forward as potential candidates, each accompanied by their own peculiarities and evidence. A former military man, a disgraced cop, even a schoolteacher, all presented as possibilities, each with a narrative that weaves a complex tapestry of intrigue and horror. In 2007, the Zodiac Killer was thrust back into the spotlight when a new suspect emerged, an unassuming man named Gary Francis Post. His history revealed a criminal past that included violent attacks and a chilling resemblance to the composite sketches of the Zodiac. As investigators began to piece together the puzzle, they found a wealth of circumstantial evidence that seemed to draw a line between Post and the infamous killer. But still, the question lingered: could he truly be the Zodiac Killer? The decades rolled on, and new names continued to surface. One of the most notorious was Richard Marshall, a man whose life was plagued by violence and paranoia. Friends described him as a loner, someone who shied away from society but had a fascination with the dark side of human nature. His violent outbursts and erratic behavior raised eyebrows, leading investigators to wonder if he was capable of the heinous acts attributed to the Zodiac. As the investigation unfolded, the question loomed large: what drove these men? What demons lurked in their pasts that could lead them to such darkness? But herein lies the tragedy. For every suspect on Earth, there are the victims, those who lost their lives to a faceless monster. The families left behind, grappling with grief and unanswered questions, become the silent witnesses to this chilling saga. Quietly, they are the ones who bear the scars of a killer's choice, forever altered by the violence that erupted on that fateful night. Each suspect's story is a mere echo in the cacophony of loss that reverberates through time. As we sift through the evidence, we must remember that behind every name is a life that holds both promise and peril. The search for the Zodiac Killer is not just about unmasking the criminal, it is about seeking justice for those who can no longer speak for themselves. In 2018, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source: a team of amateur sleuths who harnessed the power of modern technology to analyze the Zodiac's cryptograms. They unearthed a potential connection to a new suspect, a man named Paul Avery. Avery was a renowned journalist who covered the Zodiac case extensively. Was it possible that the very person tasked with uncovering the truth had become entangled in the web of lies? As we stand at the precipice of revelation, the question remains: who will emerge from the shadows? Who will finally be unmasked as the Zodiac Killer? The web continues to expand, with each thread leading us deeper into the heart of darkness. As we gather the pieces, we confront not only the suspects but also the chilling reality that the truth may remain elusive. We have wandered through the lives of the suspects, tracing their paths as they intersect with a case that has become a national obsession. But even as we seek clarity, the fog of uncertainty thickens. The victims' families remain in the background, forever haunted by the specter of unanswered questions. And as we peel back the layers of these suspects, we must confront the undeniable fact that the Zodiac Killer may never be brought to justice. Next chapter explores Chapter 8, the impact on victims' families. But first, we must delve deeper into the shadows cast by this chilling narrative. The Zodiac Killer's reign of terror didn't merely shatter lives, it fractured families and communities, leaving behind a legacy of pain and confusion. As we trace the impact of this elusive figure, we uncover the profound ripple effects that extend far beyond the initial horror of the murders. In the early days of the investigation, the families of victims like Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday were thrust into the spotlight, ordinary people grappling with extraordinary grief. On December 20, 1968, in Vallejo, California, their lives would forever be altered. The young couple, who had only just begun their journey together, became the Zodiac's first confirmed victims. That fateful night, they were ambushed in a remote area, their dreams snuffed out like a candle in the wind. As news of the murder spread, so too did the terror that gripped the surrounding community. The couple's families were left to confront an unthinkable reality: their loved ones had become pawns in a twisted game played by a faceless monster. For them, the investigation was not just about solving a crime, it was about finding closure, a closure that, for many, would remain forever out of reach. Fast forward to the late 1970s, when the Zodiac's notoriety reached new heights. The media frenzy surrounding the case transformed the victims from individuals into symbols of fear. The families, once private in their grief, found themselves under the spotlight, forced to navigate the relentless scrutiny of journalists and amateur detectives. But amidst the chaos, one family stood out: Darlene Ferrens. Darlene, a vibrant young woman, was shot alongside her friend Michael Mageau on July 4, 1969, in a horrific incident that would later be attributed to the Zodiac. Her family bore the burden of loss with quiet dignity. They sought justice, yet felt the sting of helplessness as the investigation stalled. They held on to hope even as time stretched endlessly, the killer remaining at large. This is the part the textbooks leave out: the emotional toll on those left behind, the relentless questions that gnaw at the soul. As we reflect on their heartbreak, we must also consider the broader implications. The Zodiac Killer's actions reverberated through the very fabric of society. Communities that once thrived on trust and safety were transformed into places of suspicion and fear. The shadow of the killer loomed large over the Bay Area, breeding paranoia and distrust among neighbors. The families of the Zodiac's victims became part of a narrative that was often sensationalized, their pain exploited in the name of entertainment. The media portrayed them as mere footnotes in a gruesome tale, but each family was a world unto itself, filled with memories and love. They were not just victims, they were fathers, mothers, daughters, and sons, each one with a story that deserved to be told. As we piece together this narrative, we find ourselves at a crossroads. The question of justice becomes intertwined with the question of humanity. How do we balance the pursuit of truth with the profound respect owed to those who suffered unimaginable loss? In the coming years, the investigation would take many twists and turns, drawing in countless detectives, journalists, and enthusiasts. Each new lead seemed promising, yet often led to more questions than answers. While the Zodiac's taunting letters captured the public's imagination, the families of the victims were left grappling with their own realities. As we examine the aftermath of the Zodiac's crimes, we must turn our gaze to the psychological scars left in the wake of such violence. The trauma experienced by the families cannot be overstated. Many would find themselves haunted by nightmares, unable to escape the memories of their loved ones. For some, the pain would manifest in physical ailments, while others struggled with depression or anxiety. Yet, some families found solace in community support groups, where they could share their stories and connect with others who understood their pain. These gatherings became sanctuaries, allowing them to process their grief and confront the reality of their loss. Despite the darkness, there was also resilience. A few family members began to speak out publicly, advocating for continued investigation into the case, urging law enforcement not to forget their loved ones. They became voices for the voiceless, fighting to ensure that those who had died were not simply forgotten in the annals of history. As the years rolled on, the Zodiac Killer morphed from a living nightmare into a figure of folklore and urban legend that captivated the public imagination. Documentaries, books, and films sprouted up like weeds, each one adding layers to the already complex story. Yet, as the world remained fixated on the mythos of the Zodiac, the families still waited for answers. In 2007, the case took another dramatic turn when a group of amateur investigators claimed to have identified a potential suspect, Arthur Leigh Allen. Allen, a man with a long history of criminal behavior, seemed to fit the profile. The media buzzed with excitement. Had they finally found the man behind the mask? But once again, the hopes of the families were dashed when DNA evidence failed to connect him to the crimes. The pain of false hope weighed heavily on the families. Each new lead elicited a mix of anticipation and dread, a cycle of hope that was repeatedly crushed. For them, the Zodiac was not just a killer, he was a specter that haunted their every waking moment. This struggle to find resolution was compounded by the realization that the killer had likely continued on with his life, while their own lives had been irrevocably altered. The haunting question remained, was he still out there, lurking among them, perhaps even watching as they sought justice for their loved ones? With the passage of time, the Zodiac Killer became a symbol of unsolved mysteries, a dark reflection of society's inability to protect its own. The families of the victims, left behind in the shadows, fought tirelessly to keep the memory of their loved ones alive. They worked to ensure that the tragedy would not be forgotten, that the names of those killed would echo through the years, a stark reminder of the cost of silence. Yet, as we peel back the layers of this historical tapestry, we must confront the uncomfortable truth: there may never be a resolution. The truth could remain just out of reach, lost in the labyrinth of time. And so, as we prepare to explore the impact of the Zodiac Killer on victims' families, we must ask ourselves, what does justice truly mean in a case like this? Is it merely the apprehension of a suspect? Or is it something deeper, something that transcends the boundaries of law and society? Join us as we venture further into this haunting narrative, where the echoes of the past collide with the search for truth. The family's stories are far more than mere statistics, they are the human cost of violence, and their quest for closure is a testament to the enduring power of love and memory. But as we delve deeper, we must confront a chilling reality. The Zodiac Killer may be a shadow in the background, but what if he is closer than we think? What if the threads of this investigation lead us to an even darker truth? The answers may lie just beyond the horizon, waiting to be unearthed. In the late 1960s, California became a stage for a macabre performance, where the audience, both captivated and horrified, found themselves enthralled by a killer who seemed to revel in the chaos he created. The Zodiac Killer, as he would come to be known, was not merely a name, he was a specter of fear that haunted the streets of San Francisco, Vallejo, and Lake Berryessa, leaving a trail of blood and terror in his wake. The first confirmed victims, high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, were shot on December 20, 1968, in Vallejo. It was a crime so brutal that it rattled the very foundations of a community that had long basked in the warmth of post-war prosperity. Just 1 month later, on July 4, 1969, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau became the Zodiac's next targets, attacked in a parked car. But it was the taunting letters sent to local newspapers that would elevate this killer from a mere murderer to a figure of nightmarish mythos. What drove him to write? What compulsion lurked behind those chilling words? The letters, scrawled in a mix of arrogance and bravado, invited the public into a twisted game, a game where the stakes were life and death. The first of these letters, sent on August 1, 1969, boasted of the murders and included cryptic ciphers, challenging readers to decode his messages. This was not just a killer seeking anonymity, this was a man who craved attention, who thrived on the fear he instilled. In the ensuing frenzy, police and citizens alike became obsessed with solving the riddle posed by the Zodiac. Investigators scrambled to decipher the ciphers, one of which, the 340-character cipher, would remain unsolved for over 51 years. It wasn't until December 2020 that amateur cryptographers finally cracked the code, revealing a message that read, "I hope you are having lots of fun in trying to catch me. That wasn't me on the TV show." Quietly, this revelation was a haunting reminder of the killer's chilling confidence, a cruel taunt echoing through decades. As the Zodiac continued his reign of terror, the families of his victims emerged from the shadows, grappling with their grief in a world that seemed indifferent to their pain. They became advocates, using their voices to keep the memory of their loved ones alive. They faced the media, sharing stories of laughter, love, and dreams extinguished too soon. Darlene Ferrin's family, for example, spoke of a vivacious young woman, filled with ambition and warmth. Each victim's life was a tapestry of experiences, now forever altered by the senseless violence inflicted upon them. But this is the part the textbooks leave out. They omit the night terrors, the sleepless nights spent wondering if the killer would strike again. They fail to capture the profound sense of loss that ripples through a family, leaving scars that never truly heal. Each letter from the Zodiac brought not only new twists in the investigation, but also fresh waves of anguish to those who had lost so much. In the years that followed, the haunting specter of the Zodiac Killer loomed large over the families. As they sought justice, the truth of their struggle became painfully clear. Justice was not merely about the apprehension of a suspect, but about the recognition of their pain, the validation of their loss. The legal system often felt like a labyrinth, fraught with obstacles and delays, leaving families feeling isolated and unheard. For them, the Zodiac was not just a name, he was a walking ghost, a reminder of every holiday spent in mourning, every birthday celebrated with a hollow ache in their hearts. As the years rolled into decades, the killer's identity remained shrouded in mystery, and the families found themselves caught in a relentless cycle of hope and despair. And yet, as time passed, the investigation began to shift. New technologies emerged, and the techniques of law enforcement evolved. The advent of DNA analysis opened doors that had remained locked for years. Cold case units across the nation began to look back at unsolved murders with fresh eyes, examining evidence through the lens of modern science. In 2007, the Zodiac Killer case was reignited when a forensic artist rendered a new image based on eyewitness accounts. This updated portrayal, combined with advancements in genetic genealogy, made it seem possible that the killer could finally be brought to justice. With renewed vigor, amateur sleuths and professional investigators alike delved into the historical records, poring over police reports, witness statements, and family histories. This was not merely a case of murder, it was a window into the very psyche of society during the tumultuous late 1960s. The rise of counterculture, the Vietnam War, and the shifting dynamics of gender and race all played a role in shaping the world in which the Zodiac thrived. Quietly, the Zodiac Killer was not just a monster, he was a product of his time. A dark reflection of the societal turmoil, his reign of terror revealed the fragility of safety and the haunting vulnerability that comes with being human. As we explore the family's relentless pursuit of justice, we must also confront the shadows that linger in the background. The case has inspired countless films, books, and documentaries, each attempting to dissect the mind of a killer who has eluded capture for so long. But amidst this media frenzy, the family's voices often fade into the background, overshadowed by the sensationalism that surrounds the Zodiac's legend. The question lingers: how do we balance the allure of a true crime story with the reality of human tragedy? As we delve deeper into the investigation, we must remember that these are not just tales of gruesome murders, they are stories of lives forever changed, families left shattered, and a society wrestling with its own demons. The legacy of the Zodiac Killer is not merely one of fear, it is also one of resilience. Families have banded together, forming support networks, sharing their pain, and advocating for victims' rights. They have become a voice for the voiceless, ensuring that their loved ones are remembered not just as victims, but as individuals with hopes and dreams that were cruelly snatched away. Yet, just as we begin to see glimmers of hope, the darkness creeps back in. The Zodiac Killer remains an enigma, leaving behind a chilling question: what if he is still out there, watching, waiting? The investigation continues, but with each passing year, the chilling possibility looms larger that the truth may never be fully uncovered. The families persist, their hearts heavy with the weight of unresolved grief, but they press on. They refuse to let the world forget the names of those who were taken, those who deserve to be remembered. As we navigate this intricate web of history, loss, and resilience, the haunting echoes of the past remind us that some questions may never be answered. The Zodiac Killer, a shadowy figure lurking in the recesses of time, may hold secrets that are too dark to uncover. And as we draw closer to this mystery, one question remains: what might we discover in the search for truth? In the midst of their pursuit for answers, the families have unearthed something unexpected and unwavering strength that binds them together, a shared determination to ensure that the legacy of their loved ones endures. But the deeper we delve, the more we realize that this quest for justice may lead to revelations far more sinister than anyone could have anticipated. What they uncover may change everything. As we journey onward, we must ask ourselves: are we prepared for the truth? Are we ready to confront the darkness that may still be lurking in the shadows? The answers lie ahead, but they may come at a cost, one that we can only begin to fathom. The Zodiac Killer's first confirmed murder dates back to December 20, 1968, when high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday were shot near Vallejo, California. This horrific act marked the beginning of a reign of terror that would grip the nation, leaving behind a trail of unsolved cases and shattered lives. With each subsequent murder, a cryptic symbol emerged, a taunting signature that would haunt police and citizens alike. Letters filled with ciphers, threats, and dark proclamations were sent to local newspapers, drawing attention to his gruesome exploits and evoking a chilling blend of fear and fascination. The Zodiac's killing spree would continue into the summer of 1969, with the brutal slayings of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, followed by the infamous double murder of Cecilia Shepard and Brian Hartnell. It was during this latter attack, at Lake Berryessa, that the killer would infamously reveal himself, donning a hood and a symbol that would become synonymous with terror, a crosshair-like emblem etched into the fabric of his disguise. Witnesses recounted the horror that unfolded as he approached them, brandishing a knife, and issuing commands that would seal their fate. The chilling, calculated nature of these encounters painted a portrait of a man who reveled in the chaos he created. But it is the victims' stories that resonate most deeply. Darlene Ferrin, only 22, was a vibrant young woman with dreams and aspirations. Her life extinguished before it truly began, leaving behind friends and family grappling with the impact of such senseless violence. Michael Mageau, who survived the attack, carries the weight of that night with him, his memories haunted by the echoing gunshots and the desperate cries for help. This is the part that textbooks leave out. It's in the silence that follows the violence where the real pain lies, the unending grief that shapes the lives of those left behind. The Zodiac Killer's letters became a part of the fabric of American crime lore, each one dripping with arrogance and a thirst for notoriety. He even challenged authorities to catch him, declaring himself an incomprehensible monster. In one letter, he wrote, "I am not afraid of the gas chamber." This chilling declaration would become a hallmark of his twisted psyche, a testament to his belief in invincibility. The media, captivated by the enigma of the Zodiac, fanned the flames of public interest, leading to widespread speculation and rampant theories. Yet, with all the noise and fervor, the true victims, the families of the deceased, remained at the periphery, their pain overshadowed by sensational headlines and a killer's grotesque fame. As we probe deeper, the investigation reveals the growing tension between the police and the press. In a desperate bid to unmask the Zodiac, the authorities found themselves increasingly frustrated by the media's sensational approach. Each report, each headline, brought a new surge of public interest but also a dilution of the evidence. The spotlight shone brightly on the Zodiac, yet shrouded the victims in shadows. The search for the killer expanded beyond California, as law enforcement agencies across the United States began to connect the dots, linking potential Zodiac-related cases. From the Bay Area to Southern California, and even as far as Nevada, reports of suspicious deaths and unsolved murders began to surface, igniting debates around the possibility of multiple victims under the same dark cloak. As the years turned into decades, the case grew colder, yet the determination of those affected ignited a fire that refused to be extinguished. The families organized vigils, press conferences, and community meetings, united in their belief that the truth could still be found. They shared their stories, each event a reminder that behind the statistics lay lives, individuals who laughed, cried, and loved. In the early 2000s, a renewed interest in the Zodiac case emerged with advancements in forensic technology. The advent of DNA testing offered a glimmer of hope that the killer could finally be identified. But as the scientific community pieced together evidence, they found themselves confronted by an unsettling reality. The killer had been meticulous, often leaving behind no trace, or he had deliberately misled investigators, setting a trap that would take years to unravel. As we stand on the precipice of modern investigative techniques, we must confront the heart-wrenching question: can justice ever truly be served? Will the families of the Zodiac's victims find solace, or will they remain forever haunted by unanswered questions? Quietly, the search for answers may lead us down a path we never expected, uncovering truths hidden beneath layers of fear and secrecy, where the idea of closure remains elusive. As we embark on the next chapter of this chilling saga, we must brace ourselves for the revelations that await. The shadows of the past still whisper, promising that perhaps, just perhaps, the Zodiac Killer's story is far from over. The clock ticks, and with each second, the darkness grows deeper. In the shadowy corridors of history, some stories linger, festering like unhealed wounds. The Zodiac Killer, a name that echoes through the annals of crime, left a trail of terror that not only consumed his victims but also shattered the lives of those left behind. As we delve deeper into this tragic saga, we uncover the profound impact on the families, the silent cries for justice, and the lifelong scars etched into their hearts. These are not just victims, they are sons, daughters, sisters, and brothers. Each life extinguished leaves an indelible mark on those who loved them. It is here, in the emotional aftermath, that we find the true tragedy of this unsolved mystery. As we revisit the fateful night of July 4, 1969, in Vallejo, California, we encounter Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, two young souls whose lives would be forever altered. Their laughter and dreams snuffed out in an instant, replaced by the chilling reality of a killer's wrath. Darlene was just 22, a vibrant spirit whose laughter filled the air, while Michael, only 19, was a budding artist with a future full of promise. Quietly, imagine the moment, a bright summer night, filled with hopes and aspirations, suddenly plunged into darkness. They parked their car by Lake Herman Road, unaware that they were about to become victims of a brutal attack. In the blink of an eye, everything changed. Darlene and Michael were ambushed, the sound of gunfire echoing through the stillness, slicing through their innocence. Michael survived, bearing witness to the horror that befell them, yet he would carry the weight of that night for the rest of his days. But what of Darlene's family? Her mother, who had watched her daughter blossom into a young woman, now faced the unbearable reality of her absence. The police investigation, filled with false leads and missteps, would only deepen their anguish. This is the part the textbooks leave out. Behind every statistic lies a heartbroken family, grappling with grief that never truly fades. As we traverse through the years, the stories of the victims' families unfold like a tapestry of sorrow. Betty Lou Jensen, only 16, and David Faraday, just 17, were the first confirmed victims of the Zodiac. They, too, were filled with youthful dreams. On that fateful evening of December 20, 1968, their lives were taken in a brutal act of violence. Betty Lou's sister, speaking years later, recalled how the family was never the same. Every Christmas, every birthday, was a reminder of the empty chair, she would say, her voice trembling as she recounted the hollowness that accompanied their loss. The search for justice felt like an elusive mirage, always just out of reach. Families were left to navigate the unrelenting pain alone, their grief overshadowed by the media frenzy surrounding the Zodiac's taunting letters. Quietly, in one particularly chilling correspondence, he wrote, "I am the killer of the two teenagers last Christmas." The words were not just a confession, they were a dagger plunged into the hearts of those mourning. Fast forward to 1970, the Zodiac's reign of terror expanded. The abduction of Kathleen Johns, a pregnant young woman, left deep psychological scars, not just on her but on her family as well. Kathleen's mother recalls the day she learned of her daughter's horrifying experience. "I was terrified," she shares, her voice heavy with emotion. As a mother, you never want to imagine your child in that kind of danger. Yet, Kathleen's tale is one of survival. She escaped, but the trauma lingered. The psychological toll of living in fear would haunt her and her family for years to come. Each shadow became a reminder of that night. In the quiet moments, one can almost hear the whispers of the families, the unspoken words of love and longing. They became advocates for their lost loved ones, fighting against the tide of indifference that often accompanies such tragedies. In 1971, the Zodiac struck again, this time claiming the life of the promising student, 22-year-old Cecilia Shepard, and her companion, 19-year-old Brian Hartnell, near Lake Berryessa. The chilling image of the Zodiac approaching them, clad in a hood and brandishing a gun, haunts the memories of those who knew them. Brian survived, but the psychological scars ran deep. He would spend countless nights reliving the horror, while Cecilia's family faced a grief too profound to articulate. "You think you can move on, but there's always a piece missing," her mother lamented, the weight of loss heavy in her heart. As we reflect on these stories, remember, dear listener, that each name, each life lost, represents a family forever changed. The search for justice became an eternal cycle of hope and despair. Families became entwined in the fabric of the investigation, their lives forever linked to the quest for answers. Quietly, this is the part that textbooks leave out. The relentless waiting, the unanswered questions, the unyielding pain. In the following years, the Zodiac would elude capture, leaving behind a trail of shattered lives. The family struggled to find closure, often left in the dark, while the world around them moved on. As we near the end of this chapter, we must acknowledge the resilience of these families. They became voices for the voiceless, a testament to the enduring power of love amidst sorrow. Each anniversary of their loved ones' deaths brought renewed anguish, yet they persevered, driven by the hope that one day, justice would prevail. Now, we turn our gaze to the present. The families of the Zodiac's victims still seek answers, still yearn for the truth. In a world where technology has evolved, the hope of closure remains alive, fueled by the memories of those taken too soon. Quietly, but what if the truth lies buried in the shadows, waiting to be unearthed by those brave enough to confront it? As we conclude our exploration into the impact on the victims' families, we are left to ponder the layers of grief, the complexities of justice, and the unending search for peace. Next chapter explores Chapter 9, The Cold Case. The shadows of the past linger over the present, as we delve deeper into the chilling enigma that is the Zodiac Killer. For decades, the investigation has been a labyrinthine journey, twisting and turning through the corridors of time, leaving behind echoes of anguish and unanswered questions. In the late 1960s, California was a land of promise, yet beneath its sun-soaked surface, darkness was brewing. It was a time when the Bay Area was alive with youthful exuberance, a cultural revolution unfurling like a vibrant tapestry. But then, on December 20, 1968, the thread of normalcy was abruptly severed with the brutal murder of high school sweethearts Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, near Vallejo. Their tragic deaths would become the first of many that would haunt a generation. Just days later, on July 4, 1969, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Maggio would encounter the same fate. The couple was ambushed at Lake Herman Road, left in a nightmare that would soon capture national attention. The killer's signature, a cipher sent to local newspapers, hinted at a mind both twisted and calculating, a desperate cry for recognition. Quietly, the Zodiac's chilling taunts were not merely threats, they were a dark invitation to the public. The cryptic letters, filled with symbols and riddles, began to arrive at the San Francisco Chronicle, captivating and bewildering readers alike. Each line was laden with a sinister charm that danced just beyond the grasp of understanding. It was an intoxicating game, the stakes of which were life and death. The Zodiac was no ordinary murderer, he was a master of manipulation, crafting an identity that both terrified and fascinated the public. His first confirmed killing was the catalyst, but it was the letters that propelled him into infamy. He claimed responsibility for multiple murders, but his true count remains shrouded in mystery. In the spring of 1969, he would strike again, this time targeting a young couple, a harrowing act that would cement his place in the annals of crime. The police were left scrambling, desperately trying to decipher his twisted psyche. But with every letter, every taunt, the line between predator and prey blurred. The community, once vibrant and hopeful, became a landscape painted in fear. People looked over their shoulders, anxiously glancing into the shadows, each rustle of leaves a reminder that danger lurked just beyond sight. The Zodiac's reign of terror reached its peak with the murder of 29-year-old cab driver Paul Stine in October 1969. This was a pivotal moment, a stark reminder that no one was safe, not even those who thought themselves shielded by the mundane routines of daily life. As the investigations unfolded, law enforcement agencies struggled to keep pace with the Zodiac's cunning. In an age before DNA evidence and modern forensic techniques, the detectives were armed with little more than intuition and old-fashioned police work. They meticulously pieced together timelines, sought out witnesses, and scoured the streets for clues, yet the elusive killer remained a ghost, slipping through their fingers time and time again. Quietly, this was the dawn of a new era in crime-solving, a time when the tools of justice were limited, and the darkness often prevailed. The Zodiac's letters contained not just threats but also cryptic puzzles, each one more complex than the last. One cipher, sent to the Chronicle in 1969, would later be decoded, revealing a message that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to read it. "I like killing people because it is so much fun," he wrote, a chilling admission of his twisted pleasure in the act of murder. Families were left to grapple with the aftermath, their lives irrevocably altered. The anguish of losing a loved one to such brutality was compounded by the frustration of not knowing, of unanswered questions lingering like a heavy fog. For them, the clock ticked slowly, each passing year a reminder of the void left behind. Quietly, this is the part the textbooks leave out: how grief becomes a constant companion, how hope can flicker like a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. As the years turned into decades, the Zodiac faded from the headlines, but the memories remained etched into the hearts of those left behind. The families of his victims became advocates, their voices rising above the silence, demanding justice for their loved ones. They fought against time, against the fading memories, against the very nature of forgetting. In the 1970s, a series of sensational trials and high-profile cases captured public attention, and the Zodiac Killer became a cold case, a remnant of a bygone era. Yet, whispers of his identity persisted, as amateur sleuths and armchair detectives sought to unmask the man behind the mask. As technology advanced, so too did hope. The introduction of forensic advancements, such as DNA analysis, rekindled a flame of possibility. Could the cold case of the Zodiac Killer finally be solved? Yet, as we stand on the precipice of new discoveries, we must confront the unsettling truth: the Zodiac's legacy is one of darkness, a reminder that evil can thrive in silence. In the shadows of our society, there are still those who evade justice, their secrets buried beneath layers of time and fear. Quietly, what lies hidden in the archives of this case? The families, still clinging to hope, await the day justice may finally be served. They are not just victims of a crime, they are the stewards of memory, the guardians of truth in a world that often forgets. As we explore the present-day implications of this haunting tale, we must ask ourselves, how far have we come in our understanding of such a monstrous figure? And what lessons can we glean from the shadows he cast? In this pursuit of truth, we find ourselves standing at a crossroads. The Zodiac Killer may have vanished into obscurity, but the question of his identity and the impact of his actions remain. The search for answers is not just an academic exercise, it is an emotional odyssey, one that transcends time and place. As we venture further into this investigation, we will uncover the motivations that drive those who seek the truth, and the dark allure that binds the killer to his victims. But as we peel back the layers of this dark mystery, a chilling realization dawns: the Zodiac may not be as far removed from us as we once believed. His influence lingers, an unsettling reminder that the boundaries of morality can blur, and that evil can wear many faces. We must now ask the question, what if the truth is closer than we think? The answers lie just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered in the most unexpected of places, where shadows intertwine with light, and the past is never truly forgotten. And as we delve deeper into this chilling cold case, we prepare to confront the haunting reality that this is far from over. As we gather the threads of the investigation, we find ourselves at a precipice, peering into the abyss of uncertainty. The Zodiac Killer may have eluded capture for decades, but the search for justice remains an ever-pressing pursuit. The lingering question lingers still, will the truth finally emerge from the shadows, or will it remain buried, a haunting reminder of a darkness that refuses to be vanquished? And so, we continue our exploration into the heart of this case, a journey that may lead us to terrifying revelations, or perhaps to the chilling realization that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The Zodiac's reign of terror began in the late 1960s, a tumultuous decade that bore witness to social upheaval and shifting cultural paradigms. The first confirmed attack occurred on December 20, 1968, in Vallejo, California. Two teenagers, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, found themselves at a lover's lane when a figure emerged from the darkness. In a brutal act of violence, the young couple was shot, forever marking them as the Zodiac's initial victims. Their lives, filled with dreams and aspirations, were extinguished in seconds, leaving behind a gaping void that would ripple through their families and community. Yet, it was the chilling letter sent to the San Francisco Chronicle on July 31, 1969, that thrust the Zodiac into the public eye, transforming him from a nameless monster into an infamous figure shrouded in intrigue. The letter, laced with taunts and cryptic symbols, was signed with a distinctive Z, igniting a media frenzy that would immortalize the killer and his cryptic messages. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The fascination surrounding the Zodiac Killer transcends mere horror. It speaks to a darker aspect of human nature, a morbid curiosity that leads us to explore the depths of a killer's psyche. Quietly, what compels individuals to draw closer to the darkness, to understand the mind of a murderer? The Zodiac wasn't merely a predator, he was an enigma, a figure who reveled in the chaos he created. With each letter, each cryptic symbol, he sought to engage the public, to challenge law enforcement, and to proclaim his power. His letters were not simply confessions, they were invitations to play a deadly game, a game he was determined to win. The Zodiac's second confirmed murder occurred on July 4, 1969, when he struck again, this time targeting Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau at Blue Rock Springs Park. In a scene reminiscent of a nightmare, the killer approached their car, his intentions masked by the veil of night. After a barrage of gunfire, Darlene lay lifeless, while Michael, barely clinging to life, would become a pivotal witness in the investigation. His harrowing account would bring to light the chilling demeanor of the Zodiac, a man who seemed to take pleasure in the suffering he inflicted. As we trace the timeline of events, we must confront an unsettling reality. The Zodiac was not merely a man, he was a symbol of a pervasive fear that gripped the nation. The late 1960s was a time when America was wrestling with its identity, and the Zodiac's violent escapades served as a grotesque reflection of societal turmoil. In the cities of San Francisco and Vallejo, once vibrant with life, the shadow of the Zodiac loomed large, casting an indelible mark on the consciousness of its inhabitants. But what drove this man, this monster, to commit such heinous acts? Was it a desire for notoriety, a thirst for power, or something more insidious? As we scour the archives, we find whispers of psychological profiles and conjectures, yet the truth remains elusive. Perhaps it was the thrill of the hunt, the intoxicating rush that comes from being one step ahead of the law. In August of 1969, the Zodiac sent a letter that would send shockwaves through the nation. It was a detailed account of his crimes, coupled with a cipher that challenged the public to decode his twisted messages. The letter concluded with a chilling promise: "I will not give you my name." Quietly, with these words, he solidified his legend, inviting amateur sleuths and professional detectives alike into a labyrinthine puzzle that seemed impossible to solve. The ciphers themselves became a cultural phenomenon. Cryptographers, mathematicians, and even schoolchildren would engage in a collective effort to unravel the Zodiac's messages, fueled by a blend of curiosity and fear. In a world grappling with its own uncertainties, the Zodiac offered a macabre form of engagement, a way to confront the darkness that lingered just beneath the surface of everyday life. And yet, amidst the fascination, we must remember the human cost of these games. Each cipher cracked, each letter deciphered, was a reminder of the lives lost. The families of the victims, forever haunted by the specter of their loved ones, became collateral damage in a twisted narrative that captivated the nation. As we examine the societal impact of the Zodiac's terror, we must also confront the failures of law enforcement. The investigation that spanned years became a tangled web of miscommunication and missed opportunities. The police departments, divided by jurisdiction, struggled to share crucial information, allowing the Zodiac to slip through their grasp time and again. By the time the Zodiac claimed his next victim, the public's fear had morphed into a frenzy. On September 27, 1969, he attacked again, this time at Lake Berryessa, where he encountered college students Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard. In a scene that could only be described as cinematic in its horror, the Zodiac approached the couple, brandishing a knife, and forced them to the ground. He then drew a symbol on Brian's shirt, a chilling representation of the Zodiac's signature, before viciously stabbing them both. Yet, in a shocking twist, the Zodiac's arrogance led him to reveal his face, as he posed for a sketch in front of the couple. This brazen act, captured in the minds of witnesses, would become one of the most recognizable images associated with the case. The chilling confidence of the Zodiac was a stark reminder: he was no ordinary criminal, he was a master of manipulation, a puppeteer pulling the strings of fear in the hearts of many. As we delve deeper into the psyche of this killer, we must ask ourselves, what drove him to such depravity? Was it a hunger for attention, a desire for control, or a deep-seated pathology that compelled him to commit these atrocities? Quietly, the more we uncover, the more we realize that the Zodiac is a reflection of the darker corners of our own human experience, a reminder that evil is not a distant concept, but one that exists within us all. The investigation continued, a labyrinthine journey into the depths of a case that seemed to defy resolution. The Zodiac's final confirmed murder came on March 22, 1970, when he took the life of a young woman named Kathleen Johns. In a bizarre twist of fate, Kathleen was pregnant at the time and managed to escape the clutches of the Zodiac, her harrowing story a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As we sift through the fragments of this case, we must confront an unsettling question: why did the Zodiac choose to stop? Did he tire of the game, or did external forces compel him to retreat into the shadows? Theories abound, ranging from his possible death to imprisonment for other crimes. Yet, the lack of closure leaves a haunting void, a reminder that the truth may remain forever out of reach. Yet, even as the years passed, the Zodiac's legacy endured. His influence stretched beyond the confines of California, permeating the very fabric of popular culture. Films, books, and television shows were birthed from the shadows of his terror, each depicting the enigma that surrounded the man behind the mask. The fascination with the Zodiac Killer became a cultural phenomenon, an obsession that revealed the darker currents of human curiosity. As we examine the impact of the Zodiac's reign of terror, we must also confront the ethical dilemmas that arise from our obsession with true crime. What does it mean to glorify a killer, to dissect the very fabric of their being for entertainment? This is the part that textbooks leave out. The line between fascination and exploitation can often blur, leaving us questioning our own motivations for delving into the darkness. In the years that followed, advancements in forensic technology began to shed new light on cold cases, rekindling hope for justice in the hearts of those who still seek answers. The advent of DNA evidence, in particular, opened new doors, allowing investigators to revisit old evidence with newfound vigor. As recently as 2021, the San Francisco Police Department announced that they were re-examining DNA evidence from the Zodiac case, igniting a flicker of hope for closure after decades of uncertainty. With each passing year, the allure of the Zodiac Killer remains unwavering. The mystery continues to inspire a plethora of theories, each more tantalizing than the last. Could the killer have been a local resident, a figure hidden in plain sight? Or perhaps, he was a transient, passing through the area, leaving behind a trail of terror as he moved on to other targets? As we navigate the uncharted waters of speculation, we must also acknowledge the human cost of this investigation: families forever altered, communities haunted by grief, and a society grappling with the implications of a killer who evaded justice. The Zodiac Killer is not merely a relic of the past, he is a specter that haunts our collective consciousness, a reminder that darkness can lurk in the most unexpected of places. As we continue to explore the depths of this case, we must confront the uncomfortable truth: the search for answers is a journey fraught with uncertainty, a path that may lead us to places we never intended to go. And as we close in on the final pieces of this chilling puzzle, we find ourselves standing at the edge of revelation, on the cusp of truth, yet still shrouded in mystery. For each question answered only leads to more questions, an endless cycle of pursuit that reflects the very nature of our existence. What awaits us in the shadows? What truths lie hidden, waiting to be uncovered? The answers may lie just beyond our reach, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly elusive. And as we take this final step into the abyss, we must brace ourselves for what may come next, for the darkness is deep, and the Zodiac's legacy is far from over. In the years following the Zodiac's last confirmed killing in 1969, the California landscape continued to change, yet the legend of the Zodiac Killer grew, entwining itself with the fabric of American culture. By the late 1970s, the media frenzy surrounding the case had reached a fever pitch. Newspapers splashed cryptic letters and symbols across their front pages, capturing the imagination of a nation that craved a resolution. But the killer remained elusive. As investigators scrambled to connect the dots, each lead seemed to dissolve like smoke. The Zodiac's taunting letters, rife with ciphers, conveyed not only a sense of superiority but also a dark, twisted pleasure in the chaos he had orchestrated. Quietly, I am the monster you fear. This is the part that textbooks leave out. Behind the statistics and the sensational headlines lay the heart-wrenching stories of the victims: young lives extinguished, families shattered, dreams unfulfilled. In the case of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, both shot on a deserted road in Vallejo, the aftermath rippled through their families, leaving them with a void that would never be filled. As we peel back the layers of this mystery, we find ourselves drawn into a darker narrative. A series of unsolved murders that stretch beyond the Zodiac's known victims. In places like San Francisco, and even as far north as Lake Tahoe, a chilling pattern emerges, hinting at a potential network of violence that has yet to be fully understood. In 1978, the case took a shocking turn when a man named Arthur Leigh Allen was identified as a prime suspect after witnesses recalled his presence near some of the murders. Allen, a convicted child molester, had a history of violent behavior and was even linked to some of the Zodiac's letters. But despite the mounting evidence, he was never charged, passing away in 1992 without ever facing justice. Yet, the story does not end with Allen. In 2007, a group of amateur sleuths reignited interest in the case, using modern forensic techniques to analyze the Zodiac's letters. They uncovered DNA evidence that pointed to a new suspect, someone entirely outside the realm of suspicion. This development sent shockwaves through the investigative community, reigniting hopes that the truth was finally within grasp. But as we delve deeper, questions arise. What if the Zodiac Killer was never meant to be caught? What if he thrived on the chaos, a puppeteer pulling the strings of fear and suspicion? And now, dear listener, we invite you to ponder this unsettling possibility. Perhaps the Zodiac is not just a man, but a manifestation of our own fears and embodiment of the darkness that lurks within us all. As we stand on the precipice of revelation, we find ourselves tangled in a web of conspiracy, speculation, and enduring mystery. Each theory, each suspect, only serves to deepen our fascination and our dread. What if the key to the Zodiac's identity lies buried in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to resurface? The investigation continues, and we are left with the haunting question: who was the Zodiac Killer? And more importantly, what does his story reveal about ourselves? As we prepare to uncover the next layer of this enigma, we can feel the tension mounting, the air thick with anticipation. The answers, however, remain tantalizingly out of reach, just beyond the veil of understanding. For in this darkness, we are all seekers, yearning for light, yet drawn to the shadows. The air hangs heavy with unsolved mysteries, where shadows intertwine with whispers of fear. In the heart of Northern California, a killer once roamed, his identity cloaked in darkness, leaving behind not just a trail of victims, but an enduring enigma that has haunted generations. The Zodiac Killer, a name that evokes both dread and fascination, slipped through the fingers of law enforcement, leaving a legacy of unanswered questions. As we delve into the chilling reality of this cold case, we confront not just the unresolved crimes, but also the profound implications of a society grappling with its unspeakable truths. In the wake of terror, the once vibrant communities of Vallejo, Napa, and San Francisco fell silent. Victims' families mourned, stitching together their lives in a world altered forever by fear. The year was 1969. With each passing moment, the Zodiac taunted authorities, weaving a web of intrigue that would ensnare the public imagination. But eventually, silence took hold. Investigators found themselves at a crossroads, where the lines between hope and despair blurred. On July 4, 1969, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau became the Zodiac's second confirmed victims in a remote parking lot. The aftermath was chaotic, marked by frantic calls to police and the first of many taunting letters sent to the press. But as the months turned into years, the case grew cold. What causes a case, once so vibrant in its urgency, to become shrouded in the dust of time? In the decades that followed, the Zodiac Killer remained at large, evading capture with an ease that left investigators scratching their heads. This is the part the textbooks leave out. The truth is, the Zodiac's elusiveness was bolstered by systemic failures, the lack of advanced forensic technologies, and the sheer volume of leads that turned into blind alleys. As the case cooled, so too did public interest, only to be reignited by sporadic media coverage and the relentless pursuit of amateur sleuths. In the late 1970s, the psychological profiles of serial killers began to evolve. Experts theorized about the Zodiac's motives. Was he a sadistic narcissist, reveling in the chaos he created? Or was he simply a man lost in a world of his own making? The questions multiplied, but the answers remained elusive. As the years passed, the timelines of the victims began to blur into obscurity. The last confirmed murder linked to the Zodiac occurred in 1969, yet the fear he instilled echoed long after. Each year, as anniversaries approached, like the one in December 1969 marking the death of Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, communities would hold their breath, waiting for the next chilling revelation. Fast forward to the 1990s. The case had become a study in frustration, yet the obsession with the Zodiac persisted. Armchair detectives pored over old police reports, analyzing every detail, every clue. The fascination wasn't just about the murders, it was about the mystery itself. As we explore the reasons behind the coldness of this case, it's essential to acknowledge the role of media in shaping public perception. The Zodiac Killer became a cultural phenomenon. Movies, books, and documentaries were birthed from this sinister tale. Yet, while the public consumed the drama, the families of the victims were left grappling with their grief. Quietly, it's not just a story, it's a wound that never heals. This is the part the textbooks leave out. The victims were more than just names in a police report. They were people with lives, dreams, and families. Their stories deserve to be heard, yet remain overshadowed by the mythos of the Zodiac. The case's stagnation became a cruel joke. A persistent reminder that sometimes, the truth remains just out of reach. Investigators faced the daunting reality of limited resources and outdated methodologies. The dawn of the 21st century brought renewed hope. Advances in forensic science ignited a spark in the cold case. DNA analysis, once a mere dream, became a tangible tool that law enforcement began to harness. But with hope came the weight of expectation. As the case continued to unfold in the public eye, the question lingered: could technology finally unearth the truth? In 2007, the Zodiac's infamous ciphers resurfaced, capturing the attention of cryptographers and enthusiasts alike. The internet became a battleground for theories, with countless individuals convinced they could crack the code. Yet, despite the fervor, the case remained dormant. In 2018, a breakthrough emerged. A team of genetic genealogists used DNA from one of the Zodiac's letters to connect him to distant relatives. The hope was electric. But as the investigation unfolded, it brought with it a new set of questions. The prospect of identifying the Zodiac Killer was tantalizing, yet it also reopened wounds for those left behind. What if the answers revealed a truth too painful to bear? With each new lead, the burden of expectation grew heavier. Families, who had long since learned to live with their pain, were once again thrust into the spotlight. The public's appetite for closure became a double-edged sword, where the quest for answers clashed with the raw emotions of loss. And as we stand on the precipice of potential revelation, we find ourselves pondering the very fabric of justice. What does it mean when a case goes cold? How do we reconcile the desire for closure with the often harsh realities of life? And so, we ask ourselves, are we closer to understanding the mind of the Zodiac Killer, or are we merely chasing shadows? The investigation into the Zodiac Killer remains a stark reminder that some mysteries may never be solved. As we look toward what comes next, we find ourselves at a crossroads of hope and uncertainty. Next chapter explores Chapter 10, New Technologies, New Hope. The search for the Zodiac Killer, a figure cloaked in enigma, had entered a new era. The advent of technology promised a revolution in investigative techniques, but with such promise came the haunting echoes of the past, decades of inconclusive leads, missteps, and the heavy toll on the families of the victims. In 2018, as forensic science made remarkable strides, the marriage of genetic genealogy and law enforcement opened doors previously thought sealed. This fusion was spearheaded by a group of trailblazers in the field, pioneers who had already made their mark in high-profile cases like the Golden State Killer, whose own reign of terror had been cut short by the very technology that now aimed to unveil the Zodiac. But the path to revelation was fraught with complexity. The DNA extracted from one of the Zodiac's taunting letters, a chilling artifact of his sadistic games, was the key to unlocking a generational puzzle. As the team meticulously reconstructed family trees, they unearthed connections that spanned across states, generations, and even continents. It was a painstaking process, requiring not only expertise but also a level of intuition that could only come from years of experience. The genealogists worked in the shadows, their efforts fueled by a desire for justice that transcended time. They meticulously combed through public records, connecting dots that had remained elusive for so long. Each name they traced was a step closer to clarity, but with every discovery, the emotional weight grew heavier. Imagine for a moment the families of the victims. Now, after decades of silence, they were thrust back into the center of a media storm. The public's insatiable thirst for knowledge was palpable, yet it was met with the sobering reality that this was not merely a story, these were lives forever changed. For every name uncovered, there were memories rekindled, grief revisited. The emotional toll weighed heavily on those who had already endured so much. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The stories behind the statistics, the human cost behind cold cases. Quietly, the very idea of reopening old wounds is a heavy burden to bear. Families who had learned to navigate their loss were once again faced with the specter of unresolved pain. The question loomed large: was peace worth the price of resurrecting the past? As the genealogists honed in on their findings, they encountered an unexpected revelation that would shift the trajectory of their investigation. In tracing the lineage of the potential suspect, they stumbled upon a name that echoed through the annals of history: Gary Francis Post. Born in 1937, Post's life was marred by violence and controversy. He had already been convicted of heinous crimes, serving time for a series of brutal assaults. But it was his alleged involvement in the Zodiac's reign of terror that cast a long shadow over his legacy. Post had passed away in 2018, leaving behind a tangled web of secrets that investigators were determined to unravel. As they delved deeper into his past, they uncovered connections between Post and the very locations where the Zodiac had struck. Patterns began to emerge, suggesting a methodical mind behind the madness, a mind that had eluded capture for far too long. Quietly, but with each clue that pointed towards Post, a chilling realization settled in: could the Zodiac Killer have been living among us, hidden in plain sight? The whispers of his potential guilt echoed through the investigative community, igniting debates that would capture the public's imagination once again. As the media frenzy escalated, the challenge of confirming Post's involvement became a race against time. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. The pieces of the puzzle were there, waiting to be assembled. Investigators sought to corroborate the genetic evidence with a trove of Zodiac letters, each missive a taunt from a killer who reveled in the chaos he created. The letters were like breadcrumbs leading to the heart of darkness, but would they ultimately lead to justice? The question of whether Post could be definitively identified as the Zodiac Killer hung in the air, an uncertainty that gripped the nation. Each day, the pressure mounted. How close were they to uncovering the truth? Yet, as the days turned into weeks, skepticism began to creep in. The public's fascination with the Zodiac Killer had always been a double-edged sword, and now, whispers of doubt began to circulate. Could this be yet another false lead, another false hope? Families, already raw from the wounds of the past, braced themselves for the possibility of disappointment. They had waited so long for answers, but the fear of being let down again lingered like a specter. As investigative teams scoured Post's history, they unearthed more than just potential links to the Zodiac. They discovered a man consumed by darkness, driven by impulses that shattered lives and left scars on those who survived. In 1968, the very year the Zodiac began his killing spree, Post was living in Vallejo, California, a mere stone's throw from where the first victims would be claimed. The chilling proximity raised questions that demanded answers. What kind of man could commit such atrocities and yet slip through the cracks of justice? But the answers would not come easily. For every piece of circumstantial evidence pointing toward Post, there were also opposing narratives, doubts and contradictions that clouded the investigation. His life was a tapestry of violence and rehabilitation, a man who had been both predator and prey in a system that often failed to protect. As the investigation shifted gears, the search for definitive proof became a matter of urgency. Would DNA testing be the ultimate arbiter of truth? Could they match Post's DNA to that of the Zodiac letters? As the clock ticked, the tension grew palpable, a race against time that felt almost cinematic in its unfolding. Yet, the search for answers was not without its challenges. With every lead pursued, there were obstacles that threatened to derail the investigation entirely. Legal battles over access to Post's remains, the ethical considerations of post-mortem examinations, and the looming threat of media sensationalism cast a shadow over what should have been a straightforward inquiry. Quietly, the truth is, in the world of criminal investigations, nothing is ever simple. Each revelation often leads to more questions than answers, an endless cycle that reflects the complexities of human nature itself. And as we delve deeper into the mind of a killer, we must confront the uncomfortable truths about society's fascination with darkness. Why do we find ourselves drawn to stories that unsettle us? What does it say about us as a culture? As the investigation continued, the families of the Zodiac's victims remained at the forefront of our minds. What did they think of the prospect of closure? Did they long for the truth, or did they fear the implications of it? In the coming months, the tension would reach a fever pitch. With each passing day, the anticipation built, leaving us all wondering, would the truth finally come to light, or would it remain shrouded in mystery? The research teams were relentless, fueled by a sense of duty to those who had suffered for far too long. They were determined to give voice to the voiceless, to seek justice for the innocent lives lost. But as the investigation gathered momentum, a new twist would soon emerge, one that could change everything. As we venture deeper into this chilling narrative, we must confront the unsettling possibility: the answers we seek may not just reveal a killer, but also force us to look into the shadows of our own society. And so we ask, as we approach the precipice of revelation, what truths lie in wait? Stay with us as we unravel the threads of this complex tale, where each discovery may lead us closer to the truth or plunge us deeper into the abyss of uncertainty. The question remains, are we ready for the answers that lie ahead? The chilling facts surrounding Gary Post may illuminate a path toward justice, but the shadows of the past continue to loom large. As we explore the implications of these new findings, we find ourselves at a crossroads, one that could either bring long-awaited closure or open the floodgates to a torrent of pain. The world is watching, and so are the families yearning for resolution. What will the next chapter reveal? And as we delve deeper into the heart of this haunting mystery, we find ourselves grappling with questions that may remain forever unanswered. What is the true cost of uncovering the past? In the pursuit of truth, we must confront the darkness that lies within us all. The Zodiac Killer may have left a trail of chaos, but in his wake, he has also sparked a profound exploration of justice, memory, and the human experience. The stage is set, and we stand at the edge of revelation, where the line between hunter and hunted blurs, and the truths we uncover may change everything we thought we knew about this infamous case. And as we turn the page to the next chapter, one question remains: will we find the answers we seek, or will we chase shadows into the night? Join us as we continue this journey into the unknown, where every revelation brings us closer to understanding the enigma that is the Zodiac Killer. As we navigate through the dense fog of history, we must take a closer look at the man whose name has become synonymous with terror and intrigue. Gary Post, a name that echoes in the hidden corridors of crime, has resurfaced in the public consciousness, but what do we truly know about him? Born in 1939 in the small town of Santa Rosa, California, Post's early life was marked by a troubling childhood, one that would later serve as a breeding ground for the darkness that would envelop his adult years. Growing up amidst the turbulence of the post-war era, he was a child of a generation shaped by conflict and instability. Yet, it was not until the late 1960s that his actions would send shockwaves through the very fabric of society. The Zodiac killings began in 1968, a time when America was grappling with issues of civil rights, war, and social upheaval. The first confirmed victim, high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, were shot on a secluded road in Vallejo, California. It was the beginning of a chilling spree that would leave 5 confirmed dead and countless lives shattered. But the killer's identity remained a mystery, obscured by the very chaos he created. As we sift through the murky waters of this case, we uncover letters sent by the Zodiac himself, taunting, cryptic messages that would haunt investigators and the public alike. In one of these letters, he famously declared, "I like killing people because it is so much fun." Such chilling words echo through the decades, revealing a mind that relished in the fear he instilled. Quietly, the depth of his depravity is almost unfathomable, yet it serves as a stark reminder of the darkness that lurks within. As we piece together the timeline, we find ourselves in 1969, a year that would solidify the Zodiac's infamy. The brutal murder of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau marked a turning point, as the killer not only claimed lives but also left a message, one that would forever alter the course of true crime history. The following months saw a series of increasingly audacious acts. The Zodiac's letters became more elaborate, taunting police and challenging them to solve the case. He even included ciphers, some of which took decades to unravel. Cryptographers and amateur sleuths alike became obsessed, leading to a surge in public fascination with the case. Yet behind the sensationalism lay a grim reality. families were left shattered, communities living in fear, and countless lives forever changed. This is the part the textbooks leave out. The Zodiac was not just a name in a newspaper, he was a specter that haunted the lives of ordinary people, turning their world upside down. We must ask ourselves, what drives a person to commit such heinous acts? In examining Post's life, we find clues that may offer insight. Reports suggest he was a troubled individual, with a history of violence and a propensity for manipulation. His time in the military may have exacerbated these traits, as he served during a tumultuous period in American history. Post's eventual capture in 1970 was not as straightforward as one might hope. The law enforcement agencies were ill-equipped to handle the complexity of the case, each jurisdiction working independently, often at odds with one another. The lack of modern forensic techniques left many leads cold, and as time passed, the trail of the Zodiac grew colder. For years, the case lay dormant, a chilling reminder of the unsolved. Yet the legacy of the Zodiac Killer was far from over. In 2007, a new resurgence of interest emerged, spurred by the advent of technology and the Internet. It was a time when amateur detectives began to take up the mantle, delving into the archives of the past, examining every detail of the unsolved mystery. Quietly, the question that lingers in the air is whether the truth will ever truly emerge. The families of the victims, still seeking closure, have been left in the wake of a killer who seemingly thrives on their pain. Their voices cry out for justice, yet they often find themselves unheard amid the noise of media sensationalism and public fascination. As we linger in this space, we must confront the uncomfortable truths that arise when we seek to understand Post's life. In the realm of criminal psychology, the line between victim and perpetrator often blurs. What drives an individual like Post to commit such atrocities? Is it nature, nurture, or a complex interplay of both? The conversations surrounding these questions are often fraught with emotional weight. For many, the Zodiac represents an archetype of evil, a malevolent force that disrupts the very fabric of society. Yet, in peeling back the layers, we may discover the human story behind the monster. What circumstances led him down this dark path? As we explore the evolution of the investigation, we find ourselves at the intersection of technology and crime. The advent of DNA analysis has transformed the landscape of forensic science. Cold cases, once relegated to the annals of history, are now being reopened as new techniques breathe life into the search for justice. With Post's name resurfacing, investigators have begun to re-evaluate evidence that had long been overlooked. Could it be that the key to unmasking the Zodiac lies hidden in the very fabric of time? In 2021, a group of dedicated cold case enthusiasts took it upon themselves to analyze Post's past. Their findings led them to re-examine the original evidence, sparking a renewed interest in the case. But with this resurgence comes the weight of expectation, the burden of resolving a mystery that has haunted generations. Quietly, the implications are staggering. What if the truth about Post unlocks the door to understanding the Zodiac? What if the answers we seek lie not just within the confines of his actions, but also within the societal structures that allowed such a figure to thrive? Yet, as we parse through the layers of evidence, we find ourselves grappling with the moral complexities of justice. What does it mean to finally put a name to the face of evil? Will it bring solace to the families, or simply reignite the pain of loss? As we stand on the precipice of discovery, we must remember the human cost of this pursuit. The families of the victims are not just statistics, they are real people, each carrying their own scars. Their stories intertwine with the narrative of the Zodiac, creating a tapestry of grief, resilience, and an unwavering quest for truth. As we continue to delve into this dark chapter of history, we find ourselves confronted with the reality that some questions may never find answers. In the quest for justice, we must also reckon with the shadows of our own humanity. What happens when the answers we seek reveal more than we bargained for? As we peel back the layers of Post's life, we may uncover not only the history of a killer but also the reflection of a society grappling with its own demons. We invite you to join us in this exploration, as we stand at the crossroads of revelation and despair. The clock is ticking, and the shadows that envelop the Zodiac Killer continue to loom large. As we take the next step into this chilling narrative, we must ask ourselves, what will we discover in the depths of Gary Post's legacy? And will the truth bring the closure so many have long sought, or will it only deepen the wounds that have yet to heal? The journey is not just one of investigation, it is a quest for understanding in a world that often shies away from the uncomfortable truths that lie beneath the surface. And as we push forward into the unknown, we are left with one haunting thought: will we finally uncover the truth, or will we merely chase shadows into the night? The chilling tale of the Zodiac Killer is more than a mere chronicle of death and fear, it is a haunting reminder of how quickly innocence can be shattered. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, the serene landscape of Northern California became a theater of terror. The killer, whose true identity remained obscured for decades, taunted authorities and the public alike with cryptic letters and ciphers, each taunting the very idea of justice. The media frenzy that ensued only fueled his notoriety, turning him into a figure of both revulsion and fascination. But amid this sensationalism, the human cost remained tragically real. The victims, Darlene Ferrin, Michael Mageau, Betty Lou Jensen, and so many others, were not just names in a police report, they were vibrant souls whose lives were cruelly extinguished. Imagine the laughter of teenagers at Lake Berryessa, innocent and full of hope, suddenly silenced by a figure cloaked in darkness. Each victim's story echoes through time, demanding recognition and remembrance. The Zodiac's reign of terror began on a fateful night in December 1968, a date that would become etched in the memories of those who lived through it. It was then that he claimed his first victims, forever altering the lives of those left behind. Yet, even as the police launched their investigations, they faced an adversary unlike any other, a killer who reveled in the chaos he created. Yet, as we unearth the complexities of this case, we must confront a stark reality. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The Zodiac was not merely a monster lurking in the shadows, he was a product of a time rife with social upheaval, a period marked by disillusionment and unrest. The late 1960s were a turning point in American history. Vietnam protests, civil rights movements, and a growing sense of paranoia permeated society. It is within this intricate historical tapestry that the Zodiac's actions must be understood. Quietly, what if his violence was not just an end in itself, but a reflection of a society grappling with its own identity? The Zodiac's letters, filled with contempt and bravado, echo the sentiments of a generation questioning authority and embracing chaos. As we dive deeper, we find that the Zodiac's crimes were not isolated incidents, they were part of a broader narrative, one that includes the rise of serial killers as cultural phenomena in the 1970s. This dark chapter leads us to Gary Post, a man whose life intertwined with the Zodiac's mythos. Post, who passed away in 2018, was a man of many faces. He was a veteran, a father, and, some claim, a killer whose true legacy may finally be coming to light. In the years following the Zodiac's initial spree, police forces and amateur sleuths alike became increasingly obsessed with deciphering his ciphers, a tantalizing game of cat and mouse that drew in countless individuals desperate for closure. The cryptic nature of his messages fueled a media circus, each new revelation igniting public intrigue. Yet, behind the headlines lay the grief of families torn apart by tragedy. Now, as we stand at the intersection of past and present, we are faced with a pivotal question: what drives someone to kill? To understand the Zodiac, we must peel away the layers of societal influence, personal trauma, and inherent darkness. The answers may not be what we expect, nor may they come easily. Quietly, could it be that Post's motivations were a blend of psychological turmoil and societal rejection? Each piece of evidence we uncover pulls us deeper into a labyrinth of moral ambiguity and existential dread. We venture into the heart of the investigation, revealing new insights into Post's life. His childhood was marked by instability, and early signs of violence hinted at a burgeoning darkness. As life unfolded, his path led him through the very shadows that would one day inspire fear across the nation. But as we gather these threads, we must confront the unsettling truth: what if the answers don't bring the relief we seek? What if they only unveil more questions? As we stand on the precipice of revelation, the air thick with anticipation and dread, one thing remains certain: the quest for truth is fraught with peril. The Zodiac's legacy looms large, and as we delve further into the darkness, we may just find ourselves reflecting on the very nature of evil itself. And so we ask you, dear listener, are you prepared to journey deeper into the shadows? Will we emerge with clarity, or will we find ourselves forever chasing echoes in the night? In the dim light of a fading California sun, the shadows of unsolved mysteries stretch long and deep. The Zodiac Killer, a name that has echoed through decades, leaves behind a trail of fear, confusion, and unanswered questions. But now, as we stand on the precipice of a new era, hope flickers in the darkness. New technologies, once the stuff of science fiction, are breathing new life into the investigation. With each passing day, the promise of modern forensic techniques emerges like a beacon, guiding us through the fog of history, revealing secrets that have long eluded us. What if we could finally unmask the identity of a killer who has haunted the nightmares of many? As we delve deeper into the case, we uncover a world where every clue could tip the scales of justice. The stakes could not be higher. An entire generation has been shaped by the fear this man instilled, and yet, within the cold confines of evidence, warmth of potential answers awaits. In the late 1960s, the Zodiac Killer struck fear into the hearts of California residents, committing a series of murders that would captivate the nation. Fast forward to today, where the confluence of innovation and determination offers a new glimmer of hope. In 2021, the San Francisco Police Department, in collaboration with forensic experts, embarked on a groundbreaking initiative to revisit the decades-old evidence. The tools we have now, DNA analysis, digital reconstructions, and even artificial intelligence, bring us closer to unearthing truths that have been buried in dust and time. The question looms: can science finally deliver justice? Can it provide closure to families still seeking answers? As we explore this convergence of technology and legacy, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history. The Zodiac case, once shrouded in mystery, now stands on the brink of revelation. But with each discovery, the shadows grow deeper, hinting at a complexity that defies understanding. In 2007, a team of forensic scientists began the arduous task of re-examining the Zodiac letters, hoping to extract DNA from the stamps and envelopes. This endeavor illuminated a new pathway, a potential link to the killer's identity, and perhaps a glimpse into his psyche. The letters, dripping with arrogance and taunting the authorities, were a treasure trove of clues. But, as investigators soon realized, the science of DNA was still in its nascent stages. Initial tests yielded little more than frustration and disappointment. Then, in 2018, a breakthrough arrived. Genetic genealogy, a technique that had revolutionized cold cases across the country, was introduced to the Zodiac investigation. Instead of relying solely on the crime scene evidence, scientists began to cast a wider net, sifting through vast databases of genetic information. They hoped to find relatives of the killer, people who shared a common thread, a familial bond that might lead them closer to the truth. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The realization that family trees could hold the key to a decades-old enigma was both electrifying and terrifying. With each new lead, there arose the palpable tension of hope and fear. What if they were getting closer, yet remained just out of reach? The first tentative steps were taken in the realm of public engagement. Investigators turned to social media, appealing to the public for any information that could aid in their quest. The response was overwhelming. A community of amateur sleuths emerged, fueled by curiosity and a desire for justice. Together, they began to piece together the puzzle, sharing insights and theories that ignited passion and purpose. Yet, in this age of digital connectivity, the challenge was profound. Every lead was a double-edged sword, each theory a potential path to understanding or a diversion into the abyss of misinformation. As we move through this labyrinth of modern investigation, we find ourselves reflecting on the very nature of truth. What does it mean to confront the past with the tools of the present? Can we truly understand the mind of a killer who has eluded us for so long? In 2020, the cold case was reignited, and a renewed vigor surged through the investigative community. The Zodiac Killer's DNA was extracted from envelopes and stamps, and they began to analyze the data using advanced algorithms. The results were promising, but as they delved deeper, they were faced with a haunting realization: the killer may have left behind more than just blood. Quietly, what if the very essence of his identity was woven into the fabric of family history, hidden within the strands of genetic code? The investigation turned inward, reflecting upon the implications of uncovering secrets that could reshape the narrative of the Zodiac Killer, a figure that had become a part of American folklore. But, as the forensic scientists worked tirelessly, they struggled against time and the unpredictability of human DNA. The prospect of new leads brought both excitement and a heavy burden. As we navigate the landscape of modern forensic science, we must also confront the ethical dilemmas that arise. The pursuit of truth is not without its shadows. How far should we go in our quest for answers? What happens when the past collides with the present? Our personal address to you, dear listener, is this: what would you do if you stood at the crossroads of justice and morality? Would you dig deeper, even knowing that some secrets might lead to pain? And so, amidst the swirling chaos of emotions, the investigation continues. The Zodiac Killer stands as a ghostly figure in the rearview mirror of history, but with every new revelation, we inch closer to the possibility of clarity. The potential for justice is tantalizing, a whisper of hope that echoes in the hearts of those who have long suffered. But with each breakthrough, the question remains: will the truth set us free, or will it unleash a darkness we are unprepared to face? As we draw closer to the end of this chapter, we must recognize the significance of this ongoing investigation. Each new technology, every innovative technique serves not just as a tool but as a lifeline to those still searching for peace. The Zodiac Killer may be a figure of fear, yet with modern advancements, he may soon become a relic of the past, a lesson in the relentless pursuit of justice. But the shadows of uncertainty linger, and as we peel back the layers of this enigma, we find ourselves holding our breath, waiting for the next revelation to emerge from the depths of time. Next chapter explores Chapter 11, Theories and Speculations. As we delve deeper into the labyrinth of unsolved mysteries, we uncover the chilling reality of how the Zodiac Killer's legacy has seeped into the fabric of American culture. From the late 1960s onward, this enigmatic figure became a haunting specter, not just for his crimes, but for the way he captured the collective imagination. His taunting letters, cryptic ciphers, and the eerie thrill of his notoriety turned the hunt for him into a national obsession, gripping the very heart of California, and indeed, the broader landscape of America. In the years following his initial spree of terror, the Zodiac became a symbol of fear and frustration, embodying the ineffectiveness of law enforcement against a shadowy adversary who seemingly reveled in the chaos he sowed. The press, too, played a significant role. Headlines blared with every new letter he sent, every new cipher he challenged the public to decode. The media frenzy became a double-edged sword, amplifying the panic while also giving the killer a platform from which to gloat. On July 4, 1969, he struck again, this time targeting young lovers Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau in a remote parking lot in Vallejo, California. The crime was brutal, and the aftermath left a lasting scar on the community. It was here that the Zodiac's signature style began to crystallize: cold, calculated, and chillingly methodical. The following year, he sent a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, boasting of his exploits and revealing he had claimed at least 37 victims. But it is the cryptic ciphers that remain the most haunting aspect of his communication. The first, known as the 408 cipher, was sent in July 1969 and was ultimately cracked by a schoolteacher couple, who discovered a chilling mix of taunts and details about the Zodiac himself. But even as they decoded his message, new puzzles emerged, shrouding the investigation in an aura of mystery. Yet, this is the part that textbooks leave out. Behind the statistics and the sensationalism lies the human cost: families shattered, lives forever altered. The Zodiac Killer's victims were not mere names in a police report, they were individuals with dreams, aspirations, and loved ones who mourned them deeply. The scars of his actions reach far beyond the grave, affecting generations in ways we can only begin to comprehend. In that same year, 1969, the killer struck again, this time in the small town of Lake Berryessa. Here, he confronted college students Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard, brandishing a knife and revealing his iconic symbol, a crosshair on his chest, a macabre calling card that has become synonymous with his identity. In a chilling twist, he left behind a message on the car door, further solidifying his role as a charismatic yet terrifying figure. The scene was a grotesque theatrical performance, and the audience was left breathless in the wake of his violent act. As we consider the impact of these horrific events, it becomes clear that the Zodiac Killer was not merely a criminal, he was a catalyst for change, pushing law enforcement agencies into the modern age of crime solving. The failures of the past became lessons for the future, as detectives learned the importance of cooperation, data sharing, and the use of forensic science. The very fabric of policing in the United States began to shift, reflecting a world that was rapidly changing. Now, we fast forward to the present, where the tools available to investigators are more advanced than ever before. DNA analysis, once a concept confined to science fiction, has transformed the way we approach cold cases. In 2007, a team of dedicated detectives reignited the investigation, utilizing new forensic techniques to test evidence that had long since been stored away. The advent of genetic genealogy has opened doors previously thought to be locked forever. As law enforcement agencies began to embrace this revolutionary approach, the Zodiac Killer became a focal point of renewed efforts to identify unknown suspects. Could it be that a single strand of DNA could unravel decades of mystery? The chilling possibility loomed that the Zodiac's reign of terror could finally meet its reckoning. Yet, amid these advancements, shadows of doubt remain. What if the evidence leads to more questions than answers? What if the truth is more convoluted than we can imagine? And so, we find ourselves at a crossroads where technology meets the human element. Each breakthrough has the potential to bring closure, yet it also carries the weight of expectation. Families of the victims, who have waited for decades, cling to the hope that justice will finally be served, all the while burdened by the fear that the truth could be even darker than anticipated. Dear listener, imagine standing in the shoes of those families, grappling with the complexities of grief, hope, and the relentless pursuit of justice. What would you do if faced with the possibility that the killer could still be out there, living among us, shrouded in anonymity? As we peel back the layers of this investigation, we are drawn into a world where every detail matters, every piece of evidence, every witness statement, every chilling letter. The hunt for the Zodiac Killer is not just a story of horror, it is a narrative woven with threads of humanity, resilience, and the quest for answers that may never fully satisfy. As we continue to navigate this intricate web of theories and speculations, we must confront the uncomfortable truth. There are many who believe that the Zodiac Killer may have never been caught because he simply didn't fit the mold of a typical criminal. He was intelligent, methodical, and perhaps even charming in his own twisted way. This complexity has led to a plethora of theories regarding his identity. Some suggest he was a local man, familiar with the terrain, while others believe he might have been a transient, an outsider who slipped through the cracks of law enforcement's watchful eye. Names have come and gone, suspects who seemed promising at first but ultimately faded into obscurity, leaving behind only questions. One name that has resurfaced in recent discussions is Arthur Leigh Allen, a convicted child molester who passed away in 1992. For decades, investigators and amateur sleuths have scrutinized his life, searching for connections to the Zodiac's known patterns. Allen's ties to the locations of the murders and his own cryptic behavior made him a tantalizing figure in the narrative. However, despite the fervor surrounding him, conclusive evidence has remained elusive. The Zodiac ciphers, too, have continued to provoke debate and speculation. Some theorists argue that they contain hidden meanings that point directly to the killer's identity, while others believe they are simply a reflection of his desire for notoriety and control. Each decoded message offers a glimpse into his psyche, yet they also deepen the mystery that surrounds him. Yet, through all the theories and speculation, it is essential to remember the human cost of this enigma. The families of the victims have spent decades grappling with their loss, often feeling forgotten in the shadows of sensational stories in media frenzy. Their pain is a constant reminder that behind every statistic, there lies a story, a life cut short, and a family forever altered. Nobody talks about this. The ongoing impact of trauma, the way it ripples through generations, is a reality that is often overlooked. The weight of loss does not simply vanish with time, it lingers, festering in the hearts of those left behind. As we contemplate the intersection of the past and present, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment. With every advancement in technology and forensics, the hope for answers grows stronger. Yet, the fear of what those answers might reveal looms large. Will we be ready to confront the truth, no matter how unsettling it may be? The investigation into the identity of the Zodiac Killer is not merely about solving a case, it is a journey into the depths of human nature, the darkness that resides within us all. As we continue to seek the truth, we are reminded that the answers we seek may not bring the closure we desire. And as we stand at this precipice, the question remains, will the final pieces of this puzzle lead us to justice, or will they unlock a door we never wished to open? In the coming days, as new revelations emerge and theories continue to swirl, we will explore the intricate web of connections, potential suspects, and the ever-evolving landscape of this investigation. The shadows of the past may hold the key to our understanding, but what lies ahead is still shrouded in uncertainty. As we embark on this next chapter, we invite you to remain vigilant, to question everything, and to prepare for what may come next. For in the world of the Zodiac Killer, every twist and turn reveals new layers of complexity, and the truth may be more elusive than we ever imagined. What we uncover could very well change everything. But the final revelation remains tantalizingly out of reach, just beyond the horizon of understanding. Stay with us as we navigate this treacherous terrain, where history and mystery intertwine, and the specter of the Zodiac Killer continues to loom just outside our grasp. The Zodiac Killer's first confirmed victim was high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, found on December 20, 1968, near Vallejo, California. The brutal nature of their slaying shocked the community, casting a pall over the festive season. The police had little to go on, no witnesses, no suspects, just the haunting silence of the winter night. As the investigation unfolded, another tragic event would soon follow. On July 4, 1969, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau became victims of the Zodiac's chilling ambition. They were parked in a secluded area of Blue Rock Springs Park. The attack was swift and merciless. The killer approached their car, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Darlene succumbed to her injuries, while Michael, though gravely wounded, miraculously survived to recount the harrowing tale. Quietly, the memories of that night would haunt him for decades, an agonizing reminder of the moment when darkness descended. It was in the aftermath of this brutal act that the infamous Zodiac letters began to surface, a series of cryptic communications that captivated and horrified the public. Each letter dripped with a chilling mix of bravado and contempt, taunting law enforcement and reveling in the chaos he had wrought. The most infamous of these missives, sent in August 1969, contained a cipher that, when deciphered, revealed a message that read, "I like killing people because it is so much fun." This was the man who would become an enigma, a figure cloaked in shadows, manipulating fear like a puppeteer. As the Zodiac reveled in his notoriety, he claimed responsibility for even more murders, including the slaying of Cecilia Shepard and Brian Hartnell on September 27, 1969. Near Lake Berryessa, he approached the couple, brandishing a gun and wearing a distinctive costume, a hood with a symbol that would become synonymous with terror. The audacity of this act was staggering. It was as if he were presenting a macabre performance, orchestrating the ultimate display of fear. Yet, in the midst of horror, moments of humanity emerged. During the confrontation, Brian bravely engaged the killer, asking, "Why are you doing this?" The Zodiac responded with a chilling nonchalance, further entrenching his persona as a figure of incomprehensible evil. But what drove him? What were the motives behind such harrowing decisions? The psychological landscape of the Zodiac Killer is one that continues to confound experts. For years, forensic psychologists have wrestled with the question of motive. Was it a thirst for notoriety, a desire for power, or something more insidious, perhaps a deep-seated need for control stemming from a traumatic past? Research suggests that individuals who commit such heinous acts often have histories marked by abuse, neglect, or significant psychological disturbances. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The Zodiac Killer was not just a monster in the shadows. He was, in many ways, a product of his environment, a reflection of the societal maladies and personal demons that shaped him. As we delve deeper into his psyche, we find ourselves grappling with a sprawling network of theories and suspects. Could it have been Arthur Leigh Allen, a man who lived in the vicinity of the murders and bore an unsettling resemblance to the police sketches? Or perhaps a more obscure figure, hidden behind a facade of normalcy, who blended seamlessly into the fabric of everyday life? The Zodiac Killer's letters were not merely taunts, they were breadcrumbs leading investigators down a twisted path. The symbols, the ciphers, each meticulously constructed to baffle and beguile. To this day, some remain unsolved, tantalizing clues that continue to elude even the most seasoned cryptographers. And in this labyrinth of mystery, we must also confront the chilling reality of his potential victims, those whose lives were forever altered by his acts of violence. Families torn apart, communities shattered, and a collective consciousness forever scarred by the whispers of fear that lingered in the air. Imagine being a resident of Vallejo in the late 1960s. The evening air, once filled with laughter and the sounds of children playing, thickened with an oppressive tension. A killer was on the loose, and no one knew when or where he would strike next. Quietly, the dread was palpable, a lurking shadow that cast a long gloom over the once peaceful neighborhoods. As the investigation progressed, law enforcement struggled to keep up with the media storm that followed each new revelation. The Zodiac Killer had become a phenomenon, an icon of terror that transcended the boundaries of his own grisly actions. The public was entranced, and fascination morphed into obsession. It was a time when the lines between reality and sensationalism began to blur. Movies, books, and documentaries emerged, each attempting to peel back the layers of this chilling enigma. Yet, for every theory presented, new questions arose, deepening the abyss of uncertainty. As we sift through the myriad suspects, we find ourselves standing at the crossroads of speculation and evidence. Each lead is like a flickering candle in the darkness, illuminating fragments of a larger narrative while casting shadows of doubt. In 1971, the case took a dramatic turn when the Zodiac claimed responsibility for the murder of college student Kathleen Johns, who, while driving, found herself fleeing from the very man who would come to symbolize fear itself. She described a harrowing encounter, a night that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Yet, the Zodiac's reign of terror would not last forever. In the years to come, the letters grew less frequent, the murders ceased, and the trail began to grow cold. But the legacy of his terror remained, indelibly etched into the annals of crime history. As we analyze the patterns of his communications, we are reminded that the Zodiac was not merely a killer, he was a master manipulator. He thrived on the chaos he created, feeding off the fear that gripped the hearts of those who dared to confront him. The media frenzy that surrounded the Zodiac Killer only served to amplify his notoriety. The case became a media spectacle, with each new development broadcasted to millions, creating an insatiable appetite for knowledge and intrigue. But with every new headline came the chilling reminder that behind the sensationalism lay the harsh reality of loss and grief. Quietly, families were left shattered, lives irrevocably altered. Yet, as the years turned into decades, the public's fascination began to wane. The Zodiac Killer became a ghost, fading into the fabric of history, a figure whose identity remained locked away in an impenetrable vault of secrets. But the question remains, could he still be out there? What if the Zodiac Killer never truly disappeared? With every passing year, the possibility looms larger, as a new generation of investigators and amateur sleuths take up the mantle, driven by a desire to uncover the truth that has eluded us for so long. The hunt for the Zodiac Killer transcends time. It is a relentless pursuit that thrives on the hope of resolution. As we sift through decades of evidence, we must also confront the ethical dilemmas that arise from revisiting such a painful chapter of history. What does it mean to reopen old wounds, to dig into the lives of those affected, and to confront the specter of a killer who may still walk among us? The quest for justice is a noble one, but it is not without its toll. Families must reconcile with the past, grappling with the memories they wish to forget while facing the reality of their grief. And so, we find ourselves at a juncture, a crossroads where the past meets the present, where the shadows of the Zodiac Killer continue to cast a long, dark shadow over our collective consciousness. With each new piece of evidence, each new theory, we inch closer to the truth. But as we draw nearer, we must also confront the uncomfortable reality that the answers we seek may not be what we hope for. A new generation of detectives and amateur enthusiasts have taken to the streets and cyberspace alike, determined to solve this puzzle. They pore over old files, analyze DNA evidence, and comb through years of investigative reports. They seek closure for the families, and in doing so, they breathe new life into the case that has haunted America for over half a century. But each discovery raises its own questions. Could the Zodiac Killer be someone we've never considered? What if the truth is more horrifying than we dare to imagine? As we navigate this complex web of humanity, we are reminded that the story of the Zodiac Killer is not just about a single person, it's about the impact of fear, the endurance of hope, and the relentless pursuit of truth. And in that pursuit, we must remain vigilant. For as we unravel the threads of this dark tapestry, we may find ourselves standing at the precipice of a revelation that could forever alter our understanding of this twisted saga. What will we discover in the shadows? What truths lie just beyond our grasp? Stay with us as we continue to peel back the layers of this haunting mystery, where every revelation brings us closer to the heart of darkness, and where the final act of this chilling drama remains unwritten. But one thing is certain, the hunt for the Zodiac Killer is far from over. And as we turn the next page, we may just find ourselves spiraling deeper into a world where the truth is as elusive as the man himself. We are left with a single question that echoes through time and space: who was the Zodiac Killer? And will we ever truly know the answer? As we forge ahead, the darkness beckons, and the search continues. In the shadowy corners of America's past, a specter looms, a figure whose very name ignites a primal fear within us. The Zodiac Killer, an enigma wrapped in codes and riddles, continues to haunt the dreams of investigators, writers, and the public alike. Decades have passed since the last confirmed sighting of this notorious figure, yet his legacy remains a chilling reminder of the unsolved mysteries that dwell in the dark. As we delve into the theories and speculations surrounding the identity of the Zodiac, we find ourselves standing at the crossroads of fear and fascination. Who was this man? What drove him to commit such heinous acts? And, perhaps most hauntingly, what secrets lie hidden in the cryptic messages he left behind? The Zodiac Killer first struck in 1968, but his motives have been a topic of heated debate among experts, amateur sleuths, and the public. Some believe he was merely a sadistic killer, reveling in the chaos he created, while others argue that his actions were a desperate cry for attention. As we navigate this labyrinth of theories, we invite you to consider, what do you believe? What if the answers lie not in the obvious, but in the shadows, where the truth often eludes even the most astute minds? Theories about the Zodiac Killer abound, each more tantalizing than the last. In the years following his reign of terror, a multitude of suspects have emerged, each one shrouded in mystery. One name stands out: Arthur Leigh Allen. A convicted child molester, Allen was a prime suspect for many years, yet he died in 1992, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Quietly, what if he truly was the Zodiac? Or was he just another red herring in a case riddled with ambiguity? Not far behind Allen, there was the infamous suspect, Jack the Ripper. Speculation swirled that the Zodiac might have been inspired by the Ripper's gruesome legacy. In fact, some theories propose that he was a copycat, seeking notoriety through bloodshed. But what does that say about the nature of evil? And what does it mean for us, as a society, to grapple with such monstrous figures? As we sift through this complex web of narratives, we find ourselves drawn into the minds of those who have dedicated their lives to uncovering the truth. Experts, historians, and forensic psychologists lend their voices to this investigation, each adding layers of insight that challenge our understanding of the killer's psyche. In 1970, the Zodiac sent a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, taunting police and boasting about his crimes. This is the part that textbooks leave out. His chilling words, "I enjoy killing people because it is so much fun," ripple through the fabric of society, igniting a frenzy of fear and fascination. It was more than just murder, it was a game, an intellectual duel between predator and prey. But what of his cryptograms? The Zodiac sent a series of ciphers, riddles that promised to unveil his identity to those clever enough to decipher them. Quietly, one of them remained unsolved for decades, its secrets locked away like a dark treasure. It wasn't until 2020 that amateur codebreakers finally cracked the code, revealing a sinister message that sent chills down the spines of those who dared to read it. As we explore why these puzzles captivated the public, we must consider the psychological implications behind them. Why did the Zodiac feel the need to communicate with the world? What drove him to taunt law enforcement, to play a deadly game? Theories abound, suggesting everything from a thirst for notoriety to a deep-seated need for validation. As we peel back the layers of speculation, we arrive at a crossroads of motives. Was the Zodiac driven by a desire for power, or was he simply a man lost in the throes of madness? The question lingers, tantalizingly elusive, much like the killer himself. We turn our gaze to another compelling theory, the idea that the Zodiac was not merely one man, but rather a collective of individuals, perhaps even a cult. This theory suggests that the killings were not isolated incidents but part of a larger, orchestrated effort to instill fear in the hearts of the public. Could it be that the Zodiac was not acting alone? This notion, while controversial, opens a Pandora's box of implications for how we understand crime and the human psyche. And yet, even as we explore these theories, we are reminded of the victims. The human stories behind the headlines, the lives shattered, the families torn apart. The Zodiac's actions were not just statistics, they were real people. It's crucial for us to remember that each cipher, each taunt, was a reminder of lives forever altered. As we venture deeper into these theories, we must not shy away from the emotional weight they carry. The fear, the pain, the sorrow, these are the threads that bind us to the past, that connect us to those who suffered. The Zodiac Killer was not just a ghost, he was a reality, a reminder of our vulnerabilities. And yet, the investigation continues. New suspects emerge, new theories are crafted, and the quest for the truth remains unyielding. Each revelation brings us closer to understanding the mind of a killer, yet leaves us with more questions than answers. What if the truth lies hidden in plain sight? Imagine a world where the Zodiac is not just a name, but a reflection of our darkest fears. As we piece together the fragments of his story, we must confront the uncomfortable reality of our nature, a nature that can harbor both light and darkness. And as the clock ticks forward, the urgency of the search for the Zodiac intensifies. Time is a fickle ally, and each passing year seems to blur the lines of memory and history. The deeper we delve, the more we find ourselves entwined in a narrative that is as much about us as it is about the killer. So, here we stand, on the precipice of discovery, waiting for the moment when the truth will finally reveal itself. Will we ever truly know who the Zodiac Killer is? Will the fragments of his past align to form a coherent picture? As we move toward the conclusion of this chapter, we find ourselves grappling with the implications of what we have uncovered. The theories, the speculations, the haunting whispers of the past, they all lead us to a singular truth: the Zodiac Killer remains a ghost, an unsolved mystery that lingers like a shadow in our collective memory. Next chapter explores Chapter 12, The Legacy of the Zodiac Killer. In the shadows of that legacy, the chilling echoes of the Zodiac's taunts still resonate, a cacophony of fear woven through the fabric of our history. The years since his reign of terror have been marked by an unsettling mix of fascination and dread. Each anniversary of the first confirmed murder, a summer night in 1968, serves as a grim reminder. The victim, 17-year-old Betty Lou Jensen, and her boyfriend, David Faraday, were ambushed on Lake Herman Road in Vallejo, California, their lives extinguished in an instant, leaving only whispers of their potential. The Zodiac's first confirmed killing, a prologue to a series of horrifying events, set the stage for a chase that would captivate a nation. From that night forward, the world would witness a series of murders that would send shivers down spines and ignite the imaginations of amateur sleuths and seasoned investigators alike. The second attack, just months later, claimed the lives of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau. On July 4, 1969, they found themselves parked in a remote area of Blue Rock Springs Park, their evening marred by a sudden, violent intrusion. The Zodiac approached their vehicle, a masked figure whose intent was as sinister as it was cold. In a matter of minutes, the vibrant lives of two young people were shattered, leaving behind unanswered questions and an unquenchable thirst for justice. The Zodiac's methodical approach was chilling. He not only took lives but toyed with the media and law enforcement, sending cryptic letters that boasted of his crimes and challenged readers to decipher his identity. Each letter was a masterpiece of manipulation, crafted with both foreboding and bravado. The infamous cipher, sent in July 1969, contained a message that, when decoded, would tantalize the public and reinforce the killer's twisted charm. Quietly, but this is the part that textbooks leave out. The cipher, while a clever puzzle, represented something deeper, a psychological game that played on the fears and vulnerabilities of a society desperate for answers. As we delve further into the aftermath of these heinous acts, we uncover a chilling pattern that extends beyond the individual victims. The Zodiac wasn't just a murderer, he was a symbol of chaos in a world that craved stability. The late 1960s were a time of upheaval in America: the civil rights movement, the Vietnam War, the counterculture revolution. Against this backdrop, the Zodiac thrived, preying on a populace already filled with anxiety and uncertainty. The investigation exploded in complexity. Law enforcement agencies scrambled to connect the dots between the Zodiac Killer's crimes, each thread leading to a new suspect, a new theory. The names of potential culprits became synonymous with the case itself: Arthur Leigh Allen, a man whose life was marred by suspicion in his own dark past, or the enigmatic Drew, a figure whose connection to the Zodiac seemed plausible yet ephemeral. With every new lead, the public held fast to hope, only to be drawn deeper into despair as each promising avenue led to a dead end. The fear of the unknown loomed larger than the killer himself. It was the specter of a reality that could harbor monsters in plain sight. The impact of the Zodiac's actions reached far beyond the immediate victims. Families were shattered, communities left in tatters, and a sense of safety was replaced by an ever-present paranoia. The fear he instilled transformed the idyllic landscapes of Northern California into a haunting tableau of uncertainty. And yet, as terrifying as his actions were, there was also an undeniable allure to the mystery of the Zodiac Killer. The media's obsession with the case morphed into a cultural phenomenon. Books, films, and documentaries emerged, each trying to peel back the layers of a man who seemed to revel in his own infamy. Could it be that the Zodiac was not merely a man, but a manifestation of our collective fears? A reminder that darkness can lurk in the corners of our lives, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? The legacy of the Zodiac Killer is not merely one of murder, it is a reflection of a society grappling with its own demons, a society that has, in many ways, failed to confront the very real horror that exists within. As we sift through the evidence and the stories left in the wake of this nightmare, we begin to realize that the true legacy of the Zodiac may not lie solely in the unsolved case itself, but in how it forces us to confront our own vulnerabilities. Imagine standing in the same places where those young lives were cut short, where the echoes of laughter have been replaced by silence, and the ghosts of the past linger like an unwelcome fog. What does it mean to live in a world where such darkness can exist? The stories of Betty, David, Darlene, and Michael are more than mere statistics, they are reminders of the fragility of life. Their dreams, their hopes, extinguished by a shadowy figure who slipped through the cracks of our understanding. Each victim's family carries the weight of loss, a burden that time cannot fully assuage. The search for resolution continues, a relentless pursuit that spans decades. Investigators have revisited the case time and again, hoping that advances in technology might yield new insights. DNA analysis, once a mere fantasy, now offers a glimmer of hope, yet the killer remains elusive, slipping further into the shadows with each passing year. Today, the Zodiac Killer is often perceived through the lens of myth and legend, a monster that embodies our worst nightmares and challenges our sense of safety. But to truly understand the legacy he left behind, we must also confront the reality of the fear he ignited, a fear that still echoes in the hearts of those who remember, and in the minds of those who study the case. And as the years march on, we are left to ponder, what will become of the Zodiac's legacy? Will it remain an unsolved riddle, a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lurk within us all? Or will it eventually give way to truths long buried, revelations that may finally piece together the puzzle? The answers remain tantalizingly out of reach, just as the killer himself has eluded capture for so long. As we prepare to draw this chapter to a close, we stand at the precipice of understanding, grappling with the weight of history and the shadows of the past. What happens next may reshape our perspective, but for now, the enigma of the Zodiac Killer continues to shroud us in uncertainty. And as we search for closure, we must also confront our own fears, our own darkness, and the very real possibility that the man behind the mask may never be revealed. In the pursuit of truth, we find ourselves entangled in a web of questions, each thread leading us deeper into the unknown. The legacy of the Zodiac Killer remains a dark specter, a chilling reminder of the fragility of life and the complexities of the human psyche. As we turn the page on this chapter, the quest for answers continues. Will we ever find them? Or will the Zodiac Killer forever remain a ghost, haunting our memories and challenging our understanding of the human condition? And in that silence, as the echoes of the past fade into the shadows, the unsolved mystery looms larger than life. The investigation is far from over. In the years that have followed the Zodiac's reign of terror, the narrative has shifted and warped, much like the killer's own cryptic messages. From the late 1960s to the present day, the Zodiac's cryptograms have captivated amateur sleuths and seasoned detectives alike, each one hoping to be the one to crack the code that has eluded professionals for decades. But who was he? And why did he choose to taunt the very authorities sworn to protect the public? As we delve deeper into the Zodiac's cryptic communication, we uncover a chilling pattern that runs parallel to the emergence of a cultural phenomenon in America during the 1960s. The country was at a crossroads, grappling with social upheavals, civil rights movements, and an ever-growing mistrust in governmental authority. The Zodiac Killer's letters, filled with boastful bravado and sinister glee, tapped into this zeitgeist, reflecting a society grappling with its own identity. In December of 1969, the Zodiac sent a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, a missive that would ignite a national obsession. It was here that he coined his now infamous moniker, Zodiac, drawing inspiration from an astrological symbol, the very essence of a man who believed himself above the law, untethered from the consequences of his actions. Quietly, this is the part that textbooks leave out. The letters encapsulated not just the thrill of murder, but the thrill of manipulation, of enjoying the chaos he could inspire in others. The Zodiac's most notorious letter included a cipher, a challenge to the public that would engage countless amateur codebreakers. When the first part was solved by a couple in 1969, it revealed a twisted confession filled with references to his enjoyment of the killing. The thrill of the hunt, the unrelenting chase, every line dripped with a sense of power and control that would echo through the annals of crime. Yet, beyond the cipher lies the haunting reality of the victims. The tales of the young couples, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, and Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, are often overshadowed by the enigma of their killer. Their lives, forever altered, serve as a poignant reminder of the very real impact of violence. The chilling details of these murders, the unyielding fear that gripped a generation, have faded into a mere backdrop against the larger narrative, the hunt for the Zodiac himself. As the investigation unfolded, new leads emerged, but the Zodiac always seemed one step ahead. His brutal attacks were interspersed with moments of eerie calm, as if he were orchestrating a macabre dance of fear and fascination. From Lake Berryessa to the streets of San Francisco, each murder was meticulously planned, leaving behind not just victims, but a community shattered by loss. Throughout the early 1970s, the Zodiac Killer became a media sensation, his story splashed across newspapers and television screens. The public was riveted, not just by the horror of the crimes, but by the psychological game he played. Each letter served as a taunt, a reminder that he was watching, always lurking in the shadows. Yet behind the headlines, the families of the victims were left to grapple with their grief, their loss overshadowed by the killer's infamy. The media frenzy, while it captivated the nation, often overlooked the personal toll it exacted on those left behind. Imagine, if you will, the anguish of a mother reading about her daughter's murder as a sensational story, rather than the tragic reality it represented. As we embark on this deeper exploration, let's not forget the lives affected, the families torn apart, and the communities still haunted by the specter of his violence. The Zodiac's first confirmed kill took place on a chilly December night in 1968, an event that would change the landscape of crime in America forever. Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, just teenagers, were ambushed in their car near Vallejo, California. Their innocence was ripped away in an instant, and with it, the sense of safety for countless others. The days that followed were filled with confusion and fear, as police struggled to piece together the fragments of a crime so senseless, so brutal. Witnesses described a figure lurking in the shadows, a phantom that seemed to dissolve into the night just as quickly as he appeared. In the wake of such horror, the question lingered: who was this monster? The investigation, a labyrinth of leads and dead ends, would take a toll on the detectives involved. The pressure to solve this case was immense, yet every step forward seemed to unearth more questions than answers. As letters began to pour in from the Zodiac himself, detectives faced not only the weight of the case but the psychological warfare he waged against them. Can you imagine the dread? Knowing that each letter brought not just a taunt, but a reminder that the killer was still out there, perhaps watching their every move? The psychological toll on law enforcement, the fear of failure, compounded by the relentless media scrutiny, was unlike anything they had ever experienced. And as the Zodiac continued to slip through their fingers, the case began to take on a life of its own, morphing from a local tragedy into a national obsession. A narrative was constructed, filled with theories and speculation. Who was the Zodiac? What drove him? Amidst the chaos, a chilling thought emerged: what if the Zodiac was not just a monster, but a mirror held up to society itself? What if he represented the darker impulses lurking within us all? In the early 1970s, the Zodiac's elusive nature took on an almost mythical quality. His letters, filled with clues and riddles, became artifacts of intrigue, drawing in amateur sleuths, conspiracy theorists, and even armchair detectives. The Zodiac's influence permeated popular culture, inspiring books, films, and even music, embedding his legacy into the fabric of society. Each new revelation or supposed sighting ignited a firestorm of speculation. Was he living among us, perhaps a neighbor or a friend? The very idea sent shivers down the spines of those who had followed the chilling narrative. The Zodiac was no longer just a killer, he had become a figure of obsession, a ghost that haunted the collective consciousness. But the obsession came at a cost. Families were forced to relive their trauma time and again, each new documentary or article reopening old wounds. The victims' names became synonymous with horror, yet beyond the headlines lay the stories of lives cut short, dreams forever unfulfilled. As we sift through the remnants of this dark chapter, we must ask ourselves, how do we reconcile our fascination with such a figure? In our quest for understanding, do we risk glorifying the very monster we wish to expose? By July of 1974, the last confirmed letter from the Zodiac arrived, marking a chilling silence that would last for decades. An unnerving calm fell over the communities that had lived in fear, but with that silence came a new sense of dread. Had the killer simply moved on? Or had he found a darker path, one that would lead to more violence? As years turned into decades, the Zodiac became an enigma, a haunting reminder of a time when terror lurked just outside the door. The case grew cold, but the questions remained, simmering beneath the surface. Who was he? And why did he stop? It is here, in this silence, that we find ourselves grappling with the weight of unresolved grief. The families of the victims, now aged and weary, continue to seek answers. Each year, anniversaries come and go, bringing with them the painful reminder of the lives lost. Their stories are not just tales of murder, they are the narratives of lives filled with hope and dreams, forever altered by the darkness of one man's actions. As the search for the Zodiac Killer continues into the 21st century, new technologies and forensic advancements have brought renewed hope to the families still seeking answers. Cold case units have emerged, breathing new life into the investigation. DNA evidence, once a dream, now holds the potential to unlock the secrets buried in this chilling saga. Yet, with each passing year, the question remains, will justice ever come for the victims? The fear lingers, a shadow that refuses to dissipate. Will we ever know the truth about the man behind the mask? In recent years, a surge of interest in the Zodiac case has ignited new discussions, theories, and even claims of potential suspects. Could the killer be someone who has passed away, leaving behind a legacy of torment? Or might he still be living among us, perhaps even unaware of the chaos he has left in his wake? As we examine the myriad theories, we must tread carefully. Each suspect is a potential thread that could unravel the entire tapestry of this dark mystery, yet they also serve as painful reminders of the unresolved pain that still lingers. This journey has not just been about unraveling the enigma of the Zodiac Killer, it has become a reflection of our own fears, our own darkness. As we seek closure, we must also confront the uncomfortable realities of the human experience. The Zodiac Killer's legacy is not merely the tale of a murderer, it is a haunting exploration of the complexities of the human psyche, a chilling reminder that within us all lies the potential for darkness. As we draw closer to the end of this chapter, we find ourselves standing at the threshold of understanding. The Zodiac took his last confirmed victim on July 4, 1969, a day meant for celebration, yet forever tainted by the shadows of violence. The victims are not just names etched in history, they are reminders of the fragility of life, the fleeting nature of existence. In the search for truth, we must acknowledge the pain, the loss, and the unyielding quest for justice that continues to this day. As we close this chapter, we are left with more questions than answers. The Zodiac Killer remains a specter, a ghost that haunts our understanding of humanity. Will we ever uncover the truth? Or will he remain an enigma, forever shrouded in darkness? And as we linger in this uncertainty, one thing is clear, the investigation is far from over. The search for the Zodiac Killer may lead us down paths we never imagined, and the shadows of the past may yet reveal secrets long buried. In the shadows of American history lurks a figure whose enigmatic presence has haunted the collective consciousness of a nation. The Zodiac Killer, a name that has become synonymous with fear, intrigue, and the insatiable thirst for truth. Decades have passed since the last confirmed sighting of this infamous murderer, yet the legacy of his crimes continues to reverberate through the annals of true crime culture, law enforcement practices, and the ongoing quest for closure. As we delve into the aftermath of his reign of terror, we find ourselves standing at a crossroads, a place where the scars of the past still bleed into the present. What does it mean to live in a society forever marked by uncertainty? How has this unsolved mystery shaped our understanding of justice, and what lessons have we learned from the darkness that enveloped a generation? The story does not end with the final letter sent to the San Francisco Chronicle, rather, it evolves, echoing in the hearts and minds of those who dare to explore the depths of fear and fascination that the Zodiac case evokes. In the years that followed the Zodiac's final confirmed murder in 1969, a strange alchemy began to unfold. Society, still reeling from the shock of his brutal acts, found solace in stories, gripping tales of the unsolved, the horrific, and the mysterious. The Zodiac Killer became a cultural phenomenon, the subject of books, documentaries, and films that would further entrench him in the fabric of American mythology. The 1970s witnessed a surge in true crime literature, with authors like Robert Graysmith meticulously piecing together the puzzle that was the Zodiac. Graysmith's book, Zodiac, published in 1986, reignited interest in the case, captivating a new generation with its intricate details and unanswered questions. It was a time when the specter of the Zodiac was no longer just a haunting memory but a cultural touchstone that would influence countless stories to come. As the years turned into decades, the Zodiac's legacy began to intertwine with advancements in forensic science. The introduction of DNA technology in the late 20th century provided a glimmer of hope for investigators and families alike. But with rising expectations came profound disappointment as leads fizzled and new suspects emerged, only to fade into obscurity. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The families of the Zodiac's victims, still searching for answers, were left in a limbo of grief and uncertainty. Quietly, they became the silent witnesses to history, carrying the weight of loss and longing, hoping for closure that never seemed to come. As the story of the Zodiac Killer unfolded, it was not just a tale of a maniac on the loose, it became a reflection of societal fears and exploration of how we process trauma and the lengths we go to in search of justice. The case sparked a significant shift in law enforcement techniques, leading to the establishment of specialized task forces aimed at cracking cold cases and preventing future tragedies. In 2007, the Zodiac's influence was palpable once again, as the case was featured in a new wave of media fascination. The advent of social media platforms ignited discussions and theories among true crime enthusiasts, creating a community dedicated to unraveling the enigma. The collective effort to decipher ciphers and decode cryptic messages became a modern obsession, with amateur sleuths joining forces to analyze every scrap of evidence. But this frenzy, while invigorating, came with its own set of challenges. The line between genuine investigation and sensationalism blurred, as some sought fame rather than justice. Quietly, this relentless pursuit of the Zodiac became a double-edged sword. While it kept the memory alive, it also risked overshadowing the very real pain experienced by the victims' families. Amidst the chaos, law enforcement agencies faced mounting pressure to solve this case that had become a national spectacle. The FBI, in collaboration with local police, sought to apply modern investigative techniques to old evidence, hoping to breathe new life into the cold case. As DNA databases expanded, investigators believed they were closer than ever to identifying the man behind the mask. In 2020, a group of amateur sleuths known as the Casebreakers claimed to have identified the Zodiac Killer. Their assertion sent shockwaves through the true crime community and reignited fervent discussions about the case. But as quickly as hope emerged, skepticism followed. Could this really be the resolution that families had yearned for? Or was it yet another mirage in the desert of uncertainty? As we reflect on the legacy of the Zodiac Killer, we must consider the profound impact his actions have had on the landscape of true crime. For many, the case represents a cautionary tale, a reminder that evil can lurk undetected in the most unexpected places. It has also fostered a culture of vigilance, compelling law enforcement and the public alike to remain alert and proactive in the pursuit of justice. Yet, we must also confront the darker implications of this legacy. The fascination with the Zodiac has, at times, led to a glorification of violence, a tendency to romanticize a killer's persona rather than acknowledge the real-world devastation he caused. How do we balance the allure of the unsolved with the dignity of the victims and their families? As we navigate this complex legacy, let us not forget that it is the personal stories that often get lost in the shuffle. The victims were more than just names in a report. They were children, siblings, friends, individuals with dreams and aspirations, cut short by an unknown predator. In this ongoing narrative, we are left with a haunting question: what will it take to finally bring the Zodiac Killer to justice? For those who have dedicated their lives to seeking closure, the answer remains elusive. The investigation into the Zodiac case is not merely a historical exploration, it is a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As we draw this chapter to a close, we reflect on the impact of this story, a legacy that has shaped our understanding of crime, culture, and the quest for truth. As we look back on the journey through this documentary, we see that the Zodiac Killer's shadow looms large, a reminder that some mysteries refuse to be solved. His legacy lingers, echoing in the hearts of those who continue to seek answers in a world where closure remains an elusive dream. Thank you for joining us on this journey through history. The dark tapestry of the Zodiac Killer's reign of terror stretches across the late 1960s and early 1970s, a period marked by tumultuous social change in America. As the nation grappled with civil rights movements, anti-war protests, and the burgeoning counterculture, a more sinister undercurrent emerged: a predator stalking the streets of Northern California. The Zodiac's first confirmed victim, 17-year-old Betty Lou Jensen, met her tragic fate on December 20, 1968, alongside her boyfriend, David Faraday, near Vallejo. Their unspeakable end marked the beginning of a chilling narrative that would haunt the region for decades. But who was this killer? The letters he sent to newspapers were cryptic and taunting, filled with ciphers that captivated amateur sleuths and professional detectives alike. The first of these letters arrived at the San Francisco Chronicle on July 31, 1969. In it, he claimed responsibility for the murders of Jensen and Faraday, proudly declaring, "I want you to print this cipher on the front page." This was the beginning of a bizarre game, one that captivated the public's imagination while instilling fear in the hearts of many. The Zodiac Killer was not just a name, he was a symbol of chaos in an era already fraught with uncertainty. His letters were laced with arrogance, a chilling reminder that he was always a step ahead of those who sought to unmask him. Yet, behind the cryptography and the bravado lay the shattered lives of innocent victims. A mere month after the letters were sent, another couple, Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau, were attacked near Blue Rock Springs Park. The assailant fired multiple rounds into their vehicle, leaving Ferrin dead and Mageau clinging to life. As he lay there, bleeding and terrified, he became the only survivor of a Zodiac attack, a crucial witness, yet one whose account would be overshadowed by the killer's continued reign of terror. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The unrelenting trauma endured by those left behind often fails to make the headlines. Families torn apart, friendships shattered, and communities left reeling from the violence. Darlene Ferrin's parents initially struggled to find solace in their grief. How does one reconcile the loss of a child in such a brutal manner? The echoes of her laughter, the dreams she held, their absence became a void that could never be filled. As we delve deeper into this investigation, we must confront the complex relationship between society and the media. The Zodiac Killer thrived in the spotlight, using it to fuel his twisted sense of power. His letters were not merely confessions, they were performances, crafted to elicit fear, admiration, and intrigue. The media, in turn, became complicit in this deadly dance, amplifying his notoriety and inadvertently glamorizing his heinous acts. The chase for the Zodiac became an obsession for law enforcement agencies. In the early 1970s, a task force was established, bringing together some of the finest detectives from across California. They pored over the evidence, interviewed countless witnesses, and even consulted psychologists to understand the mind of a killer who seemed to revel in evading capture. Yet, time and again, their efforts were thwarted. The Zodiac's third confirmed victim, 29-year-old Brian Hartnell, was attacked on September 27, 1969, near Lake Berryessa. Hartnell and his companion, Cecilia Shepard, were approached by a man wearing a hooded costume with a symbol resembling a crosshair. The audacity of this act, combined with the killer's ability to blend in among the public, showcased a cunning that would leave investigators baffled for years to come. As we consider these events, we must also acknowledge the profound psychological toll they took on those involved. The detectives, once proud and steadfast, found themselves haunted by sleepless nights and relentless questions. What if they missed a crucial piece of evidence? What if they could have saved a life? The burden of such thoughts can weigh heavily on even the strongest of minds. It is in this emotional landscape that we find the human element of the Zodiac case. Detective John Lynch, a veteran investigator on the case, spoke candidly about the toll it took on him. "You think about it every day," he said, reflecting on the relentless pursuit of a shadow. "You can never forget the faces of those victims. They become a part of you." As we shift our focus to the Zodiac's most infamous letter, sent on April 20, 1970, we witnessed the killer's chilling bravado at its peak. He included a cipher that, if solved, promised to reveal his identity. The taunting challenge captivated the public once more, drawing in amateur cryptographers from around the country. The letter was a masterclass in manipulation, a reminder that the Zodiac thrived not only on violence but also on the chaos that ensued in the hunt for him. But amidst the frenzy, the victims' families remained in the shadows, their pain overshadowed by the spectacle. The longing for closure, the desperate need for answers, became a part of their daily lives. The notion that their loved ones were reduced to mere headlines and footnotes in a sensationalized narrative was a burden they carried with them. This is where we find ourselves today. The Zodiac Killer's legacy, a paradox of infamy and anonymity, continues to provoke discussion and debate. How has this case shaped modern criminal investigations? What lessons can we glean from the failures and successes of those who sought to bring him to justice? The advances in forensic science and technology since the Zodiac's killing spree offer a glimpse of hope. DNA analysis, once a distant dream, has transformed the landscape of criminal investigations. Cold cases that remained dormant for decades have seen breakthroughs, with many killers finally brought to justice. Yet, the Zodiac's case remains an enigma, a constant reminder of the limitations of law enforcement in the face of a cunning adversary. But as we dissect the past, we must remain vigilant. The fascination with the Zodiac Killer has birthed a new generation of true crime enthusiasts, drawn in by the allure of the unknown and the thrill of the chase. In their pursuit of understanding, we must ask ourselves, are we honoring the victims, or are we perpetuating a cycle of violence that glorifies the killer? As this chapter unfolds, we must face the unsettling reality of our own curiosity. The Zodiac Killer's story is not simply a tale of murder, it is a reflection of our society's darker inclinations and the moral implications of our fascination with violence. What does it say about us when we feel drawn to the macabre, when the stories of victims fade into the background of sensational headlines? This lingering question resonates deeply, especially as we transition into the next phase of our exploration. The Zodiac's mystique has not only captivated the public but has also drawn in countless amateur detectives and internet sleuths, each hoping to uncover a truth that has eluded professional investigators for decades. But with every new theory and every fresh set of eyes, we must tread carefully. The line between truth and sensationalism is dangerously thin, and in our quest for answers, we risk losing sight of the very humanity that binds us to the victims of this horrific saga. As we delve into the latest advancements in forensic technology, we discover that the hope for resolution is not as distant as it once seemed. In recent years, cold case units across the country have begun to revisit unsolved cases with renewed vigor, employing cutting-edge techniques like genetic genealogy, an innovative method that combines traditional genealogy research with DNA analysis to identify suspects. The Zodiac Killer's case has not been overlooked in this modern resurgence. Investigators have sought to retrieve DNA samples from the crime scenes, hoping to finally link the elusive killer to a definitive identity. The prospect of closure is tantalizing, yet the specter of uncertainty remains. With every advance comes a renewed sense of hope and the painful reminder of the lives forever changed by the actions of one man. Yet, as technology marches forward, we must remember the stories of those left in the wake of this tragedy. The families, the friends, the community, all are woven into the fabric of this narrative. As we stand at this crossroad of possibility, we invite you, the listener, to reflect on what it means to seek the truth. Are we prepared to confront the complexities of this case, to embrace the emotional weight of those affected, and to grapple with the very nature of justice? As we prepare to turn the page, the Zodiac Killer's legacy remains an unanswered question, a dark cloud hanging over the hearts of those who have been touched by his crimes. Will we ever know his true identity? Or will he forever remain a shadow in the annals of American history? For the families of the victims, the hope for justice is a flame that flickers but refuses to be extinguished. And as we venture further into this investigation, we find ourselves on the precipice of revelation, standing at the edge of an abyss that has remained unexplored for far too long. What we uncover next may change everything we thought we knew about the Zodiac Killer. But for now, the truth remains tantalizingly out of reach. The Zodiac Killer emerged from the chaos of the late 1960s, a time when America was grappling with profound societal shifts. The Vietnam War raged on, civil rights movements surged, and a counterculture blossomed, all while an unseen predator stalked the streets of Northern California. It was a perfect storm, one that both captivated and horrified a nation. In 1968, the first confirmed victims, high school students Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, were shot on Lake Herman Road. The brutal act was not merely a random occurrence, it set the stage for a series of events that would haunt the region for decades. As the chilling letters began to arrive at local newspapers, proclaiming the killer's own moniker, fear gripped the communities of Vallejo, Napa, and beyond. But the Zodiac's terror was not merely about murder, it was about psychological manipulation. Each letter was a taunt, a game played with the media and law enforcement, designed to instill fear and chaos. His cryptic symbols and ciphers sparked a frenzy among amateur sleuths, cryptographers, and the media alike. The first cipher, known as the 408-character cipher, was sent to the San Francisco Chronicle in July 1969. It would take over a week for it to be cracked, revealing a message that chillingly proclaimed, "I like killing people because it is so much fun." The Zodiac was not just a killer, he was a maestro of public relations, manipulating the narrative to his advantage. Each murder, each letter, crafted a chilling persona that the public could not resist. In a land of opportunity, he became the embodiment of fear, lurking behind every shadow, every darkened alley. As the investigation intensified, the Zodiac's killings evolved. The brutal murder of Darlene Ferrin and Michael Mageau in July of 1969 marked a turning point, not just in the series of killings, but in the killer's modus operandi. The couple was ambushed in a secluded parking lot, shot multiple times. But it was the presence of a surviving witness that offered a glimmer of hope, albeit a slim one. Michael Mageau, though severely injured, managed to provide a description of the assailant. Yet, the police were left with a haunting image of a dark-haired man, slight in build, but with no concrete leads to follow. The subsequent investigation would become a labyrinth of false tips and dead ends. By 1970, the Zodiac's reign of terror seemed to reach new heights. The murder of cab driver Paul Stine in San Francisco marked an escalation, not just in brutality, but in audacity. The killer, unmasked and unrepentant, was becoming increasingly brazen. This time, he had taken a life in broad daylight, with witnesses nearby. The police were left scrambling, their resources stretched thin, every lead turning cold as the killer slipped through their fingers once more. As we delve deeper into the investigation, the narrative takes a darker turn. The Zodiac's letters began to reveal a depth of depravity rarely seen before. Quietly, "I am the Zodiac," he wrote, "I will not give you my name." His taunts were not mere bravado, they were a chilling assertion of power. The killer was not just playing a game, he was rewriting the rules of engagement between predator and prey. For the families of the victims, the emotional toll was incalculable. The horror of losing a loved one, particularly in such a violent manner, is a wound that never truly heals. It festers, leaving scars that run deep, echoing through generations. They became the silent witnesses to a brutal chapter in history, bearing the weight of grief and longing for closure. This is the part that textbooks leave out. The toll of silence, the burden of unanswered questions, of missed opportunities. Families like that of Darlene Ferrin and Betty Lou Jensen were left to navigate their grief in a world that seemed indifferent to their suffering. And while the killer reveled in the chaos he created, the victims' families clung to the hope that justice would be served. They became advocates for change, pushing for reforms in how law enforcement approached serial crime. Their voices, once lost in the din of fear, began to rise above the noise, demanding recognition and action. As the years rolled on, the Zodiac Killer faded from headlines, but not from memory. The case was never officially closed. Each year brought new theories, new suspects, and new advancements in forensic science. The emergence of DNA analysis in the late 1980s provided a flicker of hope for investigators, but the Zodiac's meticulous nature left them with little evidence to cling to. In 2007, a breakthrough came when a team of amateur sleuths, armed with the tools of modern technology, sought to crack the Zodiac's ciphers anew. They utilized online forums, social media, and an army of enthusiasts, breathing life into a case that many had deemed cold. The result was an astonishing success. The 340-character cipher was decrypted, revealing another chilling message from the killer. The collective excitement was palpable, reigniting interest in a case that had long lain dormant. But the deeper we dig, the more we find ourselves entangled in a web of conspiracy and intrigue. Who was the Zodiac? Was he a lone wolf, or part of a larger network of criminals? Numerous suspects have emerged over the decades, each with their own compelling narratives. Some point to Arthur Leigh Allen, a man whose eccentricities and troubled past made him a prime suspect. Others suggest more obscure figures, hidden within the shadows of history, waiting to be uncovered. Yet every theory brings with it a new set of questions. Could it be that the Zodiac Killer was never apprehended because he was not who we thought? What if he had continued to kill, escaping justice, only to vanish into anonymity? And then, in 2020, a new wave of interest surged once more. With the advent of advanced DNA technology, investigators began to re-examine evidence collected from the crime scenes. The hope was that even the smallest trace and overlooked hair, a drop of blood, might hold the key to unlocking the mystery that had plagued so many. But with every new lead, we must confront the haunting reality that the killer's identity might be more elusive than we ever imagined. Quietly, what if the answers we seek lie not in the details of the crimes themselves, but in the silence of those who witnessed them? The witnesses, the victims, and those who have lived with the aftershocks of the Zodiac's terror. This journey into the heart of darkness also begs the question: how do we reconcile the need for closure with the reality that some stories remain unfinished? The families of the victims have fought tirelessly for justice, but the shadows of the past loom large. What if the Zodiac Killer was not merely a monster but a reflection of a society grappling with its own demons? A society that, in its attempt to understand evil, may have overlooked the humanity of those it lost. As we peel back the layers of this chilling narrative, we find ourselves at a crossroads once more, confronted with the echoes of a past that refused to fade. The search for truth is fraught with emotional turmoil, as we navigate the delicate balance between justice and compassion, between the desire for answers and the reality of unending mystery. And just as we think we are nearing an understanding, a new piece of evidence emerges, casting doubt on everything we thought we knew. The Zodiac Killer's identity remains shrouded in enigma, a dark riddle that may never be solved. As we draw closer to the end of this investigation, we invite you to reflect on the very nature of justice itself. Can it ever be truly served? Or are we forever destined to chase shadows, haunted by the specter of a killer who walked among us, laughing in the face of our fear? The truth beckons, tantalizingly close, yet forever just out of reach. In the search for the Zodiac Killer, we may find that the real horror lies not in the killer himself, but in the stories of those who have been forever changed by his actions. And as we stand on the precipice of revelation, poised to uncover the threads that bind this tale together, we are left with a burning question: what happens when the truth finally surfaces? Will it bring closure, or will it only deepen the wounds that have long festered? The answers remain elusive, lost in the folds of time, as we embark on the next phase of this extraordinary journey. After everything you've heard tonight, do you think the Zodiac Killer is still alive? And do you think we'll ever know who it was? Leave your theory below. The comments section on this one is always worth reading. Next time, we go somewhere older and stranger. A world that was erased and the people who erased it. Subscribe. You won't want to miss it.